Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
He really couldn't think of anything other than the activated demigod body that could allow him to open a portal through the vast space and return to Earth. It seems that the demigod's body is compatible with the energy of space and is not just talk. But when Su Ming tried to summon this energy in his body again, he received no response. Half of New York streets were bustling with construction and post-war restoration. The bodies of the Chitauri warriors were collected and taken away by Hild immediately and handed over to the technical department for research. The scientists in the technical department were still losing their hair over how to reinforce the cage when they were completely devastated by the mountain of alien corpses thrown at them. Tony and Ms. Pepper also developed a restoration plan for Stark Tower with the assistance of Jarvis. At this time, looking from a distance at the Stark building, there is very little glass left on the top floor. The name of the external Stark is reduced to just one letter, A. Although half of New York City was engulfed in war and suffered widespread impact, the hearts of New Yorkers seem to have never been as close as they are now. They both became fans of a celebrity group, the Avengers. The only time they disagree is when it comes to which superhero is cooler. Tough guys like Hulk, science and engineering guys see Tony as their role model. And those who are fascinated by the myth look at Thor's armor and hammer. Unable to calm down for a long time. But even when they were arguing, they never mentioned the Scarlet Silver Duke. It's very simple, you can't spray it at all. Even a keyboard warrior like this could only close the interface silently and say. Next, in this war, Mr. Silver played a role in turning the tide. And this performance was far ahead even among the Avengers. Citizens might argue over whether Thor is more handsome or Hulk is more powerful. But they never dare to compare Su Ming. The eyes of the masses are objective. They knew that it was Su Ming who withstood most of the pressure. That devastating sight was like the scythe of the god of death. Intruders would die if they came into contact with it. And there is that terrifying cold air, which is definitely the shadow that haunts the enemy's dreams at midnight. Far away on the other side of space, Thanos did not have much emotional fluctuation about the defeat in this battle. He has been fighting for too long to carry out his beliefs and doesn't care about the gains or losses of a city. But this time it seems like I have misjudged the person, Loki, known as the god of trickery, was unable to display his due cleverness in front of this planet even with the help of his entire army. What a weakling! Thanos looked into the depths of the universe, with a hint of determination in his eyes. The world has endured too much. The spacecraft turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the depths of the universe. No one knew where it went this day. Click beep beep. Su Ming was enjoying a roast duck wrap in his room, and was complaining that there were too few chopped green onions and the sauce didn't taste authentic. All the lights in the room suddenly went out. Only the fire emergency lights were left, emitting a faint alarm, power failure at this moment. Alyssa suddenly appeared in front of Su Ming barefoot. Boss Idol, stop eating. The power plant is about to explode, your friend is there. When the aliens invaded, Alyssa received an advance warning from Su Ming and used hacking technology to find an abandoned military air raid shelter. While Su Ming was fighting, she was not idle either. A lot of money was spent to transform the air raid shelter into a temporary base. It is equipped with sufficient water and food, as well as multiple satellite computers that can help her monitor situations and changes in various places. There is also a very comfortable living area, of course. Alyssa alone is not enough to accomplish all this. Su Ming called Tony. When Tony learned that Su Ming seemed to be planning to establish a secret base, he agreed very much. Because his own Stark Tower was too high profile, it almost became the core of the invasion war. After the war, only the top floor and outer walls of the building were damaged, which almost made Tony unable to believe his eyes. I thought the building would collapse, but I only suffered minor injuries. To be sure, Tony will learn from his high profile. That is impossible, low-key. I can't possibly be low-key in this life. The Stark Tower in the restoration plan is more dazzling, and the sense of technology is taken to a higher level. Now, the whole world knows that Tony Stark is Iron Man and that he joined the Avengers and successfully fought against aliens. How could Stark Tower possibly keep a low profile? Does his company allow it? Does his stock allow it? Do his fans allow it? No, even he doesn't allow it. So Tony gradually let go of himself on the road of being flirty and wild. Haha, Mr. Silver Jew, how about you beg me, please? Please help me or not? Su Ming hung up the phone with a click. Tony took advantage of Su Ming verbally. But after hanging up the phone, he made arrangements himself, therefore. The base that was euphemistically called the one built by Alyssa was actually packed up and completed by Tony in the later stage. The command console system is even equipped with an intelligent assistant similar to Jarvis. After completing the work at the base, Alyssa returned to the hotel to have a good sleep. But her sweet dream was disturbed by the roar from the other side of the city. After checking the nearby surveillance footage, Alyssa realized that there was a guy with electric lights all over his body causing trouble there. The power supply to the entire city was affected. Spider-Man was there too. She knew Spider-Man was her boss's friend, so she ran over to remind him immediately. Sacred tree. The darkness could not affect Su Ming's eating rhythm at all. Not to mention the emergency lights. He's been to even the darkest places. After swallowing his mouthful of food, Su Ming burped slightly. After eating 5 roast ducks, Su Ming felt a little full. Who else is there besides Spider-Man? He's a light bulb man with electric light all over his body. Oh, Su Ming remembered. Isn't this the guy who short-circuited in Times Square before? How was he released? Peter's friend Harry Osborn has reached the lowest point in his life. The top board of directors blamed him for Max's accident and kicked Harry out of the board for conducting illegal human experiments. It has to be said that the Osborn board of directors is indeed a cradle of traitors. His father Norman Osborn had already dealt with a large number of board members. But it wasn't long before the newly promoted director, who was known as his confidant, kicked his son out. This perfectly illustrates the saying that when people leave, the tea gets cold. Of course, Harry was unwilling to sink into despair. In order to get revenge, he used his identity to successfully sneak into the laboratory and turned off the controller on Max. The two men who had a common enemy quickly reached a consensus. That is to make Spider-Man's life worse than death. Just before the guards rushed over to forcibly take Harry away, Harry injected a beam of electricity into Max's body. Max also successfully broke free from his restraints. There was a flash of lightning, and all the guards and researchers in front of him fell to the ground at the same time. There were burn marks all over his face. Only the doctor who had abused him at that time was left. What greets him is Professor Yang's electric shock treatment. Not only that, the directors of Osborn Group were dealt with one by Harry, who was leading Max with Max's help. Harry finally got the spider toxin he had always dreamed of. Chapter 115 Update. That's it. System maintenance completed. Su Ming in the darkness was shocked. Oh my goodness. The system maintenance is finally complete. I've been waiting so long. Su Ming, who was anxious to study the system, didn't care about the battle between Spider-Man and Electro in the power plant. It's just a power outage, it won't have much impact. Don't think that just because you participated in an interstellar competition you should join the ranks of superhero volunteers. Su Ming has never had any motivation for anything that is not profitable. Besides, he knew that Spider-Man had a way to deal with Electro. At this moment, what could be more attractive to Su Ming than a crazy spending spree in the system? He waved his hand to signal Alyssa to go back and rest. But Alyssa still stood there, looking at him with more and more surprise. Su Ming realized that the room was too dark due to the power outage and Alyssa couldn't see his movements at all. Just as I was about to speak, I heard Alyssa's exclamation. "Oh boss, you're glowing tilde." Su Ming was a little confused by Alyssa's words. His eyesight could ignore ordinary darkness. and he did not notice the changes in his body for a while. Su Ming subconsciously looked at his body and felt very strange. At this time a faint light emanated from his hands. Flickering. If it weren't for the darkness of the power outage, it would have been difficult to find. How is this going? Su Ming hurried to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. Su Ming's skin, which was exposed to the air at this moment, emitted bursts of faint light, like the flashing breathing light of a mechanical keyboard. But Su Ming didn't feel anything strange. Maybe it has something to do with the system that has just been maintained. Su Ming realized that there had been no changes in his body recently. But the system started to glow as soon as it completed maintenance. So he was afraid that it was related. Thinking of this, Su Ming sent away the curious Alyssa and returned to his room to study alone. The spider venom injected into Harry made him feel worse than death, and the unforgettable pain almost made him lose consciousness. At the same time, his body was also mutating. A strong desire to survive drove him to crawl towards the biological armor on the side. The moment he put on the armor, the system immediately detected the highly toxic components and quickly provided him with detoxification treatment. No one could have imagined that this wild biological mutation could be stabilized by the biological mecha studied by Osborn. Obviously, the combat capability of this mecha is not outstanding. Harry Osborn not only survived, but also mutated and awakened his evil personality. The green eyes were full of ambition and aggression. Another green goblin was born. Peter Parker and Gwen have been getting really sweet together lately. When he discovered that his father chose to sacrifice himself for the sake of duty, Peter was able to understand his father. But this does not mean that Peter gives up the opportunity to pursue happiness. The previous conversation with Su Ming eliminated Spider-Man's inner melancholy. Seize the moment. This is the lesson MRSU taught him. He has already missed out on a happy childhood and will not allow the burden of Spider-Man to deprive him of love. So he made a decision that was completely opposite to his father's. That was to take back Peter Parker's own life. Even if it means giving up the identity of Spider-Man for Gwen, he is willing to do so. He confessed his love to Gwen in a high-profile manner. A giant "I love you" was woven on the bridge using spider webs. Enjoy the sweet time together. I want to follow you. I'll follow you wherever you go. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Peter felt like he owned the world as he held Gwen in his arms. At this moment, the lights of the entire city began to flicker violently. And then a huge explosion occurred at the power station. In an instant, the entire New York City was plunged into darkness. Peter realized that the changes in the city at this moment were exactly the same as what happened in Times Square. It is inferred that Max is responsible. But every time he got close to Max, the web shooter in his hand would be broken. At this time, the top student Gwen used the kindergarten physics knowledge to insulate the transmitter, instantly solving the problem. When Gwen wanted to go and help, Peter used a piece of spider silk to stick her hands to the car. 1 second he was praising me as a genius, and the next second he just dumped me here. Gwen looked at her hands fixed to the car in confusion. And she was so angry that she blurted out, "Peter." He immediately covered his mouth when he realized what was happening. Peter is walking away in his spider suit. As Su Ming opened the system page, a pop-up window with similar instructions appeared in the holographic image. New energy indicator prompt when insufficient. Maintenance compensation, recharge physical fitness. Energy indication, recharge physique. What do you mean? The system's prompts seemed to be very concise every time, which made Su Ming a little confused about what functions had been added. Open the properties panel. Name, Su Ming, age 29. Physical fitness, 22,255. Energy, 18%. Current account, $5,051 trillion. Chinese letter, 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 LV2. Chinese letter, 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 LV to Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, LV to Chinese letter, 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 LV5 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, LV5. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, LV3 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, LV1 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, LV4 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Su Ming discovered that there was an additional column showing the energy percentage in the attribute panel. And there was also an additional charging physique in the talent below. Click to open the description. Energy consumption needs to be replenished in time. Otherwise the ability will be limited. I think I can understand if I have a recharged physique. The first thing Su Ming thought of was to charge. But there was a power outage and that was not possible. He also understood the energy consumption. When fighting against aliens, frequently releasing talents such as heat vision consumed too much energy. So much so that when I was in space, I felt a hunger and lack from the depths of my soul. No wonder I always feel hungry after coming back. It must be because of lack of energy. Speaking of charging, Su Ming also knew that when the iron body was upgraded to the maximum level, it could actively absorb solar radiation. The problem is that even if we have enough money, where can we get vibranium? It is said that eating can increase energy. But I have already eaten 5 roast ducks and countless accompanying wraps. So why is my energy still so low? And also, the low energy indicator wouldn't just flash like this. Human-shaped light bulb. Why does it feel like it has a bit of a comedic effect? That's it. Su Ming's high expectations for system maintenance were dashed. It was as if he wanted to test the energy conversion rate of eating, or to transform his grief and anger into food intake. Su Ming picked up the family bucket next to the roast duck and started to eat it fiercely again. Peter swung the spider silk in his hand and quickly locked onto the high-speed lightning in the darkness. At this time Max has fully adapted to his own abilities, and he can even move freely in the city's power grid. Peter wanted to repeat his old trick and break the water pipe to spray him again to cause him to short-circuit. But Max was prepared and released electric current to counterattack accurately. The powerful electric current formed a force field in the air, which blocked the gushing water column. Peter's battle in the rain ended there. The battle soon became intense. Although Peter's transmitter, modified by Gwen, could now withstand high-voltage current, he still suffered a lot. Physical attacks seemed to be less and less effective against Max now. Max transformed into lightning and quickly moved through the equipment in the power plant. And the entire area was flashing with violent electric light. Peter's speed was not slow at all. He swung the spider silk and moved around, but it was of no use. Not a single lightning bolt struck. All of them were hit. Peter, whose body was gradually paralyzed and surrounded by lightning, was still curious. What move is this? Flying Thunder God technique. Are you afraid? Chapter 116. Tongzi is still a good brother. The world-famous city that never sleeps, New York. At this moment it was plunged into darkness. The roar coming from a corner of the city was like thunder in the night sky, shaking the entire city from time to time. But the citizens of New York did not feel even a little bit of fear. It even felt like laughing. Do you think my Avengers team is here just to eat and eat? Is the alien army powerful? Still useless? Are you still missing a little guy like me? Just go ahead and jump around tilde. If any one of the Avengers comes, I guarantee you'll be shut down in a matter of minutes. Yes. They are used to seeing villains popping up from time to time to stir up trouble. I don't know why there are so many mentally ill people in New York City who always cause trouble. If they were the original ones, they would still be symbolically afraid. Ever since they witnessed the performance of the Earth region in the StarCraft competition, their horizons have been infinitely broadened. I bet you $10 this farce will be over in half an hour. A drunken bearded man slammed $1 on the table, showing his boldness. Even in the dim bar, due to a power outage, people did not panic. They drank in the dark and even made a bet. "Hey man, are you sure you're betting $10? Those with good eyesight could clearly see the banknotes in the big man's hand under the dim candlelight. However, they didn't know that the Avengers, whom they had placed their hopes on and regarded as their backing, were not there at all. Thor had already taken Loki back to Asgard, okay. Captain Rogers followed Nick Fury Hawk, Natasha and others back to the headquarters in Washington. Tony Stark is on vacation abroad with MS Pepper Doctor. Banner found another suitable retreat in Africa and enjoyed a pastoral idyll. It is worth mentioning that Dr. Banner's greatest pleasure every day is watching the black guy on a bicycle carrying bananas speeding by in front of him. It was a kind of freedom and excitement that he would never get. So there is only one Su Ming in New York. And he is not yet a member of the Avengers, at most. He is a non-staff employee employed on a contract basis. Crack crack gulp hiccup. In the dim and silent environment, the only sounds were those of teeth chewing bones and swallowing. There was a hint of terror in the occasional exploding lightning effects. When Su Ming finished the fifth family bucket, including the bones and meat, couldn't eat any more, Chinese letter. The hotel did not provide garlic service. He wiped the greasy corners of his mouth and looked at his hands again. The faint light like a breathing lamp has not faded yet. Is it so inefficient? Opening the system interface, Su Ming frowned. Eating can obviously replenish energy. But Su Ming was almost sick of eating when he realized that the progress in the display bar had only increased by 1%. 18% became 19%, I can't say it's useless. The light on his body is still flashing. So eating is not fast charging. I thought that not only would my natural abilities be restricted by energy, but I would also have to spend a lot of time eating every day. Su Ming always felt that the system should not be able to perform such low-end operations. But lack of energy is indeed a problem. He could even imagine that one day in the future, he would release heat vision to defeat the enemy. But due to lack of energy, could only warm the enemy. It's embarrassing to think about it. I'm afraid by that time, even hot coffee will be a problem. Not to mention freezing breathing if you chill a Coke. There might not even be any ice chips. What about the magnetic field? I don't know how much this energy can affect my talent. Obviously, eating without doing anything will not achieve the desired effect. Su Ming had other thoughts. Regardless of whether it was what he had guessed, this seemed to be the first time the system had given him something. Is it worth looking forward to? How about? Try touching the switch. There is a power outage, so it's useless to touch it. Putting this idea aside for the moment, Su Ming decided to deal with his greasy hands first. While washing my hands, sparks suddenly came out of the socket on the wall and the lights in the room suddenly flashed. This was caused by Max activating the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly pulling the voltage to full capacity. A flash of light appeared in waves across the buildings of the city. Many wires did not meet the standards, so all the fuses were scrapped. Click. Su Ming's eyes lit up as he was thinking about recharging his physique. He immediately seized this opportunity and inserted his finger into the socket without caring whether his hands were covered with soap bubbles. Crack, there was a flash of lightning. And the room became dim again. Say it, don't say it. Su Ming was surprised to find that he was no longer shining. The energy suddenly increased from 19% to 21%. Su Ming's first thought was, the energy low point is really 20% at the same time. He also understood the meaning of charging physique. The situation where someone else gets an electric shock is called charging. I just don't know if there are other ways to charge. Well, the problem is coming. Where is the most electricity? Power plant. Do you want to recharge? No, no, no. Obviously, I was going to help that sunny and cheerful boy. You can't ignore a good friend when he's in trouble, right? Su Ming's figure flashed and flew out of the window. The hotel's bathrobe rustled in the strong wind, revealing his long white legs. Power plant. Max's powerful electric current was visibly transmitted from the spider silk shot by Peter. But the moment the lightning reached the wrist, it disappeared into thin air. Oh, Tilda, thank my Miss Gwen. Max's high-voltage attack of tens of thousands of volts had no effect on Gwen's simple transmitter. Max, who was knocked to the ground by Peter, was scattered into countless electric lights and merged into the nearby electrical equipment. It can move at high speed and launch fierce attacks at the same time. Peter kept changing his position in the sky under Max's electric attack. As Max controls Peter and prepares to give him the final blow, a car rushed over. Max was knocked away on the spot before he could transform into lightning. Seeing that it was Gwen who came, Peter no longer mentioned the danger. Hurry to the control room and restart the city's power. Since Max is a large power bank, let him charge it enough this time. It stands to reason that a power bank can explode if it is overloaded. So there is no reason why a mutated human body like you can't explode. Max, who stood up again, was extremely angry, shouting, roaring again, chasing Peter. All kinds of moves were used without any cost, bombarding him indiscriminately. Peter could only rely on his agility to dodge continuously, shooting spider silk while dodging. If you really can't dodge, try to minimize the damage. Gwen needed time to run to the control room. Wow, Tilda, it's quite lively at this time. Su Ming came to the sky above the power plant wearing the hotel's disposable slippers and a bathrobe. Fortunately, was wearing shorts underneath. Otherwise, the bottom-up shot would inevitably cast a holy light on him. Oh, it's Mr. Su. Peter has now become very proficient in using his spider sense during battle. The moment Su Ming opened his mouth, he noticed his figure. But he has more important things to do now. That is to use spider silk to reconnect the damaged cables. In this way, when Gwen turns on the power, all the electricity will be gathered in one place. The result will be focus your fire on him. Su Ming didn't expect that he would encounter the decisive battle as soon as he arrived. When the spider silk in Peter's hand connected the devices everywhere, Su Ming's eyes lit up. Isn't this the best time for him to recharge? At this moment, Peter yelled, quickly turn off the power. Gwen got the signal and pulled the main power switch in the control room. Tens of millions of volts of high-voltage electricity gathered together through the spider silk, emitting a bright red light and violently shooting towards Max in front. Spider-Man was instantly flung away. The entire city's power system has been restored. Max, who had just been connected to the red high-voltage electricity for less than a second, felt a foot kicking him in the face. Su Ming kicked the electric man away and instead entered the range of the high-voltage power grid. Sizzle, sizzle, sparks are flying 30%, 40%, 50%. The reading in the energy display bar continued to rise. This made Su Ming feel relaxed both physically and mentally. He realized that this charged physique seemed quite powerful. Tongzi is still a good brother. Chapter 117, Idols Step Up. Max the Electro was determined to take revenge on Spider-Man from the moment he was rescued by Harry. When I was an electrician, I was so mediocre and incompetent, and was looked down upon and ignored. After seeing Spider-Man's extraordinary abilities, a fantasy quietly sprouted in his mind. If I could possess such powerful strength, no one would ignore me anymore. And when he really possessed the ability to control electricity, the first thing he did was to fill the emptiness in his heart. A total nouveau rich mentality. Just like the first thing an ordinary person does after winning the lottery is to pay in full for the thing they have been longing for. Luxury cars, villas, technicians, etc. But spending money doesn't affect others. But Max's actions pose a threat to the entire city. This is also something that Spider-Man, who is determined to protect the city and fight riots, cannot tolerate in the battle just now. Max had the upper hand and pinned Peter Parker to the ground. But when the resentment in his heart was about to be wiped out with his own hands, an impolite foot stepped on his face. When he was an ordinary person, no one stepped on him. What's more, the situation is different now. He has become a thunder god. Being a sensitive person, his anger level exploded again. Su Ming didn't care what Max thought. Even if I knew, I would still laugh it off. You're the god of thunder. Then who's that guy calling me old friend? Can the god of thunder be electrocuted? It really works. Daisy's record of defeating Thor with an electric shock gun is a legend even in the realm of gods. Su Ming bathed in the center of the high-voltage current. And soon his energy bar was fully charged 100%, 101%, 102%. So this percentage isn't the end, even when it reaches 100. Satisfied, Su Ming summoned a piece of metal fragment to conduct the electric current into the ground. And then he slowly fell to the ground. The white bathrobe on her body was now spotted with small holes due to the sparks. And air was leaking in from everywhere. But it did not affect his cheerful mood at the moment. The energetic physique compensated by the system gave Su Ming more confidence. This is just electrical energy. What about other energies? Su Ming thought about it and looked at the only slipper left on his feet. When he kicked the electric man away just now, the pure cotton slippers instantly burned to ashes on Max's face. Combined with the subsequent charging, his current appearance is mainly abstract. But his body was safe and sound, and he was even full of energy. A pair of eyes are particularly bright in the dark night. Crack! The electric man turned his anger towards Su Ming. A thunderous move submerged Su Ming in a sea of lightning again. Having just been exposed to hundreds of thousands of volts of voltage, Max's angry attack was nothing but a tickle to Su Ming 103%. It even gave him 1% of his energy. I wonder why a flash of lightning in the hotel charged him up to more than 1%. But now it only charged him 1 point under such a fierce attack. The only explanation is that this energy bar is similar to a car's gas tank. The lower it gets, the weaker it gets. Su Ming was fine. But the bathrobe he was wearing could no longer hold up, and the hem instantly caught fire. This is not good. Su Ming doesn't have the habit of walking his bird under the moon. Cold. A breath of cold air extinguished the flames on his body and condensed into an icicle that led Max's lightning into the ground. Some students who are good at physics would like to ask, since ice has very poor conductivity or even no conductivity, how can it act like a lightning rod? That's because Su Ming mastered the temperature while condensing the icicle. And there was a thin layer of water film on the surface of the icicle. No more gossip over there. Spider-Man Peter Parker was sent flying by the high-voltage electric shock and was trying to get up. The electric man was humiliated and was furious. At this time, Su Ming finally turned his attention to Max with LED visual effects. Then he looked at his burnt bathrobe, which barely covered his private parts, and said with a somewhat unhappy expression, "You, my little comrade, are a little rude." Although Max didn't know what comrade meant, he understood the following words. There was a flash of lightning on his face, and the blood vessels in his head suddenly shrank visibly under the penetration of the lightning. I'm so angry, speaking of impoliteness. Is there anything more offensive than stepping on someone's face? Are you polite to run out in a bathrobe in the middle of the night? Is it polite of you to abandon the technician? Have you paid the bill yet you come here to cause trouble? Are you polite? Not to mention that Max was almost broken down by Su Ming's words. Su Ming didn't intend to waste time talking to him. And 2 beams of heat suddenly hit the electric man. Different from the properties of pure electric energy, Su Ming's thermal vision with strategic penetrating power instantly made Max blush. A hot boom. Max just felt a hint of the intense heat from his soul burning. And then his entire body was torn apart by the energy, exploding into a sky full of stars. The energy consumed to kill Max instantly was less than 1%. Su Ming, who looked like the electric man who was about to die, raised his hand, and several pieces of metal fragments instantly spliced together into a smooth handrail and came to Peter's side. MRSU, please save me again. Peter Parker struggled to stand up with the help of the handle provided by Su Ming. After taking a breath for a while, he came in front of Su Ming. Even with the spider mask on, Su Ming could still feel Peter looking at him with shining eyes. Sir, don't leave in such a hurry. Gwen is your idol. Oh no, you're a Gwen fan. Oh no, what am I talking about? Anyway, please wait. Su Ming did have the idea of going back. Not for any other reason but because he came in a hurry and now he felt a little embarrassed to see anyone in this bathrobe. But after understanding Peter's unclear expression, Su Ming understood and couldn't help but smile. After the Battle of New York, everyone was conquered by the glorious image of the Avengers. It can be said that the entire New York City and even the world are under the protection of the Avengers team. People are deeply grateful for their kindness, including Peter and his wife. Peter knew that the Crimson Silver Duke was MRSU, and he had no doubt about Su Ming's role in the fight against aliens. The facts were just as he expected. And his girlfriend Gwen is one of the few ordinary people who has come into contact with Su Ming. Peter and I have long been fans of this mysterious man. Peter always mentioned Su Ming in front of Gwen, especially when he encountered setbacks. It was Su Ming who pulled him out of the abyss of depression. This made Gwen also grateful to Su Ming. When the Battle of New York occurred, they were on an outing and exchange program and were not in the area. Gwen's heart broke as she watched the apocalyptic scenes on the news. Her family was there. When she returned home and heard her father tell her that he had been rescued several times by the Avengers in one day, Gwen felt even more grateful to Su Ming. She had repeatedly told Peter that if he had the chance to meet Ms. Su again, he must give her a chance to thank her in person. Of course, it would be even better if I could get an autograph. For Spider-Man, this is a good opportunity to fulfill his girlfriend's request. Peter was also very excited to see Su Ming again after a long time. What's more, Su Ming just now, like a god descending from heaven, forcefully dealt with the troublesome electric man. This gave Peter an extra layer of idol filter for Su Ming. Gwen walked out of the control room and saw with her own eyes that Electro was blown into a sky full of light and shadows by a swift ray of light. I couldn't express how worried I was about Peter. She was also curious about who this person who suddenly appeared was. But her eyes immediately searched the entire place for her beloved. I saw Peter reappear in my sight and chatting enthusiastically with the mysterious man. Gwen, realizing who that person might be, had been looking forward to meeting her idol from afar. Hey Gwen look who's here Peter saw Gwen walk out of the control room and waved and shouted excitedly. Suddenly, Su Ming's spider sense detected a slight movement. Chapter 118, Feeling Difficult. Someone with bad intentions is coming. And he's not slow. Su Ming's thoughts moved him slightly and he looked at Peter. I saw the young man still waving excitedly to his girlfriend. Shake your head slightly, this is not good. Spider sense is obviously your innate skill. So why am I always the first to discover the problem? Thinking of this, Su Ming whispered a reminder. Peter, calm down, feel it. The little spider obeyed Su Ming's words. After a slight pause, he concentrated and began to sense. Suddenly he looked up somewhere in the air, exactly in the direction of Gwen. Without saying a word, he threw up the spider silk and flew over. As Peter ran towards Gwen, the new Green Goblin Harry Osborn stood between them on a glider. Harry's face was extremely embarrassed at this time. The genetic mutation caused by spider toxins made his originally handsome and noble face look a little scary. The teeth also become ugly at this time. The clever Harry finally realized that the Spider-Man in front of him was his good friend Peter Parker. No one but Peter could make Gwen so desperate. Thinking back to when he had asked Peter for a blood sample from Spider-Man and was rejected, he felt so desperate. But even the despair of being unable to change one's fate is not as great as the pain of being betrayed by the person one trusts the most. Harry smiled. The more you endure, the angrier you become. If you take a step back, you'll explode right where you are. The Green Goblin's hidden personality is like the Mind Stone at this moment, constantly urging Harry to revenge and destruction. Harry, whose mentality exploded, finally gave up the friendship he once cherished so much. The glider suddenly accelerated and abducted Gwen, flying high into the sky. Although Peter tried his best to catch up and climbed to the top of the tallest clock tower in front of him, he still lost to the spider because he couldn't fly. Peter jumped high from the roof and shot out 2 spider silks. Even if the flying spider silk exhausted its kinetic energy, it could not reach Harry in the sky. Now he will know the pain of losing someone he loves. At this time Harry is dead and the Green Goblin is in power. Harry, with a hideous smile on his face, was now filled with the pleasure of revenge. The scene of the death of Norman Osborn, his father, whom Harry regarded as a hero, kept hitting Harry's mind. He threw Gwen down from the sky without hesitation. Peter jumped high from the roof again, stretched out his hands to catch Gwen, who had just fallen less than 10 meters. But gravity caused them both to fall to the ground. Clang crack. The glass on the bell tower dome was shattered by Peter's body, and the two fell on a steel bridge. Of course, Peter was still at the bottom, although Gwen was rescued immediately. A pumpkin bomb fell next to them. Boom. Peter could only block with his body again. The steel bridge exploded and Gwen fell again. A spider silk almost wrapped around her wrist, stopping her fall. Gwen could do nothing at the moment and could only try her best to cooperate with Peter's rescue and look at Peter with her big watery eyes. "I hope he is safe and sound." Spider-Man immediately started fighting with the Green Goblin. Fortunately, the terrain of the bell tower is complex, and the agile Peter took advantage of the situation and quickly gained the upper hand. But the aftermath of the battle continued to affect Gwen, who was standing by. Gwen fell again with the broken building and was once again pulled by Peter with spider silk. This also gave the Green Goblin, who had come to his senses, an opportunity to take advantage of and instantly pin Peter against a large gear. Seeing that the spider silk was about to be cut by the gears, Peter could only ignore the pain and stick one foot in the middle of the gears. But what no one expected was that the powerful force destroyed the entire gear set. Gwen fell down with it. This was her third fall of the day. Pushing Harry away, Peter dived down desperately with his eyes bloodshot. At this moment, all he could see in his spider mask was Gwen's falling figure, which was so sad. The spider silk shot out from his wrist, the tip of which was in the shape of an arm reaching out to hold his girlfriend. Su Ming had actually sensed the Green Goblin's presence a long time ago. He knew it even without sensing it, but he did not take any action. "You're feeling unhappy, aren't you, Humph?" Fortunately, I came when Su Ming was watching this movie. He wanted to complain to the screenwriter. "The road is narrowing, grandson. If heroes were so miserable, who would want to be a hero? And super, since I have come to this world, how could I allow such a stupid thing to happen? Didn't you see that even Gwen's father was saved by me? Let alone Gwen. This is why I've been against the superhero identity from the beginning. Everyone in the world can be saved, except for one family member." These screenwriters probably haven't realized the value of the word family in the live broadcast room. Cubixie saved so many people, but now she has to endure their complaints, doubts, and even backstabbing. Fuck you, if you ask me. Apart from family and friends, I love everyone else to death. Saving someone is a favor, not saving someone is your duty. Stop using moral blackmail. Things like the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, are just high-sounding rhetoric. Why haven't I seen anyone complaining that Bill Gates didn't share his money with you? Although I saved your life not to make you feel grateful, but you should at least say thank you, alright? But in this place that claims to have freedom of speech, it seems that the meaning of freedom has been completely misinterpreted. So many people who were rescued were easily misled into turning against their saviors, who were accused of being heartless and ruthless. Marvel's screenwriter is also Dare. The worst one here is Peter. "My parents died when I was old enough to understand. And my uncle also died after I awakened my abilities. I was thinking about having a good relationship, but my girlfriend died. Most of them died in front of me. What's going on? Can't I just use a knife alone?" If Peter had turned evil a long time ago, how miserable could he be even if he was doomed? He must make up for this stupid thing today. "No one can do it," I said, but it seemed like I was saving a famous scene. But my image wasn't worthy of such an awesome thing. Thinking of this, Su Ming quickly walked into the center of the first floor of the bell tower while observing the situation in the sky. In order to ensure that he could cover for Peter, Su Ming decided to get the actor in place first, and then try to save his own terrible look at the same time. Su Ming didn't know how their relationship would develop in the future after saving Gwen. So he deliberately took action at the last moment, so that Peter and Gwen can understand what it means to cherish. It's hard to say what the young man is thinking. Don't just raise your hand to help him resolve the crisis, or the two of them will break up later. This is not the ending that the majority of viewers want to see. Since you're doing it, do it well. Listening to the chaotic sounds of fighting on the rooftop, Su Ming felt that time was almost up. Transform. At this time, Su Ming shouted playfully and activated the magnetic field at the same time. The metal fragments that rained down from the sky seemed to be summoned. They flew towards Su Ming's body, as metal fragments of different materials continue to fuse and deform in the air. Impurities are eliminated gradually. A set of armor with a metallic luster appeared on Su Ming. The Monkey King's golden chain mail armor and lotus silk cloud walking boots were successfully recreated with Su Ming's mastery of sketching and magnetic control. Of course, there are some flaws in the color. In addition, Su Ming's hair is too short, which is not suitable for further restoration of the phoenix wing purple gold crown. But even so, in a blink of an eye, Su Ming successfully transformed from the image of a creepy uncle. The chain mail pieces remain tightly connected even without laces running through them. This is the advantage of magnetic control. The dark curtain falling from the sky was not wasted and was draped behind Su Ming. Became a cloak. Before Su Ming could fully appreciate his new outfit, a figure fell straight down on his head. Gwen had a premonition that she was in great danger this time, and she closed her eyes in despair, a tear sliding down the corner of her eye. Paggy. Belch Chapter 119. Two brain collapses. The imagined collision did not occur. It seemed as if a pair of strong arms were ready to catch Gwen's slender body. But when she was about to touch Su Ming's arm, she was suddenly pulled back and her body bent towards the ground at a large angle. This made Su Ming panic, fearing that Gwen's head would hit the ground. Original. Peter's spider silk caught Gwen's abdomen just before she fell to the ground. The force was so great that she got a stitch in the side. This just reflects Peter's anxious mood. Peter's vision was narrowed to the limit as he chased Gwen in the air, and all he could see was his falling lover. She didn't even realize that there was a cool-looking figure waiting behind her. Gwen's falling figure just blocked Su Ming on the ground. At this moment, Peter prayed to all the gods and Buddhas and the Holy Mother Jehovah in his heart, hoping that Gwen would be safe. But the spider silk that was usually so fast now seemed as slow as a sloth in Peter's eyes. Faster, faster, faster. Peter was so nervous that his gaze on the flying spider silk seemed to be in bullet time. Everything slowed down and the spider silk was even slower, making him want to curse. Finally, the spider silk stuck to Gwen's abdomen. Peter immediately grabbed an iron pipe and used the force to pull the spider silk upwards. Stretch the spider silk instantly tightened it, and Gwen, who was about to fall into Su Ming's arms, suddenly stopped falling, but her head and feet fell to the ground due to inertia. Snap to Gwen, who should have been killed by the blow to the back of the head, only felt a big hand holding up her head at the critical moment. But her two heels slammed hard on the ground. The pain was numb. Hiss. The stitch in the side caused by the spider silk hitting her abdomen a second ago, coupled with the pain from her feet hitting the ground, made Gwen instantly put on a mask of pain. My whole face twitched. The sad and beautiful scene that was just full of brokenness now has a touch of humor. Looking at Gwen in his arms, who was in so much pain that she couldn't open her eyes, and her lively expression, Su Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that nothing serious should happen. Then he looked at Peter, who was falling rapidly, and was not very satisfied. Young man, you are still young. If everyone saves people like you, even if they save their lives, they will still be disabled. Gwen, at this time, the little spider jumped down from the iron pipe, and only then did he finally discover Su Ming standing there in a mighty armor. With a shock, my heart instantly relaxed. Sir. That's right, Mr. Su is here. Gwen will be fine, haha. Boom. Peter, who came closer, was slapped by Su Ming before he could say anything. He jumped up high in pain. Oh, hiss, what? Peter took off his mask, rubbed the big bump on his head, and looked at Su Ming in confusion. Is this how you saved your lover? Su Ming smiled. Peter felt that although Su Ming looked at him with a joking look at this moment, there seemed to be a hint of seriousness in his tone. This made Peter immediately realize that if Su Ming was not there, his previous method alone would probably not be able to save Gwen. Indeed, the spider silk just now pulled Gwen too close to the ground. If MRSU had not supported Gwen's head in time, she would have fallen heavily to the ground. If that were the case, Peter couldn't imagine how he would face the consequences. Thinking of this detail, Spider-Man put away his joking mood and looked at Su Ming seriously. "I was wrong, sir." Su Ming felt it necessary to give this reckless little spider some advice so that he would learn his lesson. The tone gradually became stern. "Remember what I told you. If you can't fight, run away." Peter obviously didn't understand what Su Ming wanted to express at the moment. On the night Norman Osborn died, Su Ming said many things that opened his eyes. But which one was he referring to now? How could Spider-Man remember it for many years? As a top student, Peter has received admiration and affirmation from teachers and professors. How many years has it been since you felt this kind of suppressed tension caused by making a mistake but not being able to figure out the cause? The last time I got into a fight was in elementary school, when my uncle severely criticized me. The air grew quieter, which made Peter Parker more and more uneasy. Boom. Another blast. His frog fun, it hurts. Peter squatted there in pain, rubbing the place where he was hit frantically. "Sir, your attack is too accurate. You hit the same spot twice." Peter muttered as he thought. "The pain is me. I am in pain. No pain, no pain, no pain. Ah. It hurts so much." At this time, Su Ming's low voice reached Peter's ears. "You must take care of your family no matter what." Su Ming said nothing more. It is a rare opportunity for a young man to temper his character. After all, in the established plot, Gwen really died here. Su Ming planned to take this opportunity to deepen Spider-Man's impression. He could grow without having to kill anyone. How good. These words exploded in Peter's ears like a missile, making him feel so much emotion that he squatted there in a daze for a moment. Yes, superheroes may save many people's families. But who will save and protect the superheroes' own families? Every time I hope Gwen can stay in a safe place so that I can feel at ease. But it seems that several times at critical moments, it was with Gwen's help that we were able to turn things around and win. Since when did I start to regard Gwen as a fighting partner? She is obviously just an ordinary girl. Apart from being kind, brave, and beautiful, she has no ability to protect herself. As a person who has undergone genetic mutation, spider sense, strength bonus, super recovery, there are too many abilities that are different from ordinary people. But he still puts his family in danger every time. Especially this time when he was chasing Gwen in the air. His spider sense had already vaguely conveyed a bad premonition. If it weren't for MRSU, I would really have lost Gwen today. It's not just Gwen. There are also some guys who are watching his family in the dark. With a covetous eye thinking of this, Peter broke out in a cold sweat on his back. He was so scared. Mr. Su did tell himself that it was okay to be a superhero and save the world. You must ensure the safety of your family. This matter seems to have been overlooked by myself. The families of superheroes should not only be protected, but also given special protection. But no organization or institution chooses to do so. After all, superheroes are still a blank from a legal perspective. The idea that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility is just superficial. Most people probably think that the greater the ability, the greater the threat. Peter carefully pondered Su Ming's point of view. The more he thought about it, the more right it seemed to him. And his eyes became brighter. He knew what he should do. First, he will not shy away from the risks and challenges that come with his abilities. But from now on, he has to find a way to properly protect the family he cares about. At this time, Gwen in Su Ming's arms had recovered and was looking around blankly. As his eyes turned, he met Su Ming's gaze, and he immediately recognized his idol. Her breathing accelerated with excitement. Gwen was about to speak when she saw Su Ming shaking his head slightly at her. Then he looked at Peter, who was squatting on the ground, thinking about something. I instantly understood that the two people seemed to be communicating something important. He shut his mouth obediently, but the pain in her feet made her frown slightly. Su Ming noticed this carefully and casually cut off the spider silk stuck on her body and gently placed Gwen on the ground. Gwen exhaled lightly, and a cool mist of air covered her feet, relieving her swelling and pain. I understand, sir. Chapter 120, The Secret of Children. Peter stood up again, his eyes full of determination and his voice more steady. Seeing that Peter had adjusted his mindset, Su Ming knew that his efforts were not in vain. Nodding with relief, Spider-Man will never neglect his important people because he is busy fighting again. And maybe he will be happier in the future. Oh, Gwen. Peter saw Gwen sitting on the ground, looking at him with a smile in her bright big eyes. So he hugged her. Gwen's feet, which had been treated with Su Ming's cold air, were no longer in danger. Looking at the knight in front of him who risked his life to protect him, the softness in his heart was touched. Hugging Peter. I thought I would never see you again. Wow. Su Ming, who was fed with dog food, turned around decisively, causing the armor on his body to make a sound of metal colliding. I just can't believe this. The lines are so cliched. The two young people were flirting in front of each other, and the air around them instantly turned pink, which made Su Ming scream that he couldn't stand it. Gwen, whose attention was drawn to the sound of the armor, suddenly remembered something. After hugging Peter for just a few seconds, she pushed him away and said angrily, imitating Su Ming's tone, "Is this how you saved your lover?" As soon as she finished speaking, she could no longer hold back her laughter and started shaking with laughter. Peter was embarrassed and touched his nose, feeling deeply ashamed, but in the blink of an eye, his expression returned to firmness, and he looked at Gwen seriously. I will never put you in danger again. Su Ming suddenly remembered that Gwenthai's tiger girl was also a reckless person. He turned around, pointed his finger at Gwen and frowned. You too. Yes, I'm talking to you, Gwen. Stay away from dangerous things, don't rush forward, okay? Besides Spider-Man, this city also has the Avengers. It's not your turn as an ordinary person to be a hero. Gwen looked at the hero who saved the entire city and her father, her idol Scarlet Silver Duke, standing in front of her. He preached like an old father, and my heart felt warm. Looking at the exquisite and majestic armor on Su Ming, his eyes instantly sparkled with stars, and he turned into a curious baby. Wow. Mr. Silver, your armor is so cool. That. Where's your red dress? Where's your mask? Are you planning to appear in this new look in the future? Wow, this armor is really cool. Successfully ignored Su Ming's preaching. She is indeed a spirited little sister. Su Ming looked at Peter unconsciously. Both of them saw helplessness in each other's eyes, and then they laughed again. Gwen is okay. What could be more comforting than that? Under Gwen's influence, Peter's curiosity was also aroused. The young couple chattered around Su Ming and asked him all kinds of questions, which made Su Ming feel what it meant to be treated like an idol. There are only two of them, and they're already arguing like that. No wonder those celebrities have to be fully armed when they go out. Gwen invited Su Ming to dinner at her home so that the whole family could express their gratitude. Peter also specifically told Su Ming to bring the beautiful sister he had met before, Alyssa. Su Ming agreed without thinking. I've been here for so long and have eaten at all kinds of restaurants, but I've never participated in a family dinner like this. I did have a barbecue with the Avengers team at that time. Everyone had their own thoughts and I was very hungry, so the atmosphere was very awkward. So Su Ming was very curious and looking forward to this family dinner. After agreeing to meet the next day, Peter held Gwen and left the power plant, pulling the spider silk. Su Ming was also in a good mood. He released his magnetic field and transformed into a silver streak of light before disappearing into the horizon. An abandoned factory. Jane Foster's date with a high-quality man has just been successfully ruined by Daisy. Several scientists led by Eric Selvig developed an instrument that can test energy fluctuations. And this instrument recently sounded an alarm. If you want to know where Eric is, he was taken away by the police. when the mad scientist Eric discovered that the equipment was moving strangely. He concluded that an alien invasion-like incident would occur again. He came to the vicinity of Stonehenge with a homemade energy detection device. In order to prevent his clothes from interfering with the equipment, Eric stripped himself naked and walked around Stonehenge, observing the equipment in his hand. This move successfully attracted the attention of Uncle Hat and made headlines. To be honest, white people's skin is indeed white. But it is hairy, following the guidance of the instrument. Jane and Daisy brought the interns to an abandoned factory. After meeting a few children and revealing his identity as a scientist, the children decided to share the secrets he had recently discovered with Jane and the others. The boy threw the bottle from the patio on the stairs, and the next second, bottle disappeared out of thin air. This leaves Jane, Daisy, and the intern stunned. Then, the bottle fell from the sky again and disappeared again. Repeating this cycle endlessly, my sister Jing. This phenomenon, which was far beyond common sense, ignited Jane's scientific research spirit, and she picked up a Coke can and threw it down. Strangely, the Coke can never reappeared. The intern was so surprised that he dropped the car keys in his hand. Several people stared up into the air, mouths wide open, waiting for the key to fall. Daisy, you just lost my key. At this time, the instrument in Jane's hand showed abnormality again, and the values on it continued to increase. The last time this happened was when Thor came to Earth. Following the direction indicated by the instrument, Jane came to a corridor, and suddenly a mysterious force brought her into another space. This place seems like a dark altar, with a strange boulder placed in the center, and a faint red light revealing from the cracks. Jane walked forward curiously and boldly put her hand in. The next second, the red light, creating a mysterious power, penetrated into Jane's body. Before Jane could react, she fell to the ground and fainted. Duang. Su Ming returned to the room and reshaped his armor into a large golden cudgel figurine and placed it in the corner. She tore off her tattered bathrobe and lay down beautifully in the bathtub. Comfortable. Taking a bath and thinking about what had happened recently, Su Ming knew that the wonderful adventure was gradually beginning. And I seem to be having a lot of fun. And it seems that I have taken a successful step in playing with Marvel. The only thing that bothered Su Ming was that he almost couldn't come back from space. It's time for a comprehensive strengthening. Su Ming first analyzed his own talents: attack, heat vision, freeze breath, and magnetic field all seemed to consume a lot of energy. But now that I've found a solution, they're no longer a problem. So far, the attack seems to be quite effective. Defense, the demigod's body seems to have shown the ability to tear space apart. But it cannot be retracted and released freely. So let it go for now. The iron body is strong enough to withstand strategic-level attacks, which means it can withstand nuclear weapons. Logically speaking, its hardness is quite good. But Su Ming knew that although he now possessed seemingly powerful abilities, but in front of a truly strong person, one is still at the mercy of others. Little do people know that in the Marvel world, there is almost no equal competition, and it is almost always a one-sided crushing. Su Ming felt invincible in front of Odin. He is the God King. Mentioning the God King, Su Ming opened the system and clicked on the upgrade interface. Demigod Body, right arrow, God-King Body. $10 trillion plus array of infinite energy 2/6 Nima. The corner of his mouth twitched. To upgrade this demigod body further, in addition to money, one needs to collect 6 types of infinite energy. Does that mean it requires the energy of 6 infinity stones? 2/6 means that I have now collected both types of infinite energy. The cosmic cube and the mind stone. Su Ming was just about to complain about how difficult it was to get infinity gems. But the progress displayed by the system kept reminding him that it didn't seem that difficult. It seems that making money is more difficult. Chapter 121, Exchange for the Power of the Black Emperor. Su Ming lay in the bathtub studying the system and talent, occasionally releasing thermal vision to increase the water temperature. Feeling so comfortable, open the Properties panel. Name: Su Ming. Age: 29. Physical fitness: 22,255. Energy, 103% current account. $5,051 trillion Chinese letter 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 LV to Chinese letter 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 LV to Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter LV to Chinese letter 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 LV5 Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter LV5 Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter LV3 Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter LV1 Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter LV4 Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. Seeing that the age column had unknowingly become 29, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh that time flies. It feels like not long after I traveled through time. I'm already in my 30s. As long as you have money and a system, lifespan shouldn't be a problem. Putting aside those messy thoughts, Su Ming continued to study his talent. Little do people know that when they upgrade to a demigod body, their lifespan far exceeds that of ordinary people. Now if Su Ming wants to upgrade a few of his talented skills, magnetism control requires Uru metal. The Man of Steel requires vibranium. The demigod body requires 6 types of infinite gem energy. And there are still 4 types missing. Heat vision and freeze breath don't require anything extra. But I don't have enough money. There are 2 choices before us. One is to upgrade all existing talent levels. I wonder if that will unlock anything interesting. The other is to exchange new talents in the system mall to continue expanding your abilities. Su Ming's mind was full of new talents and new skills. With a balance of over 500 billion, I can definitely exchange it for a similar talent, so. Su Ming browsed through the system mall. His eyes focused on the high-priced talents. I have never been so generous before. As he watched, Su Ming discovered a problem. These high-priced talents in the system mall are either extremely powerful, visible to the naked eye, or they exceed the ordinary people's understanding of strength. For example, when the freezing breath reaches the maximum level, it can achieve the effect of freezing molecular movement, which is equivalent to freezing time in disguise. Or when the thermal vision is upgraded to the maximum level, it can have the power to penetrate the planet. Such a powerful ability naturally comes at an outrageous price. Other talents, such as law of cause and effect right arrow words come true, require a starting price of 50 billion US dollars. Seeing this inevitably reminds me of some talents whose initial prices are incredibly low. But Su Ming knew that if one was misled by the initial price of the talent in the system and thought that the talent was too cheap, then he would be fooled because after redeeming a talent, the upgrade interface for this talent will be opened. And the real money burning has just begun. This means that some talents may seem affordable, but are actually unaffordable. What's more, when a talent is about to be upgraded to the maximum level, it often requires some materials and a huge amount of dollars to complete it. Some of these materials have never been heard of, which shows how precious they are. In short, cheap talents are not necessarily weak, but expensive talents are definitely strong. The causal series also has some abilities involving space and time, and the prices are extremely high. Su Ming vaguely felt that even if he exchanged it, he might not be able to upgrade it, so the question is, these seemingly incredible abilities are often very weak at low levels. The price-performance ratio is not high, therefore. With his current financial resources, Su Ming still doesn't dare to exchange for abilities that have sky-high starting prices, even if they look really good. Suddenly, Su Ming's attention was attracted by a talent. Black Emperor Right Arrow Energy Throughput, $80 billion. This seems a bit like the energy recharged physique given by the system. However, the energized physique can only absorb pure energy, just like the electrical energy that has been tested. The Black Emperor's ability in memory is to absorb any form of energy and release it freely. Isn't this the perfect, advanced version of the energy recharging physique? The kinetic energy of bullets. the thermal energy of explosions, and even the atomic energy of nuclear submarines can be absorbed. If he had it, Su Ming wouldn't have to worry about running out of energy in future battles. Bullets, bunches energy cannons, and even crashes to the ground can draw energy from it. The more you generate energy, the more you can release it at will and control the progress. Isn't this a perpetual motion machine? Good stuff. Su Ming's eyes lit up. The Black Emperor's talent can just make up for his current shortcomings due to energy constraints. Some people may ask, since we already have an energy-recharged physique, wouldn't it be redundant to acquire the Black Emperor ability? No. Recharged physique is just an additional setting after the energy indicator appears in the system. After all, releasing energy without charging it is a kind of bandit logic and does not conform to the law of conservation of energy. It only allows Su Ming to replenish energy through his body, and does not mean that he can absorb any form of energy. At least there is only one way of charging that we know of at present: electric shock. You can't go to the power plant every time you run out of energy. Therefore, Black Emperor's talent is tailor-made for Su Ming at the moment. From then on, Su Ming no longer had to worry about not having enough energy. We have no guns or cannons, but the enemy will make them for us. Following the principle of choosing the right one over the expensive one, Su Ming thought about it and decided to buy it decisively. Exchange $80 billion. Exchange successful. Account balance $49.71 billion. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Su Ming felt the temperature of the hot water in the bathtub, which he had just heated to almost boiling, suddenly drop. In a blink of an eye, it dropped back to normal body temperature. Su Ming clearly saw faintly trembling transparent ripples in the water flowing into his body. That's the heat energy of the bath water being absorbed into the body. This phenomenon made Su Ming think of something interesting. If you release thermal energy to heat water, and then your body absorbs that energy back, or just release heat vision on yourself, what happens? With his ironclad body as his foundation, Su Ming began a series of bold experiments. Raise your hands. Focus your eyes on the palms and release your heat vision. The thermal vision, which is concentrated with high heat and penetrating, instantly hits the palm of your hand at the same time. The air near the palm of the hand twisted and vibrated slightly, and the energy of the thermal vision was absorbed by the palm of the hand. In less than 2 seconds, Su Ming realized something was wrong, because he had just exchanged for a new talent and had not yet upgraded. The energy of his thermal vision was too strong and quickly exceeded the threshold of energy absorption. A wisp of black smoke slowly rose from the palm of Su Ming's hand. His gulp stopping his gaze, Su Ming shook his slightly stinging hands and plunged them into the water. It was as if a red-hot iron block was dropped into a bathtub. A sound was heard and a cloud of water mist rose up, approaching the boiling and bubbling water in the bathtub. This time, the body does not absorb the heat from the water. I knew it. Seeing that the energy absorbed by the primary energy throughput was so limited, Su Ming knew that the talent that had not been upgraded was useless. Then the talent upgrade interface opened. Energy throughput level 2, air-to-air bomb array equivalent absorption release, $200 billion. Energy throughput level 3, tactical nuclear weapon equivalent absorption release, $800 billion. Energy throughput level 4, strategic nuclear weapon equivalent absorption release, $3,200 billion. Hiss. Su Ming knew that upgrading this thing was expensive, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. He took a deep breath after seeing the upgrade price. Other people's strategic level talents are worth tens of billions at most. But how come this talent's strategic level talents are worth hundreds of billions? Do you think my money came from the wind? Those were the tanks he exchanged for one by one in the Earth division of the StarCraft competition. Staring at the upgrade interface, Su Ming hesitated for a long time, and finally decided to upgrade. He thought that the upgrade here increased the threshold of the single talent of energy throughput. However, didn't know how much energy his body which was both a demigod and a body of steel could hold. If the amount of energy throughput increases, can it be understood that the total amount of energy the body can accommodate also increases? Thinking of this, Su Ming began to understand why this talent upgrade was so expensive. Because it is fundamentally changing one's physical constitution. Upgrade Chapter 122 The Whereabouts of the Scepter. Minus 4,200 billion talent upgrade successful. Account balance $771 billion. As soon as his talent was upgraded, Su Ming felt a buzzing sensation coming from his body. At the same time, as lights in the hotel room flickered. An electric light burst out from the socket on the wall. Tiny electric currents formed in the air and intertwined into pieces and flew towards Su Ming's body. Click. The water in the bathtub, which had just been boiling and bubbling, suddenly dropped to freezing point, making a slight sound of freezing at the same time. The entire Manhattan area quickly fell into darkness within a few seconds, and returned to normal after more than 10 seconds. The well-informed New Yorkers were not affected at all. They just went about their business and made some complaints. When will this damn power system be repaired? The instigator Su Ming walked out of the bathtub. After upgrading the Black Emperor's talent, there was a moment when his body frantically and uncontrollably plundered all kinds of energy around him. But this state did not last long. Su Ming opened the attribute panel and found that the energy value had changed from 103% to 68%. So Su Ming's guess was confirmed. The recent upgrade allowed him to passively absorb the surrounding energy. And the energy in his body was no less than before the upgrade. But this much energy could originally reach 103%. But now it has become 68%. What does this mean? The body's peak energy storage capacity is increased. In other words, the energy equivalent of strategic weapons accounts for less than 1/3 of the total energy that Su Ming's body can store. This discovery made Su Ming exclaim that he had made a profit. If the energy indicator and physique were not turned on, the energy that Su Ming could absorb relying solely on the power of the Black Emperor would probably be very limited. It's different now. The new talent fills the gap in energy charging channels and greatly increases the upper limit of physical energy storage. How could Su Ming not be surprised? Trying to release some energy from the surface of his body, Su Ming intended to evaporate the moisture from his body. Boom! A flash of light passed by and in the blink of an eye, the luxurious room in the Manhattan hotel that had accompanied him for several months was reduced to just a few load-bearing walls struggling to hold up the entire building from collapse. Oh shit, this is getting out of hand. The dilapidated room still had the outline of a room, but the original facilities inside had all been reduced to pieces. Su Ming felt extremely awkward standing in the middle of the room. Radiating cracks at his feet extended across the wall. Boss, are you okay? At this time, Alyssa, who had something to do with Su Ming, heard a loud noise suddenly coming from Su Ming's room. Ran over and asked, covering her nose. Su Ming realized that he had made quite a big noise this time, and the hotel manager was frantically calling the police. It won't be long before this place will be surrounded by police and firefighters, so it's not advisable to stay here for long. Seeing that Alyssa was also here, Su Ming went to see the newly built base. What? With a wave of her hand, Alyssa flew into Su Ming's arms. The next moment, the two flew away from the broken window frame. Only the dusty waiters were left in the corridor staring at each other. Thor destroyed the Rainbow Bridge, cutting off the connection between Asgard and the other 9 realms. Asgard's army was unable to go to the 9 kingdoms for support. So rebel forces from all over the country took the opportunity to gather and launch a rebellion. Just like Loki and the Chitauri invading Earth was one of rebellion. Fortunately, he was successfully defeated by the Avengers and Su Ming. After the war, Thor brought the Cosmic Cube back to Asgard to repair the Rainbow Bridge. Many people don't understand how Thor could travel to Earth when the Rainbow Bridge had been destroyed. In fact, this was not explained in the movie. But the official released a comic about Thor explaining that Thor was teleported to Earth by Odin using dark energy. Dark energy is actually a powerful spell that consumes one's own vitality and causes great harm to one's body. That's why Odin only sent Thor to Earth after the war. Loki was taken back to Asgard by Thor to await Odin's decision. Seeing that Loki had no intention of repenting, Odin was quite helpless. So he ordered Loki to be imprisoned and never released for eternity. As time went on, Loki couldn't stand the loneliness and went mad. But that's another story. Although Loki was imprisoned, the war caused by the destruction of the Rainbow Bridge was far from over. After the Rainbow Bridge was repaired, Thor did not go to find his Earth girlfriend Jane Foster immediately, but instead fought wars all over the country to quell rebellions in other countries. The body is gradually being hollowed out. Roar. At this moment, a battlefield rock giant roared at him. I accept your surrender. Thor had messy hair and a tired face. He tilted his head and squinted his eyes as he looked at the extremely arrogant guy in front of him. This statement caused the stragglers of the rebel organization behind the giant to burst into laughter. Thor also laughed and thought to himself, these country bumpkins probably don't know how hard Neilmule is. At the same time, he held the hammer's leather rope and swung it. After a few turns, the hammer flew out of his hand and hit the rock giant's chin from bottom to top. Crash! The seemingly invincible rock giant instantly turned into a pile of pebbles, collapsing everywhere. Who else? Thor spoke lightly, his tone very casual. The rebels in front of him knelt down in front of him, determined to obey his will. Odin seemed to be worried that Thor's body was not completely hollowed out, and wanted to do his best to promote his marriage with Sif. But Thor only has Jane in his heart, and he secretly asks Heimdall to keep an eye on Jane's movements. You know, Heimdall is Sif's brother. That day, Heimdall didn't even look at Thor, who came to his side again, and said lightly, the person you asked me to pay attention to is gone. What? Su Ming followed Alyssa's instructions and came to their newly built base. Passing through the hidden entrance, a luxurious base converted from an abandoned air raid shelter appeared in front of Su Ming. Technology, intelligence, luxury. Apart from the fact that it is not open from north to south and the lighting is a bit lacking, there are almost no shortcomings. It's been built for a few days now. I was planning to use up this month's hotel room fee before coming back. While showing Su Ming around the base, Alyssa explained why they hadn't moved in yet. Su Ming didn't care about such trivial matters at all. If the hotel room had not been destroyed suddenly, he would not have remembered that there was such a base. You seem to have something to ask me. Recalling that Alyssa seemed to want to say something to him in the hotel, Su Ming asked curiously, oh yes. Only then did Alyssa remember that she had come to see Su Ming for something. As the only contact person of Scarlet Silver Duke, she was hired by SHIELD and given certain authority equivalent to a level 5 agent, specially responsible for receiving and conveying various mission information shared by SHIELD on behalf of Su Ming, of course. Nick Fury called Su Ming directly for important matters. Just now, when Alyssa was using her agent authority to browse the relevant information interface, different information popped up from Stark's smart assistant. Tony Stark's Jarvis was hacked by SHIELD. And that's how Agent Coulson appeared before him. Similarly, S.H.I.E.L.D. system was hacked by Tony. And that's how their plan to create super weapons was discovered. Therefore, Stark's smart assistant program comes with a cracking code that can almost ignore the S.H.I.E.L.D. system firewall. Alyssa is a computer expert now. Not only do we have official permissions, but we also get plug-in-like assistance. It is no exaggeration to say that her ability to search for intelligence is no less than that of any other force. While she was browsing through various information that could not be made public, she discovered something that Su Ming had reminded her of the Scepter of the Mind. No, it's been moved to a secret location, labeled as a subsidiary resource of the Project Insight Initiative. What was announced to the outside world was that they were conducting research on energy weapons. Sokovia, the Mind Scepter is now in Sokovia. Chapter 123, Immortality after the Battle of New York. Su Ming handed over the mind scepter to Shield. Such a hot thing cannot be sold, and keeping it in hand would be a disaster. So Su Ming chose to turn a blind eye. But he knew that things like the Infinity Stones would cause bloodshed wherever they were. So when he came back, he asked Alyssa to keep an eye on them for him. I knew those Hydra guys would be dishonest, but I didn't expect them to transfer the mind scepter away so quickly. I'm afraid a lot of people will become experimental subjects again. The images of a brother and sister appeared in Su Ming's mind. Keep watching, and notify me if there's any unusual movement, okay? Alyssa was still not satisfied with swimming in the ocean of confidential information. So she ran to the computer to play. From time to time he exclaimed, "Ah. So that's what's going on." Su Ming returned to the room. Although there were no windows, it was well ventilated and there was no feeling of stuffiness. He still had some things to sort out and continued to think about them. The newly acquired Black Emperor talent is undoubtedly powerful. Su Ming just wanted to evaporate the moisture from his body. But he destroyed the entire room. If he were to release his energy at full speed, the power would be unimaginable. Until you get the heat right, it's better to just use a towel. Su Ming also wanted to be like the immortal cultivators in the books, who could remove water and other stains from his body with just a thought. But it seemed he still needed practice. The balance is more than 70 billion, in fact. There is another talent that Su Ming can't forget: immortality. I didn't expect that he, who could only sigh at the 50 billion yuan at the beginning, can now squander hundreds of billions of yuan. Upgrade. Minus 50 billion talent upgrade successful. Account balance $721 billion, no movement. After Su Ming upgraded his talent, he concentrated on sensing the changes in his body. But there was no reaction. Thinking back to when he upgraded this talent, he suffered a lot. The pain that seemed to come from the soul almost made him breathless. Who knew that this talent would continue to upgrade without bringing even a hint of feeling? It can't be fake at this moment. Su Ming couldn't help but wonder what this immortal body meant. After waiting for a long time without any feeling, Su Ming opened the system interface and clicked on the talent description. You have escaped the pursuit of death forever. But that's all just one sentence. What do you mean? Can it be understood this way? Although I can't die. If I mess up, I will end up in a situation worse than death. Right. Su Ming boldly imagined a scene. He was trapped in the vast universe. His energy was completely depleted to save himself, and even imprisoned by the enemy. What awaits him is endless torture of hunger and loneliness. But he can't die or just fall asleep. Close your eyes and switch to energy-saving mode, waiting for the day when by chance you absorb energy and then wake up. What's the difference between this and those old vampires turning themselves into bacon and hanging it up for thousands of years? Frog fun, a total bad ending, no experience at all. But if you think positively, no matter how much energy you absorb, you won't explode. Right, with an immortal body as a backup, energy will come as it pleases. Even if it is overloaded, it can be overloaded infinitely. After the energy progress bar exceeds 100%, it will reach 1000% or even more. It seems that the Black Emperor's energy absorption combined with his immortal body is his true complete form. Fortunately, these talents now belong to Su Ming. Wu tilde after exhaling a breath of foul air. Su Ming felt that he finally had some confidence. There have also been subtle changes in mentality. Although he still chases money, the sense of crisis that always lingers in his heart has been largely eliminated. At least now Su Ming won't be easily defeated by ordinary players. Thinking of this, the image of the brother and sister appeared in my mind again. Mainly the sister. If there's anyone who can pose a threat to me, she's definitely one of them. This was also one of the reasons why Su Ming asked Alyssa to keep an eye on the Mind Scepter. Wanda Maximoff, the future Scarlet Witch. I need to find a chance to intervene, otherwise, if she gets too carried away, something terrible could happen. Hydra used the Mind Scepter to conduct experiments, and the siblings were the experimental subjects. I have to find time to go there, in the rain. A strong light flashed, and Thor came to Earth again. This time he came secretly. Thor was distraught because Heimdall told him that Jane was missing. But when Thor arrived on Earth, the first thing he saw was Jane not far away. His heart instantly returned to his stomach. Jane also didn't treat Thor as an outsider. She came up with a big mouth and used the excuse of seeing if he was dreaming. Thor was surprised to find that there were no raindrops on Giant Mingaming's body, even though she was not holding an umbrella. Snapped another loud one, "Where have you been?" Thor had no choice but to explain patiently. After all, most people would have no objection to the reason of quelling the war. And Jane didn't have any objections either. That's not a bad reason. At this moment, all fear and anxiety disappeared, leaving only the deep longing and love for each other. At this time the police came and wanted to take Jane away, on the grounds that they had trespassed into private property. But when his hand approached Jane's arm, a burst of red energy shot out from Jane's body, knocking all the nearby police officers away. Seeing this, Thor realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately took Jane back to Asgard. A strong white beam of light carried the two of them flying towards the horizon. Daisy unconsciously walked towards the runes left on the ground, looked at the direction they disappeared in, and opened her mouth wide. Oh shit. Daisy wanted to try something so cool happening right before her eyes. Odin is unhappy with Thor for taking the initiative to bring mortals to Asgard. But the important thing now is to find out what happened to Jane. Asgard's royal physician operated on Jane, using all the light effects and burning money, but still could not find out what was wrong with her body. At the critical moment, it was the knowledgeable Odin who revealed the secret. Jane was invaded by ether particles. Odin took several people to the study and told them about the ether particles. The heavy rain did not last long and finally turned cloudy around noon. Su Ming was wearing a well-fitting suit, and next to him was Alisaho, was wearing a casual dress. Knocked on Gwen's door. When Alyssa knew that Su Ming was going to take her to a family dinner, she felt very curious and excited. You know what? After walking alone for a long time, I sometimes miss the feeling of reunion. When Alyssa was still not satisfied after changing more than a dozen sets of clothes, she finally changed back to the first set of clothes at Su Ming's suggestion. The main focus is 1. Gwen's mother Helen Stacy and her husband George prepared a big lunch and invited Peter and Aunt May. When Su Ming appeared in front of everyone with Alyssa, no one showed any flattery because he participated in saving New York. Instead, they warmly welcomed the two into the living room, like old friends. It's just that Gwen showed great interest in Alyssa's makeup. Although Peter wanted to join in the men's conversation, Aunt May assigned him to help in the kitchen. George secretly took out a cigarette while chatting with Su Ming on the rooftop. "Give me one too, Inspector." The guests followed the host's wishes. There were women and children in the room, and the male host was in a good mood and wanted to smoke a cigarette. They have already hidden on the rooftop. If Su Ming doesn't accompany George with a stick, won't George look too pitiful? Snapped his Fu. After helping Su Ming light the cigarette, George, who had been feeling very nervous, instantly relaxed. The two smiled at each other, revealing a look that showed they understood. "Hey, Gwen." "Peter, tilde, sorry I'm late." At this moment, a young man's voice came from the door. Chapter 124, Marvel's First Mate. Ned Leeds is Peter's best friend, a tech geek and a humanoid plug-in. If you're fooled by his chubby, dark and somewhat honest appearance and think that he is a silly boy, you are totally wrong. By observing the details, he was the first to discover Peter's Spider-Man identity and became his logistical support in his operations. When Peter mentioned that they were going to have lunch with Su Ming, Ned pestered Gwen and cried and begged to join them. Because of his passion for technology, Ned has repeatedly mentioned Tony Stark as his idol. But he knows that in Peter's heart, the one he admires more is the Scarlet Silver Duke. Whether it was Iron Man or Silver Julep, Ned finally got a chance to get close to the superheroes. Even though this was Gwen's family dinner, he still came here with a thick face. When he walked in, Peter pulled him over to help. Not being able to see New York's popular idol at the first sight made him feel like a cat's claw. "Hurry up and pack up, we'll see you soon, Peter." who was also helping in the kitchen, looked at his best friend's innocent fat face and could not help but comfort him. I also want to have a good chat with my husband. Wasn't I also dragged here to work? You guys just work with me. Regardless of the fact that the two boys were silently speeding up in order to get in touch with their idol as soon as possible. George glanced at his family and friends in the room from the balcony. Exhaled a puff of smoke, looked at Su Ming seriously, and sighed, "Mr. Silver Jew, thank you for everything." Su Ming directly pinched out the cigarette butt with his fingers. Good people don't deserve a bad ending, do they? Although George wanted to agree with Su Ming's words, he couldn't say the same thing because he had seen all kinds of social situations. The gold belt for murder and arson. Thinking of his comrades who died in the gunfight. Although George also wanted to save them, the reality was obviously more cruel. But some good people have already met their end. Su Ming looked at the loneliness on George's face as the memories came to him, and shook his head helplessly. Even a superhero can't save every Aniso, how can you? A detective do it. Su Ming did not intend to discuss this issue with him in depth. Inspector. Friendly reminder, wear a bulletproof vest when you're on duty. In free America, gunfights happen every day. And that's no joke. Hearing Su Ming's simple and crude suggestion, George nodded and laughed. That's a really good idea indeed. What George was most grateful to Su Ming for was that he saved his daughter. This gratitude was even stronger than when he saved himself. Dinner is ready. At this time Gwen's cheerful voice came, calling out to everyone. Ned finally saw the legendary Crimson Silver Jew. "Hello. My name is Ned Leeds. Where are your suit and mask?" The little black fat man's face turned red with excitement. He stood in front of the dinner table, looking at the man in front of him, and was hesitant to sit down. At the warm invitation of George and his wife and Gwen, several people sat down one after another. Su Ming recognized Ned, the technical person in charge, and glanced at Alisaho, was also proficient in computers, and said with a smile, "You're welcome actually. There are some coincidences in that outfit and mask. You may not know this, originally, I had no intention of creating such a high-profile outfit." As soon as Su Ming opened his mouth, he attracted everyone's attention, so much so that they even forgot to eat. As Su Ming shared his past in a friendly manner, happy laughter could be heard from the restaurant from time to time. "Come Tilda, let us welcome Mystery and Jew and MS, Alyssa. Thank you for your efforts and grateful for today's reunion. Cheers Tilda." Seeing that everyone was slow to start eating, George raised his glass first and suggested that the meal begin. Cheers Tilda. Everyone raised their glasses, of course. Most of them were drinks. A drizzle began to fall outside the window, but it did not affect the warm atmosphere in the restaurant at all. After getting to know each other a little, Ned showed his funny side, frequently asking tricky questions and making everyone laugh. Su Ming's answers were always full of humor, without any superhero airs. This makes everyone's understanding of the Scarlet Silver Duke more vivid and comprehensive. Finally, with Su Ming's introduction, Ned met a dazzlingly beautiful girl, Alyssa. "I thought she was just Mr. Silver Jew's girlfriend, but I didn't expect she's also good at hacking. And she seems quite good." Ned, who was originally hesitant in front of Alyssa, suddenly became more charismatic when talking about his area of expertise. A few hack-related questions were thrown to Alyssa, but she answered them cleverly. Although no one could understand what they were discussing, it could be seen from Ned's increasingly unpleasant expression that Alyssa's level was not yet comparable to that of Ned. A tech geek, what a person is good at is often what he likes. When Alyssa was working solo as a bounty hunter, she taught herself hacking skills and even reached the level where she could easily browse the behind-the-scenes information of the underground black market. With the addition of Stark's technology and S.H.I.E.L.'s authority, Alyssa's technical level has been systematically enhanced again. Of course, it's not something that Ned, a tech geek, can compare to. Seeing that he was crushed by Alyssa in all aspects, Ned experienced a brief sense of frustration. Then with shining eyes, he pestered Alyssa to become her apprentice. And when he heard that Su Ming and his team had a secret base, he was even more eager to try it out and see it for himself. Alyssa is a face lover and has no feelings for the little black fat man in front of her. She looks at Su Ming for help. Su Ming couldn't help laughing and thought to himself, "This is Marvel's #1 wizard. Why don't you hurry up and recruit him?" He cleared his throat and said to Alyssa, "It's not easy to meet a child with similar interests. I can take him out to play in the future." Then he looked at Ned. "You are welcome to come anytime, Tilda." Ned was so moved by Su Ming's attitude that he was completely moved. He roared in his heart, "Thank you so much. Who said that all superheroes are arrogant and conceited? Mr. Inju is obviously very kind, Tilda." Ned was so excited thinking that he could visit a superhero's base anytime in the future that he drank another bowl of rice. Alyssa stared at Su Ming with her big eyes and sent a signal. "No, are you sure?" Su Ming replied with a look, "You won't regret it." Out of trust in Su Ming, Alyssa accepted Ned's application, but refused to let Ned call her teacher. She didn't want others to know that she had such a fat and dark apprentice. "Call me sister," Alyssa threw a pair of mothballs at Ned. Starting a life of endless disdain for Ned, there is no way. Since Su Ming has made the decision, I can only agree to it. After all, he is the boss. After all, he gave too much whether it was day or night. When Peter and Gwen heard that Su Ming actually allowed Ned to go to his secret base, the way they looked at Ned changed. Why does this fat black guy do this? Looking at Ned's arrogant look, the couple said in unison, "I also need to go." Looking at the lively young people in front of them, Aunt May and George and his wife smiled knowingly. Crack. At this moment a loud thunder sounded outside the window, which scared Ned and caused him to drop the cutlery in his hand. Su Ming's eyes moved, and the magnetic control was quietly activated. The spoon suddenly stopped while falling, and then slowly flew back to Ned's hand. The little fat boy looked at the scene in front of him, opened his mouth in disbelief, and the food in his mouth almost fell out. Others were also shocked by this magical method, until the spoon returned to Ned's hand. Su Ming's voice rang out at the same time, "In my hometown, if you drop your cutlery on the floor while eating, you'll get beaten." As Su Ming's voice grew fainter, he turned his head and looked into the distance. Everyone at the table thought that the rainy day had aroused Su Ming's homesickness, and the sound of their chatting and laughing suddenly subsided a lot. But Su Ming actually accidentally saw a beam of light that flashed by along with the lightning just now. Who else but Thor could have such a unique appearance? Is the Rainbow Bridge repaired? Chapter 125, Making Trouble Spicy Shredded Chicken. Before the universe was even born, the dark elf Malekith had already dominated the world. He discovered a weapon, which was a substance called ether particles in Jane's body. The energy of this substance is so strong that it can even affect changes in the natural environment. Malekith wanted to use this power to plunge the entire universe into darkness. In this way, the Dark Elves will become the undisputed kings of the universe. This ambition was met with stubborn resistance from Asgard. Thor's grandfather Bor led the army after a long and bloody battle, finally defeating Malekith and sealing the ether particles deep underground. Now that the ether particles have been reborn and the familiar energy fluctuations are sensed again, the sleeping Dark Elf leader wakes up. In order to prevent the ether particles from being stolen, Odin decided to let Jane stay in Asgard at the same time. Malekith sent the last cursed warrior to be imprisoned in Asgard disguised as a prisoner. The inside should be in harmony with the outside. Also imprisoned in the prison was Loki, the god of trickery. Soon, the cursed warrior who successfully sneaked into the dungeon began to act. He crushed a black bottle, and the power of the curse enveloped his entire body. It was as if lava was flowing on his body, which made his appearance even more hideous and terrifying. He smashed the prison's barrier with one punch, easily dispatched the guards, and released all the prisoners in an attempt to create chaos. When he came before Loki, Loki kindly told him the location of Odin's temple. This also planted the seeds of regret for Loki later. After receiving the early warning, Thor rushed over and quickly dealt with the escaped prisoners. But he passed by the cursed warrior who was the culprit. At this time, a greater crisis is coming to Asgard. Gatekeeper Heimdall was the first to notice the abnormality. He ran up the rainbow bridge rope, took out his dagger and jumped. And a huge spaceship revealed its true form from its invisible state. Although the gatekeeper heroically destroyed an enemy spaceship, more spaceships headed towards the temple and launched an indiscriminate attack on Asgard. Heimdall had just opened half of the temple barrier when the cursed warriors who arrived disrupted the operation. Asgard faced a full-scale invasion from then on, but was unprepared and fell into a passive position in the battle. These people possessed a grenade that could transform into a miniature black hole. And all the Asgardian warriors who were hit were turned into nothingness. There is not even a trace left. On the other side, Melkith found the Queen and Jane. Of course, Goddess Frigga would not surrender. She fought desperately, but was no match for the powerful cursed warrior. As soon as they met, the cursed warrior grabbed his neck and lifted him up. When Melkith realized that Jane in front of him was just an illusion released by the Queen, he immediately gave the order to take action. As a long and sharp sword pierced the body, Goddess Frigga announced the end of the battle. Do not. At this moment, a bolt of lightning hit Melkith's face accurately, knocking him to the ground. The Dark Elves did not find any ether particles this time and were seriously injured. So they retreated decisively when Thor arrived. Goddess Frigga was already lying in a pool of blood. He was still a step late. Even if he threw Thor's hammer in anger and hit the other person, it would not change the cruel reality that his mother was killed. Asgard, which had experienced the war, was now in mourning. After a pleasant lunch, Su Ming and his companions said goodbye to George and others and returned to the base. Su Ming did not show his amazing appetite in front of Gwen and the others as he did before. When energy is no longer scarce, Su Ming is no longer dependent on food. Ned was the one who ate the most. He was the one who gained the most. Not only did he get to know the Scarlet Silver Duke, he also found a hacker expert as his teacher. This makes him full of expectations for his future. It is worth mentioning that Su Ming no longer relies on metal as a guide when flying. When his control over magnetism reached a certain level, an inexplicable feeling came over him. He seemed to be able to sense the strength of the magnetic field around him and even intervene. The largest field around is the Earth's gravitational field. Su Ming tried to change the magnetic field exerted by the Earth on himself, and was surprised to find that his body was getting lighter and lighter. And in the end he actually flew up. After returning to the base, Su Ming asked Alyssa to contact Jane to confirm whether it was Thor who had just come. This big brother is really nice and a real person. Anything you get from him is far more valuable than Earth's specialties. But the call never got through. Su Ming asked Alyssa to contact Daisy again. And this time the call finally got through, just now. Jane and Thor flew away in front of a bunch of people using a beam of light. Such a fun thing, but they didn't even take me with them. What happened? Jane just disappeared for 5 hours. After Daisy's story, Su Ming knew that Jane had entered a special space and her body was invaded by the ether particles sealed therein. So it's time for the spicy shredded chicken. The reason why Su Ming remembered that the ether particle was the carrier of the reality stone was because a friend once made a bet with him about whether the ether particle was the reality stone or the power stone. The bet was something Su Ming would never forget. Delivering a milk tea order 17 floor power outage. He actually lost at that time. And he even rewatched Thor 2 for this reason. Isn't it possible that we're about to receive another batch of alien supplies? Su Ming thought about what happened later and learned that Thor and Nicki Minaj had another fight on Earth. The energy came instantly. This wave of dark elves must be fleeced. But the question is where? Hurry up and get Daisy and Eric over here. Su Ming knew that after Thor and the others returned to Earth, they would definitely find Eric and Daisy to work together to study countermeasures. By then, a scientist would surely have a flash of inspiration and guess the location where the aliens would appear. He couldn't wait to meet the spicy shredded chicken. It seems not possible. Daisy sounded a little embarrassed on the phone. Selvig is still in custody at the police station. Su Ming then remembered that in the news 2 days ago, Eric was indeed taken away by the police for streaking. It's been so long. It's normal to not remember the plots of some supporting characters. Thinking of this, Su Ming decided to go with Daisy to pick up Selvig. Saul and Jane may come back at any time, and he can't miss this crucial plot after all. I can't remember where the aliens will appear, so I need to follow the plot for a while. Outside a police station, Daisy and her intern were waiting for something bored. At this moment, a circle with sparks appeared out of thin air in front of the two of them. Zai, not long after Su Ming, dressed in a scarlet suit, stepped over from the other end of the portal. Oh my god. Daisy was just about to sigh about the kind of people she met when she heard the intern exclaim in surprise that he had never seen the world. Well, at least I'm more knowledgeable and won't make such a fuss. Oh my god, you are. The intern's first exclamation was at the visual impact of the portal. The second exclamation was because he saw the appearance of the person who came, the Scarlet Silver Jew. Everyone knows about the Battle of New York. The Avengers are famous. And Scarlet Silver Duke is so popular on the internet that even he himself could not imagine it. Some people believe that Su Ming's attempt to hide his identity was completely unnecessary. But you have to know that if Su Ming had revealed his identity as openly as Tony Stark, the hotel where Su Ming originally lived would have been in an uproar long ago. His life will be unbearable. There was no way after all. Su Ming didn't have a large company like Stark Industries to separate him from ordinary people. This time she appeared in full makeup and was ready to appear in front of ordinary people. Hi Daisy, where's Eric? Su Ming didn't know the intern, so he didn't pay attention to his fuss and greeted Daisy warmly. They had met once before in New Mexico. Daisy's face flushed. Her eyes wandered around, and she occasionally stole a glance at the tall figure in front of her. He is still locked up inside. Chapter 126. Bail out the naked old man. Then what are we waiting for? Su Ming thought that Daisy and the others had already picked up Eric when he arrived. But he didn't expect that these two honest people were just waiting for him there. Before coming over, Su Ming opened the upgrade interface of the Hanging Ring Portal. Hanging Ring Portal LV2, Intraplanetary Teleportation, right arrow $135 billion. Hanging Ring Portal LV3, Interstellar Teleportation, right arrow $6,000 billion. Hanging Ring Portal LV4, Parallel Space Teleport, right arrow 2. $35 trillion upgrade, $135 billion. Talent upgrade successful. Account balance $586 billion. The upgraded portal can connect to a place or a person through mental sensing, and then directly open the channel to the destination. By studying his talent, Su Ming realized that continuing to upgrade the portal would allow him to travel across interstellar distances and even break through the barriers of parallel space. But Su Ming didn't have enough money, and he didn't need to upgrade this talent to such a perverted level for the time being. At this time, the value of Marvel's No. 1 Mage was revealed. After Ned accidentally mastered the portal, he was able to summon 2 other Peter Parkers from parallel space. That's a later story, let's not talk about it for now. This time, Su Ming activated the teleportation by imagining Daisy's appearance. And it was unexpectedly effective, bringing him directly to Daisy. It's just money that suffers. When a man in a classic suit and mask appeared at the police station, all the police officers turned a blind eye and even looked at him with disdain. Oh my god, another crazy fan of Silver Duke. After the Battle of New York, the masses excitedly took to the streets to protest, and among them Su Ming's appearance was the best restored. So at a glance among the 10 Avengers cosplayers, there are at least 5 Scarlet Silver Duke, tall, short, fat, thin, male and female. But to be honest, this imitator has something quite good. He has a good figure and a good temperament. If he were an internet celebrity, I would definitely vote for him in the imitation contest. A passing detective looked at Su Ming leaning against the wall calmly, wondering who he was waiting for, and thought so in his heart. Su Ming was happy to be free when he first entered the door. He was a little worried that he would be surrounded by enthusiastic police officers. Now it seems that he was overthinking it. Come to get your father Selvig right. The police officer in charge of the delivery of the items looked at the embarrassed intern in front of him. No wonder if I had a dad who ran naked I'd be embarrassed too. Little did he know that the intern's predicament at the moment just fits the character he is about to play. And they are a perfect match. The police officer took out a piece of clothing, a bunch of medicine, and 2 pieces of equipment and asked the intern to sign the claim documents. At this moment, Eric came from the other end of the corridor in shorts, not looking very smart. It turned out that when the detective detained him, he thought he was a psychopath and poured a lot of sedatives into his cheeks. As a result, Eric couldn't tell whether he was asleep or dreaming. Until he saw Su Ming, his pupils suddenly shrank. His body shook and his eyes regained clarity in an instant. During the Battle of New York, Eric was on the roof of Stark Tower and watched Su Ming's brave performance throughout. He even saw clearly how he stripped Loki naked. Eric recognized that the person in front of him was Silver Duke himself. A ruthless man. Under the impact of a large number of memories, his mind instantly returned to clarity. Although I don't know why Mr. Yin-Ju came to pick me up in person, but having seen his methods, it is difficult to be rude in front of him, Mr. Yin-Ju, you're here, it's an honor. After wiping his hands roughly on his shirt, Eric extended his hand to Su Ming, showing the same attitude as when he was trying to get investment for a research project at a cocktail party. With a proper smile and elegant manners, but with his messy hair, haggard face and wrinkled shorts, he really doesn't look very gentlemanly. Su Ming smiled slightly when he saw this and shook Eric's hand. My friend seems to be in trouble, and I can't just sit back and watch. Eric suddenly realized, yes, when Thor first came, Su Ming didn't make things difficult for him and even helped him. Not to mention the Battle of New York later. If these two were friends before, they should be brothers now. Your arrival makes us feel extremely relieved. After exchanging a few polite words, the few of them walked out of the police station. Dr. Selvig, your instrument keeps beeping. The intern followed the others, holding an energy-sensing device. After a few steps, the instrument made a sharp sound. It started. It's earlier than I expected. Eric realized that abnormal fluctuations in space had begun to affect reality. Wait, what started? Daisy looked confused. Walking out of the door, looking at the black flocks of birds flying across the sky, several people felt an oppressive sense of impending storm. Suddenly, the flock of birds disappeared in the sky. Where did they go? Daisy asked subconsciously suddenly. Hundreds of birds swarmed up from under their feet. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and saw clearly the invisible portal in the sky. At this timer, some portals connecting random spaces will appear from time to time. This is exactly what the reality stone's energy causes. It seems that Spicy Chicken Strips has successfully obtained the ether particles. Su Ming said secretly, what the hell is going on? What are you laughing at? Daisy was startled by the sudden appearance of a flock of birds at her feet, and noticed that Eric was now showing a psychotic smile. It's so comforting, this world is even crazier than I am. All the police officers in the police station were attracted by this incredible scene. One by one, they leaned over the window to watch the flock of birds moving in strange directions. Eric was now very sure that he was not a mental patient. He walked to the trash can and threw the large bag of medicine in it. Take me to Jane's lab. At this time, Su Ming waved his hand and opened a portal. The circle of sparks grew larger and larger and appeared in front of people. The interns were still shouting, but Daisy had already become numb. And Eric looked at Su Ming with surprise. Let's go, it's faster this way. Su Ming asked a few people to go through the portal. And on the other side of the portal was Jane's laboratory. When the portal with a visually explosive effect disappeared in front of the police officers, they suddenly became noisier than the flock of birds that had just flown by. Thank you so much, he is the real one. Who? Silver Jew. Crimson Silver Jew. The one standing in the corridor just now. Isn't that a brain-dead fan? Have you ever seen a crazy fan with that kind of magical ability? Wang Tefa, I actually ignored Mystery and Jew. I was wondering why they looked so alike. I even wanted to vote for him, God forgive me. The police officer who had just thought Su Ming was an internet celebrity was now filled with a huge wave of emotion. He never thought that he would meet the superhero Ben Ko in such a remote police station. Thor is determined to avenge his mother. He wanted to take the ether particles deep into the dark planet to lure Malekith out, but was opposed by Odin, because they could not bear the consequences of that horrific weapon falling into the hands of the Dark Elves. As long as Jane remains in Asgard, the Dark Elves will naturally come again. Even if Odin exhausts the power of the last Einherjar, he will keep the ether particles in this land, Odin was firm. But it did not shake Thor's determination for revenge. After a solemn memorial ceremony for the goddess Frigga and the warriors who died in the war, Thor came to the Asgard prison. Loki never imagined that a casual remark of his would lead to his mother's tragic death. Looking back on his life over the past 1,000 years, the person he loved most was his mother. Revenge for his mother has now become his greatest obsession. And the appearance of Thor seemed to light up a ray of hope for him. Chapter 127 Poor Thor. Asgard suffered heavy losses after being attacked by the Dark Elves. Not only did Asgard lose the mother of the gods, but its defense system was also severely damaged. This means that the temple has lost its protection. If the Dark Elves attack again, Asgard will be devastated. Thor took the initiative to find Odin, hoping that the King of Gods would agree to let him take Jane as bait and attack the Dark Elf planet with other gods. The tactic is to destroy Malekith in one fell swoop while he is absorbing the ether particles from Jane. However, this was opposed by Odin, who would not allow the ether particles to fall into the hands of the Dark Elves. Not only did he oppose it, he also ordered the Rainbow Bridge to be closed. This also cut off Thor's retreat. Now if you want to escape from Asgard, you can only take a shortcut. And the only person who knows the shortcut is Loki. Only then did Thor find Loki in prison, in order to avenge their mother. The brothers reached an agreement for the first time. Loki, who regained his freedom, was refreshed and started role-playing with Thor. Sometimes he turned into a heroic warrior. Sometimes he turned Thor into a Valkyrie, and even transformed into Captain America Steve Rogers. But his frivolous words and actions are very different from the real Captain America, and are full of incongruity. Thor was so annoyed that he gave his brother a limited edition bracelet. Under the cover of their friends, the two brothers brought Jane from Asgard, which she had finally escaped from, to the land of the Dark Elves. The two of them staged a self-torture drama in front of Malekith, successfully fooling Malekith into absorbing the ether particles from Jane's body. When the ether particles completely left Jane's body, Loki lifted the illusion, and Thor's originally severed arm reappeared. He summoned Thor's hammer and released lightning to attack the ether particles. But they underestimated the power of the Infinity Stones. After an explosion, the scattered ether particles gathered back to their original state and were all absorbed into Malekith's body. At this time, Malekith's mind was full of plans to bring about the Dark World. So he turned and left. Thor swung his hammer and chased after him, but was slapped away by the cursed warrior. Is this thing so powerful? Thor, who didn't believe in evil, stood up and continued to fight, but was beaten by the cursed warrior to the point of doubting his life. The hammer that was summoned was also knocked aside by him. Although he was a warrior, Thor experienced the despair of a shooter being rushed by Diane Wei. At this time, Loki took advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness and pierced the cursed warrior's body with his sword. But the cursed warrior simply ignored the sword that was exposed in front of his body. He calmly turned around, grabbed Loki's arms and gave him a bear hug. What? Loki cried out in pain as he was pierced twice by the sword. Do not. When Thor saw his brother being stabbed, he also let out a helpless roar. Loki's sword attack was not in vain. He took the opportunity to activate the void grenade behind the cursed warrior. A burst of light flashed, and even a strong cursed warrior was defeated by the killing weapon of his own camp, leaving no trace of ashes. I watched as the brother I grew up with turned into a decaying corpse. Thor was heartbroken, but he had to hold back the tears that were about to fall. He had more important things to do. He quickly calmed himself down and took Jane to look for an exit on the dark planet. As a result, in a cave, Jane's phone suddenly, which also meant that the Earth and here were connected. They even found the Coke can and Daisy's car keys that had been thrown away earlier. Walking deeper into the cave, I actually arrived on Earth. At this time, Jane's phone rang again. Jane, oh God. You finally answered the phone. Daisy contacted them just before the phone went off. Before they hung up the phone, a portal with sparks flashing slowly opened in front of the two of them. Thor looked up and saw Eric, Daisy, an unfamiliar boy, and Destiny on the other side of the space gate. This shocked Thor, who was still a little confused after experiencing the shock of losing his brother. And then he was stunned. How could he be here at this time? Thor had just been through a great battle and was in a very miserable state, with bloody wounds all over his face. Seeing this, Su Ming waved cordially from the other side of the portal. Hey Tilda Prince, come here quickly. Not long after, Su Ming brought Eric and the other two back to Jane's laboratory through the space gate. He received a reminder from Alyssa. Jane's cell phone signal is restored. Then immediately let Daisy play the call at the same time. He activated his mental power to sense Thor's current location and opened the portal. Looking at the dejected Thor and the dusty Jane, Su Ming knew that he had come at the right time. My friend. Thor took Jane's hand and crossed the portal, coming to Su Ming. Looking at Su Ming in combat uniform, he felt very close to him. The friendship they had gained from several battles against the enemy together made him trust Su Ming completely. Looking at the familiar face that suddenly appeared in front of him, Thor's nose felt a little sore. Nothing more was said. Su Ming looked at Thor, who was holding back his grief and wanted to tell him that his brother was actually fine. But he realized that Goddess Frigga seemed to have received a box lunch. So the words on his lips turned into, why didn't you tell your brother when you encountered difficulties? The main theme is justice. Why is Yin-Ju here? He is not familiar with Jane and the others. It's obvious that Lao Tai is here to help. This brother is not in vain. He came here on his own when he had something to do. Thinking of this, Thor felt warm in his heart, and tears of emotion almost stopped flowing. He sniffed and said with a hint of grievance, mobile phone. I don't know how to use it yet. Su Ming patted Thor, gave him a reassuring look and said proudly, relax. Now that I'm here, no matter who bullies you, it will be over if I don't do anything to him. Thinking of Su Ming's abnormal strength, Thor agreed with it and felt more confident. He regained some confidence in his upcoming battle against Malekith, who possessed the ether particles, and nodded naively. Okay, no wonder Thor almost broke down when he saw Su Ming. The pain of losing his mother and brother was already tormenting him, and it took great willpower to suppress this grief and prevent it from breaking out. Not to mention that he was beaten by the cursed warrior without being able to fight back, which made Thor doubt his life. After leaving his hammer, Thor's hammer, which always works, has no effect on the cursed warrior. If Loki had not been smart and risked his life to activate the opponent's ultimate weapon at the critical moment, Thor would have had no confidence in defeating the cursed warrior. Oh my brothers. Thinking of Loki, Thor felt grief-stricken again. Besides, there were countless ruthless characters like the curse warrior in the Dark Elf camp. Thor really had no idea. As for the feeling that Su Ming just inadvertently revealed in his words that he treated Thor as a younger brother, Thor actually didn't dislike him. I have been an older brother for thousands of years, especially when my younger brother is the cunning Loki. Only I know how much I have suffered along the way, especially when he was exiled to Earth to comprehend the true meaning of being a king. Thor suffered a lot. Even his old friend Mjolnir didn't recognize him. Just to let Thor grow up as quickly as possible and become a king who cares about the world and is responsible. Thor realized all of this later. He understood and comprehended it all. But Thor didn't actually ask himself whether he was willing to do this. Just because he is the elder brother and the first heir to the throne, he has no choice. If God gave him another chance, he would rather be the younger brother. Saul likes the feeling of being happy with his family. Although Su Ming is hundreds of years younger than him, he is a steady, experienced, and ruthless person. If it weren't for the age difference, Thor would have called Su Ming Big Brother a long time ago. Thinking back to his brother Loki, Thor wanted to say, "You've never been a brother before, so you don't know how unfair it is to be one, but now." Su Ming appeared when Thor needed comfort the most, making Thor feel even closer to this old friend whom he already regarded as a comrade in arms. "Jane, oh my god, Tilda, you went to Asgard." Eric, wearing only his underwear, hugged Jane warmly. "Where are your pants?" Chapter 128 Polite Hammer. He said it was more inspiring this way. The intern interrupted to explain at the right time. Ever since Eric Selvig unlocked the streaking achievement, he seems to be addicted to that free and unrestrained form. Looking at Jane in front of him wearing a retro and elegant outfit with armor, Eric guessed that Jane had just returned from Asgard. He was very envious. "Okay, we need all of your research, including your research on gravity anomalies, all of it." Jane couldn't wait to get to the point. She knew how horrible and incredible what was about to happen was. Thor regained some of his spirit after receiving comfort from Su Ming. It hung Thor's hammer on the clothes hanger on the wall at the door. Looking at Eric, whose mental state was obviously not right, he said worriedly, "Are you okay, Eric?" Su Ming looked at Thor's hammer on the wall and his eyes changed. He had felt the weight of the hammer before, but now he was hanging on it so easily. "It's as simple as hanging a hat. Is this hammer so polite now? Or is this clothes hanger on the wall of Jane's laboratory the real king, a great hermit hidden in the city?" Su Ming was puzzled by this and could only complain that Marvel's screenwriters knew how to make fun of people. "Didn't your brother come with you?" Eric spoke faster than he thought. He still remembered that it was Thor's younger brother who caused a stir in the city last time. And Thor chased his younger brother and chopped him. The half-naked old man's words once again aroused Thor's sadness. And he said in a heavy tone, "Loki, he's dead." "Thank God, I'm so sad." Eric's blurt-out true feelings left Thor stunned for a moment. Then Selvig walked up to Thor, hugged him and patted his shoulder, with a happy expression on his face where Thor couldn't see. This expression also turned into sadness as the hug ended. He is an old actor. Su Ming next to him almost couldn't help himself. "You must know that it was Loki who instigated the Battle of New York, causing great suffering to all living beings on Earth. Myself and the Avengers have just that impression of Loki. We don't think anything of it. He just has his own ideas and opinions. But ordinary people like Jane and Eric especially still know the truth. He hates Loki deeply. Didn't you see Jane slapping Loki with a loud slap when she first saw him in Asgard?" A fully armed Asgardian warrior brought back news from the Dark World. It is worth mentioning that the appearance of this warrior is exactly the same as the warrior that Loki transformed into. "We didn't find Thor nor the weapon, but we did find a body." Odin couldn't help but look at the warrior and murmured, "Loki, that's right, it was Loki's body." The warrior said nothing, but looked at Odin with an unusual look in his eyes. "Malekith will release ether particles to a point where the 9 realms connect. That would multiply the destructive power. Every time it passes through a country, its energy will increase exponentially. And eventually, it will endanger the entire universe." Jane and Eric shared the intelligence they had obtained and guessed. Eric analyzed the consequences based on his own research, and the expressions of several people gradually became solemn. Su Ming found a wire and twisted it to reveal the metal core at the top. Then plugged the other end into the wall socket. Zai. A slight sound of electricity was heard. The light in the room flashed and Su Ming began to charge. "Since I have nothing to do, I might as well test the charging effect of household voltage." Anyway, Su Ming has made up his mind. No matter what grudges there are between Spicy Chicken and Thor, he must get his spaceship this time. He already regretted destroying the Chitauri mothership in a fit of rage before, and he must not make the same mistake this time. You must grab the bargains on spicy shredded chicken. The lights in the room flickered at the right time, turning the atmosphere of the discussion between the few people into a serious one. At this time Thor said the key. The gathering is only temporary. He must be in the right place at the right time. So the question is, how do you know the right location? Daisy asked the same question. The discussion among several scientists sparked inspiration. Eric seemed to remember something and walked to the bookshelf and pulled out a map. That kind of thing happened before thousands of years ago. And individuals were present at the scene. All those great architects, Mayans the Egyptians. They all took advantage of the gravitational effects of celestial convergences and left maps behind. Hula. Eric pushed all the debris on the table to the ground, unfolded the map and began to observe. Stonehenge, Snowdon, the Great Orme. These can all be coordinates. As Eric muttered to himself, he used a ruler and pen to draw straight lines on the world map. Finally, the intersection of multiple straight lines appeared: Greenwich. Jane now boldly predicted what would happen. Borders between nations will almost completely disappear. The laws of physics will completely collapse. Gravity will become unstable, space will be squeezed. And everything in reality will slowly disappear. As Jane described what was going to happen, a thick shadow gradually covered the hearts of several people. Thor's hammer suddenly flew from the clothes hanger into Thor's hands. Thor's attitude at this time was very clear: one word, do it. Must stop the spicy shredded chicken. Several people saw the determination in Thor's eyes. And they also knew that only the few people present could know and stop the enemy's conspiracy. I instantly felt a heavy sense of responsibility. Let me put on my pants first, Selvig finished speaking. Snapped, the lights in all the rooms went out instantly. And finally, only a flicker of fire was left on the wire in Su Ming's hand. Su Ming's act of privately pulling wires successfully caused the laboratory power to trip. However, his readings on the energy display did not change. Damn, it seems that the household voltage is still too low. Su Ming's experiment ended in failure. But it didn't matter. It was just a try and there was no danger. But it made Selvig very embarrassed because, after turning off the lights, his pants were nowhere to be found. Help me, I can't find my pants. The fighting spirit in the room just now collapsed in an instant. With Su Ming's space gate, traveling was not a problem for the few of them. Thanks to Su Ming, Eric finally found his pants with the help of the firelight from the space gate. Not to mention, the feeling of spiritual clarity after putting it on was a bit lacking at the time. Daisy and the interns took the equipment developed by Eric and prepared to set it up in advance around the upcoming space convergence point. Jane and Eric walked through the elegant library to find another coordinate. SHH. The hurried footsteps caused dissatisfaction among the people who were concentrating on reading. At this moment in the sea not far away, the originally calm space was slightly distorted. The water surface was suddenly stirred up by something huge. And then when it was about to reach the shore, a large spaceship appeared. How can the common people of Greenwich be as well informed as the citizens of New York? When I saw the unusual movement on the water, I immediately imagined the scene of a monster landing. And I ran so smoothly. The spacecraft slid directly into the ground for dozens of meters before finally stopping. Then a red light flashed from top to bottom. Spicy chicken strips led the dark elves to set foot on the land of the earth, looking at the lights of other kingdoms shining in the sky not far away. Melkith became ambitious. He was just a little bit away from realizing his ambition. At this time, Thor landed in front of Melkith with Thor's hammer in his hand. Alert and vigilant. You don't have to run so far, Asgardian warrior. Because death will be visiting you soon. Melkith walked towards Thor with a domineering stride, speaking harshly and shamelessly. At this time, Su Ming quietly came to the back of the spaceship. Looking at the spaceship towering into the clouds, he smiled mischievously, feeling very stealthy. Valuation, Chapter 129, finally waiting for you. Dark Elf Spaceship Right Arrow valuation, $1.2 trillion. Su Ming's hand on the boat trembled slightly. Fuck. The high price of the spacecraft made Su Ming sigh. Then a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's worthy of being a spaceship. S.H.I.E.L.D's helicarrier is only 200 billion. But this thing is over 1 trillion. Before Su Ming could take any further action, Melkith moved his long ears and discovered a sneaky red figure behind the spaceship. With a wave of his hand, a large number of dark red particles suddenly surged out of his body, turning into spears that whistled towards him. When Thor saw that his good brother was in danger, he immediately swung Thor's hammer straight at Mala Chicken's back. But the target was wrapped and protected by ether particles, and Thor's attack was ineffective. The particle group around Melkith shook violently, and Thor and his hammer were thrown far away at this time. The ether particle spear had arrived in front of Su Ming. There is a tendency to pierce it like a sieve, Zai. Su Minger opened his eyes wide and barely managed to block the spear in front of him. The particles at the tip of the spear were broken up one after another by the high-density energy. But the ether particles were unpredictable. Seeing that the spear failed to hit the enemy, a large number of particles behind it rolled towards Su Ming again. It was like a huge wave of black sand wrapped in magma hitting me in the face. The impact of ether particle energy on reality is extraordinary. The low-end operation of turning it into a weapon to attack is only because Melkith does not know how to use it flexibly. This created an opportunity for Su Ming. Playing transformation come on. Su Ming let out a low shout and stretched out his right hand behind him. The magnetic field expanded instantly. All the metal from nearby buildings and roadside cars was summoned in an instant, rapidly rising into the air, deforming and reorganizing, and finally converging into a sword over 20 meters long, with the blade facing upwards, suspended in the air waiting for Su Ming's next instruction. When it comes to shapeshifting, I'm your ancestor. Su Ming jumped 3 meters on the spot, clasped his hands together and slashed down hard at the huge wave of ether particles in front of him. It took less than a second for the sword to go from extremely still to extremely moving, drawing a huge semicircle in the air. And with an unstoppable momentum, it chopped down the area where the ether particles were most concentrated, which was also where the spicy chicken shreds were. The sharp blade slashed down at high speed, making a sharp whistling sound that broke through the air, forcefully splitting the large group of ether particles into two, and then came in front of the spicy chicken shreds. This scene, this momentum, this sense of oppression. It was Nai Feng's famous skill, blood-drinking mad knife. The dark elf had never seen such a trick before. His pupils suddenly shrank into needles. It was too late to dodge. He hurriedly recalled all the ether particles to form a thick shield in front of him, intending to withstand the attack. Ping, boom. After the loud noise, dust rose everywhere. The huge blade was completely embedded in the ground, leaving no trace a few meters in front of Su Ming. There was a straight, deep ditch leading directly to the water's edge. The sea water flowed back from the deep ditch, carrying the scattered soil to form rolling, muddy water. Making a flowing sound, the spicy shredded chicken, which was in the middle of the deep ditch, was not seriously injured at this time but was also shocked. If it weren't for the ether particles' power to change reality, the Dark Elf King would have been split into two very symmetrical pieces at this moment. His legs were deeply embedded in the ground, and his face was full of doubt. I already possess invincible ether particles, so how could I be pinned to the ground and beaten? His idea was correct, ether particles were invincible. But unfortunately, he was not very good at using them. So Su Ming seized this opportunity and caught him off guard. When the metal blade hit the ether particles, a violent collision occurred, triggering the characteristics of the reality gem. The part of the blade that came into contact with the ether particles instantly turned into nothingness and did not actually cut the spicy shredded chicken. But the enormous force passed through the shield and reached the dark elf, nailing him deeply into the ground. Although spicy chicken strips couldn't accept the situation where he was crushed after his comeback as a king, he didn't seem to be injured. The opponent's powerful and heavy moves seemed to be only effective in bluffing people. After the shock and doubt, he believed that he was still invincible, and his current embarrassment was only due to underestimating the enemy and was not counted. Spicy chicken strips instantly regained his fighting spirit and manipulated the ether particles to pull himself out of the ground. He looked at the red figure in front of him and said arrogantly, "Your power is limited to this. Your country and your family will be. Dang bang bang dwang. Before he could finish his words, the spicy shredded chicken was blown far away by a huge force. It bounced twice on the ground but continued to move forward. After breaking the stone pillars of a building, it got stuck in the side door of a car. The car that finally caught the dark elf was severely deformed and swayed for a long time due to inertia. It felt a bit like a child's rocking car. What's daddy's name? And it was Thor who sent the spicy shredded chicken flying. Seeing that his good brother's powerful move attracted the other party's attention, he got up silently with hatred in his eyes. He swung Mjolnir around, ready to give him a hard blow at any time. Spicy Chicken Strip's pretentious personality gave Thor this opportunity. He accelerated the kinetic energy of Thor's hammer to the maximum, aimed at the dark elf's kidney and threw it. Seeing this guy being knocked so far away by the hammer, Thor breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Su Ming, who was not far away. It seems to be saying, "My friend, can you tolerate this pretentious guy?" Su Ming looked at the spicy shredded chicken that flew far away like skipping stones on the ground. With an expression of pain on his face, he turned his head and understood Thor's eyes. Respond with the same look, no problem buddy, who had knocked the enemy away. Narrowed his eyes and looked at Spicy Chicken Shreds, who was struggling to get up not far away. The desire to avenge his mother could no longer be suppressed. He swung the hammer and jumped high, intending to give this unfortunate thing another hard blow. It would be best if I could kill him with a hammer. Su Ming saw Thor grabbing the spicy chicken strips and beating them, as if he had some deep hatred. Don't say it really does exist. Just hand over the battlefield to him. He turned around and looked at the group of dark elf soldiers who followed Spicy Chicken Silk off the spaceship. The soldiers who were caught in the sight trembled violently and did not dare to look at Su Ming. He searched everywhere and saw some civilians who had not run far away. His eyes lit up and he chased after them, shouting, "Bang!" After running a few steps, he was blasted into pieces by the energy released by Su Ming. The energy seemed to be released too violently, causing a deep pit of about 5 meters to appear on the ground again. Mud rocks and fragments of dark elves were scattered everywhere, and more were falling from the sky. What the hell? I'm still here. The rest of the soldiers saw Su Ming raise his hand and kill a comrade with a method that was so brutal that it was appalling. She no longer dared to act on her own, and stared at Su Ming with innocent eyes, her expression as if she had lost her parents. Get away. Don't delay me from doing my work. The miscellaneous soldiers understood Su Ming's words and felt as if they had been pardoned. They did not dare to make trouble anymore and immediately joined the group of fleeing civilians, running away with their heads in their arms. I don't know where to run anyway, just run at this moment. Their thoughts were simple: stay away from this big brother. This is so terrifying. Clapping his hands, Su Ming casually glanced at the attribute panel. The battle just now consumed less than 2% of his energy, which was largely due to his lack of proficiency in using the Black Emperor's abilities. It's a bit too intense. The big hole in the ground not far away was still smoking. Su Ming decided not to use the Black Emperor's violent move for the time being, unless he had too much energy to use up. Then he looked up at the spaceship that was as tall as dozens of stories, rubbed his hands and walked over. It was hard to hide the smile on my face, and the moving music echoed in my head. I finally waited for you. Fortunately, I didn't give up. Exchange, Chapter 130 $1 trillion Household. Dang dang dang. The intern and Daisy finally nailed Selvig's device to the ground at the designated location. By the way, do you know what this thing is for? Daisy looked at her intern with a confused expression and asked a rather professional question. After the intern fixed the equipment, he was sweating profusely after hearing Daisy's words. He looked at her in disbelief, and a question flashed through his mind. I'm interning with this guy and doing a bunch of free work. What's the point at this time? An increasingly larger aperture appeared in the sky near the top of the spacecraft. Inside the aperture are unfamiliar mountainous rivers and streams, which are obviously a passage connecting to another space. There are several more such apertures in the sky not far away. Some of them emit cold air, while others sparkle with light. This is exactly how spicy chicken strips gradually connect the 9 kingdoms through ether particles. Eric looked at the strange scene in the sky and checked the equipment in his hand again. The celestial convergence will reach its peak within 7 minutes. Jane took the detector and looked down at Thor, who was fighting with spicy chicken strips. Looks like we'll have to deal with spicy chicken for another 8 minutes. He then turned his gaze towards the dark elf soldiers chasing civilians in the square and twisted the button on the controller in his hand. Brush sudden light device flashed with white light, creating a circle of blue ripples. The dark elf soldiers who were attacking in the range instantly disappeared from their original position and were teleported to another space. There are many dark soldiers who follow Nicki Minaj to invade the Earth. Su Ming only scared away a small number of soldiers around Spicy Chicken, and more had already invaded in large numbers. Seeing that Eric's device could actually make the enemy disappear, Daisy, who was holding the phone to keep in touch with Jane, couldn't help but exclaimed, "That's amazing. How did you do that?" She seemed to have a rough idea of what this strange-looking device was used for, but she didn't fully understand it. The interaction between the gravitational field and the weak points of aggregation between countries can produce. Jane was holding the phone between her face and shoulder, and was about to explain to Daisy how the device worked when she heard Daisy's excited cry. "Kill that guy with the sword." Jane twisted the button again as Daisy wished, and a blue light flashed Daisy and the intern disappeared from the spot. Eric and Jane looked upstairs and realized they were wrong. Their mouths twitched. "Oops, sorry." Daisy and the interns were lucky. Instead of being teleported to another world, they appeared on the other side of the street. Their confused expressions showed that they were unprepared for the changes that had just taken place. "What the hell just happened?" Bang. Daisy was complaining when suddenly a dark soldier smashed the hood of the old Magaton car in front of them, making a loud noise. "What?" A terrified scream, a little hoarse, echoed through the street at the same time, not Daisy's. The intern was frightened by the sudden change. Exchange successful +1, 2 trillion US. Account balance 12,586 billion. The towering spaceship standing in the square gradually turned into nothingness and slowly faded out of people's sight. Only a deep pit and a large ditch made when waiting here are left to show its former existence. The account was filled with more money than ever before, and Su Ming knew that he could unlock more powerful and gorgeous talents. The account exceeded 1 trillion for the first time, which was a considerable gain. What kind of ability do you want to exchange next? Private space causality chaos magic. The spirit bomb seems to be quite powerful, and it is no small matter for a spacecraft this big to disappear in an instant. The dark warrior who was showing off in front of the civilians just a second ago suddenly found that the spaceship he relied on to travel through the universe was lost. And his eyes became clear. They stood there in shock, staring at each other, not knowing what to do. Thor, who was fighting fiercely with Nicki Minaj, had just returned to Earth from another world after fighting with the Dark Elves. It was very puzzling to see the enemy spacecraft disappear so blatantly. Suddenly noticing Su Ming on the ground, he remembered how he had made the enemy's equipment disappear out of thin air during the Battle of New York. His spirits lifted and he shouted excitedly, "This homesteel is so cool!" At the same time, he swung the hammer like a chicken with its blood pumped up and smashed it hard on Spicy Chicken shredded face. Spicy Chicken Strips, who was originally concentrating on fighting with Thor, was still wondering how Thor, who looked weak just now, could suddenly become so strong, recalling Thor's words. "Stealing a house, whose house, fuck." I subconsciously turned around and found that my spaceship was gone, and I was shocked. He urged the ether particles to send Thor flying far away, and rushed towards Su Ming with hatred. At this time, Su Ming had gained the greatest benefit of this trip and was in a good mood. He was worried about where to vent his energy, and when he saw the Spicy Chicken shreds coming at him, his eyes flashed with excitement and he shouted, "Well done." Spicy Chicken's biggest reliance in traveling the universe is his spaceship. The reason why he built the spaceship so big and tall is to show his extraordinary status and ambition. But now this beloved spaceship has inexplicably disappeared before his eyes. How can Spicy Chicken bear this? In order to avenge the hatred in Zu's heart, he mobilized all the ether particles, forming a sharp attack that rushed towards Su Ming at a rapid speed. Compensate me for the spaceship, compensation. Are you thinking about eating pea? Su Ming sneered and gathered energy in his hands. I saw his right fist becoming brighter and brighter, gradually releasing a dazzling light. Yes, he intends to fight this time. Su Ming knew that ether particles would change the physical rules around them. It was powerful, but wouldn't it be better to just wrap a few more layers of energy in his hands? As the energy from the body continued to gather in his hands, the energy on the panel visibly slipped away 65%, 64%, 63%. Spicy Chicken Strip saw that Su Ming didn't make any moves, but just stood there on guard ready to punch, with a sneer on his face, whatever it is. Once I touch the etheric particles, I'll let you know how powerful it is. He was really a little worried that Su Ming would use that powerful move again. It's too late. The ether particles surrounding the Spicy Chicken Strips rushed towards Su Ming with their fangs and claws. At this time, Su Ming just twisted his body lightly and punched. A right punch was like a meteor streaking through the night sky, instantly illuminating the originally dark sky. The blinding light was like the flash before the shock wave of a nuclear bomb explosion, causing everyone to close their eyes unconsciously. The right fist wrapped in compressed energy hit the ether particles directly. The two energies continued to interact and tangle, and then explode. Ether particles are the carriers of reality gems, and their magic is beyond words. But the energy that Su Ming continuously compresses should not be underestimated. The moment the two touched, drastic changes occurred. Boom! The explosion resounded through the sky, and a circle of visible shock waves spread out from the center of Su Ming's fist. The glass of all the buildings on the entire street shattered inwards in an instant. The ether particles on Spicy Chicken Strips were broken up by the huge force and temporarily separated from his body. Relying on the ether particlesh thought he was invincible. But in fact, Spicy Chicken Strips was just a weakling whose fighting power was not even as good as that of the Curse Warrior. He flew backwards with an incredible look on his face, passing through the space gate in the sky like a meteor, and came to the frost world of Jotunheim and took a frost monster away. The poor frost monster was knocked away by the huge force before it could react, and traveled through space to the Earth. What happened? Why is it so hot in here? I'm so irritated. I want to eat someone. It thought so and did so. The frost behemoth came to its senses and killed the dark elf soldier in front of it in one bite. And the unhappiness in its heart immediately subsided a lot. Hiccup tilde chapter 130 One Good Brothers Talk About Loyalty. Paggy's Spicy Chicken Strips like a white ball knocked away many things including the frost monster. After crossing several countries, it landed back at the original position of the spaceship. The villains always seem to have better luck. Even though this attack was so powerful, it did not take his life. The ether particles slowly regrouped around Malekith, and the bruised and battered Spicy Chicken Strips climbed up again. The space gate connecting different worlds in the sky is getting closer and closer, and a hint of excitement appears on Mala Chicken's face. Air leakage at the corner of mouth. Just take on the darkness. He raised his hands, and dark red ether particles were released from his body and floated into the sky. Although he was in a passive position, he clearly sensed the time to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Has arrived. If you ask where Saul is right now, he's on the subway, and a woman took the opportunity to grope him. There was no way the sky was full of space gathering points, and he was teleported to the subway station after being knocked away by Spicy Chicken Strips. Because Thor's hammer was not recalled in time after it was released from his hands, it is now rapidly searching for its owner in the universe under the influence of space teleportation. It has never run such a long distance in its life. Without his hammer, Thor could only take the subway back. Not to mention this was his first time taking the subway. And other than the awkwardness, everything else was fine. The people in the library noticed the commotion outside and left the sea of books and ran to the window to watch curiously. Jane and Eric couldn't help but shout a reminder as they crossed the hall again. "What are you looking at? Why don't you get out of here right now?" But was refuted by a black guy. "You must be joking. Thor is outside right now, swinging his hammer and smashing things around. The Crimson Silver Duke is right there, don't you see him? His moves are 100 times more impressive than Thor's random hammer swings." Another girl spoke up in time to support Su Ming. The two started arguing about who was cooler, or Su Ming. Jane rolled her eyes as she ran. The guy who doesn't know how to live or die at this moment. Su Ming's fist collided with the spicy chicken shreds, and the huge shock wave instantly shattered all the glass in the library auditorium. Amidst the screams of panic, people decisively switched from eating melons to taking refuge, running away in panic. The spatial fit in the sky is becoming more and more serious, and the physical rules of this block are gradually being rewritten. The cars on the ground quietly floated up, as if they had lost weight. At this time, Daisy encountered a crisis. Several dark warriors have been chasing them relentlessly since the two were teleported to their presence. Although the energy attack missed, it caused the two men to fall to the ground. When Daisy hurriedly stood up, several dark soldiers had already run in front of her. Suddenly a black shadow flashed by, and several dark warriors were hit by a car. Daisy turned to look at the intern blankly, only to see that he was still holding onto the car's bumper with both hands. "Are you okay?" It turned out that he was the one who used the car to smash the invading enemy when Daisy was in crisis. "You saved my life, Tilda." Daisy walked towards her timid intern with surprise. "Seems like it." The intern threw away the bumper in his hand with a little restraint. Jane and Selvig were also a little anxious at this time. Eric is old and can't run fast. The dark warriors behind him are getting closer and closer. When Jane finally found the opportunity to twist the device in her hand, a blue light flashed. All the dark warriors around disappeared from the spot, and two people kissing each other appeared in front of them. It was Daisy and the intern at this moment. Daisy was hugging the intern and kissing him passionately, not noticing the changes in the surrounding scene at all. "Daisy." Jane tilted her head in disbelief and called out Daisy's name. This also disturbed the two people who were immersed in a deep kiss. "Simple." When Daisy saw her old acquaintances Jane and Eric appear in front of her, she subconsciously let go of the intern's hand. Thump. The young man fell to the ground. Malekith ignored Su Ming on the side and mobilized all the ether particles with all his strength. The spatial aggregation range over Greenwich is getting larger and larger. The scenery of different worlds has been displayed on a large scale above everyone's heads. The ether particles were like a dark red plague, slowly rising into the air, sweeping up the dust of the entire block and drifting towards the portal in the air. It seems to be covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Thor finally rushed back and came to Su Ming's side, his breathing slightly disordered. "My friend." Just as he was about to ask Su Ming how things were going, his attention was attracted by the ether particles in front of him that were like a tornado. When Su Ming saw Thor coming back, he didn't say anything. He just looked at the ether particles raging in the sky and recalled how Thor solved it in the original book. Thor, at this time Jane, Eric and others also ran over. "It's too late, the aggregation has reached its peak." Holding a few space devices that had not yet been fixed, Eric looked at the disastrous scene in front of him. Filled with despair, "Can that thing of yours stop him?" To be honest, Thor didn't have any good ideas. He looked at the device in Eric's hand and asked with a triad attitude. "Not here." As a scientist, Eric speaks very rigorously. Thor didn't understand for a moment. Jane added, "We can't get near him." This time Thor understood that the device would only work if it was brought close to Malekith. Looking at the spicy chicken strips submerged in the ether particle storm, Thor's eyes gradually became firm. "I can." After that, he took some equipment from Eric and trotted towards Bea Feng. While they were talking, Su Ming quietly opened the system interface and took a look at the progress of collecting infinite energy. I found that they are still the same two types, space and mind. We just fought a few rounds with the ether particles. But they don't count as collected, to know. In the battle with spicy chicken strips just now, ether particles appeared in the form of weapons. The ether particles are merely carriers of the reality gem. As a weapon, ether particles do not release much original energy. Therefore, the attacks of spicy shredded chicken mostly appear in the form of black sand. What Su Ming wants to collect is infinite gem energy, which requires absorbing the infinite energy released by the ether particles in order to meet the requirements. Considering that there are not many opportunities to come into contact with the infinity stones. If I miss this time, it's hard to say when the next opportunity will come. Su Ming looked at the dark red ether particles that covered the sky and released rolling real energy. And a plan came to his mind. Wait a minute, I'll go too. Thor, who had just taken 2 steps, stopped and turned to look at Su Ming, saying with some concern, "Brother, it's too dangerous." That's right. Even though he is the god of thunder and has the body of a god, Thor was also unsure about charging into the violent ether particle storm, let alone his destined brother who is also immortal. Even though Lao Tai is righteous and wants to stand by me, I can't let you fall into danger. Thinking of this, although Thor felt warm in his heart, he still tried to stop Su Ming's impulsive thoughts. Brother, don't take risks, I can do it myself. No need to say more, his tone was unquestionable. Su Ming's eyes kept observing the changes in the ether particles, thinking to himself, if you miss this opportunity, you will miss this shop. Seeing that Su Ming was so persistent in helping him, Thor was deeply moved. He is not a pretentious person either. His originally worried expression instantly turned into a face full of fighting spirit. Good brother's loyalty. Since fate is so insistent, he must have his own plan. Being a lone hero is cool. But who says a lone hero doesn't want comrades? Thor tightened the device in his hand, nodded seriously to Su Ming, turned and looked at the raging red storm with bright eyes. He strode in. Su Ming's figure gradually merged into the red storm under the admiring gazes of the 3 scientists and interns. Bao, who do you think is more powerful, Silver Jew or Thor? Chapter 132, Deep into the Storm. Looking at Thor and Silver Duke, who disappeared in the storm one after another, Daisy gently hooked the corner of the intern's clothes with her fingers. Asked an inappropriate question. The intern was originally just interning with Daisy, but unexpectedly gained Daisy's favor in the recent incident. This made him a contestant who has been single since birth even more nervous and cherishing at this moment. He didn't want to let his lover's words fall to the ground. So he blurted out, "Of course it's Silver, I mean Thor." Oh no, they're both amazing, in the intern's opinion. Scarlet Silver Duke should be stronger than Thor with his fierce means and varied combat methods. But he accidentally saw Jane Foster, who was looking at the storm with a worried look on her face and turned into a wife-waiting stone. Apparently Jane is Thor's girl. He really didn't want to add to Jane's worries because of his words at this time. It's already this late. What's the point of discussing this? But then I thought about it. Well, now it seems that if I hadn't confirmed my relationship with Daisy, this trip would have been meaningless. Regardless of the thoughts of the people outside the storm, Thor was not feeling well after entering the storm. The dark red energy violently hit Thor's body, making it difficult for him to breathe. The real energy is constantly changing the physical rules around Thor, making every step he takes under immense pressure. Thor bent his waist and held the instrument tightly in his hand, as if he was carrying a mountain or facing the water of a waterfall. With great perseverance, he wanted to get closer to the center of the storm. He couldn't even see the road under his feet, and could only move forward step by step based on the direction he remembered. The steps are hard but firm. Su Ming had a completely different feeling. Dark red energy flowed around him like a stream, carrying a hint of warmth and even a familiar feeling. The imagined pain and pressure did not appear. Su Ming raised his exposed hands in surprise. The surging energy was now seeping into his body through his skin. However, Earth's energy was too strong at this time, and Su Ming's vision was greatly affected. The figure of Thor was about to disappear from his sight. Su Ming felt no pressure at all and caught up with Thor, who was struggling to move forward in just a few steps. At this moment, Thor, who seemed to be in a desert storm, squinted his eyes and saw Su Ming walking towards him. He looked so relaxed, as if he was taking a walk in his own backyard. And he looked confused. I wanted to ask what was going on, but it took all my strength to even open my mouth. In desperation, I can only communicate with my eyes. My friend, what's the matter? You're not affected at all. Su Ming was actually very surprised. In this storm that seemed to be able to tear apart everything and the laws of physics, he seemed to have become an outsider. Thor was crushed into this bear-like state, but he was fine. Even Su Ming found it incredible. Raising his hands innocently and shrugging his shoulders, Su Ming responded with a look that said, I don't know either. Thor was just worried about Su Ming. But now, seeing that he was really fine, he felt relieved and concentrated on resisting the pressure from the outside world. At this time, Su Ming sensed the changes in his body. A feeling of full energy, just like when he was charging in a power plant. Opening the properties panel, Su Ming found that the numbers in the energy display column were jumping rapidly. 59%, 60%, 61%, super fast charging is just like that. The progress of collecting infinite energy has also reached 3.6. Only then did Su Ming realize that he could also recharge his body by being surrounded by the energy of the reality gem. The efficiency is even higher than that of high-voltage electricity of hundreds of thousands of volts. The discovery excited him. The punch he just exchanged with spicy chicken shreds consumed a lot of his energy. And now is a good opportunity to absorb the energy. At the same time, he glanced at Thor, who was struggling to hold on, thinking that if he absorbed the energy, this big brother might be able to have an easier time. Then he opened his arms and frantically absorbed the energy from all around. The rolling red sand condensed from energy formed a cyclone around Su Ming, gradually converging into a concentrated version of a small spiral in the original large storm. Competing with spicy shredded chicken, Thor felt the pressure on his body suddenly reduced, and he almost fell to the ground despite having tried his best to resist. After stabilizing himself, he looked at Su Ming, who was gradually being enveloped by energy until he could no longer see his figure, and shouted with some worry, My friend, are you okay? Thor's voice was so unclear in the storm that even he himself could not hear it. He was not sure whether Su Ming could hear his shouts. The laws of physics have been changed, and Thor is not surprised by any strange phenomena that occur in this space. At this time, Su Ming was in a stage of rapid energy growth and was about to break through the 100 mark. But he still did not notice anything abnormal. At the same time, the constant flow of energy into his body also brought him a sense of comfort. It feels like my whole body is soaked in a hot spring. I feel refreshed and my face is rosy. This made him sigh at how wise it was to obtain both the Black Emperor's power and the immortal body at the same time. Hearing Thor's cry, Su Ming waved to Thor from the gap in energy. I'm fine, you go ahead and do your thing. Thor saw Su Ming's red face through the gap and concluded. It's all right, your face is almost as red as my cloak. How can you not be uncomfortable? His brows furrowed and then relaxed. Clearly a fate that was willing to draw all the energy towards him in order to create opportunities for himself. Gotta end this quickly. Thor looked at the vague figure of Malekith not far away. A fierce glint in his eyes and shouted, Malekith. At the same time, he strode over holding the equipment tightly. Malekith, who was still immersed in releasing ether particles, felt extremely happy at this moment. The darkness has surrounded him and, not only that, it is about to surround the 9 kingdoms. This feeling was extremely familiar to him as a dark elf when he tried to accelerate the invasion of other worlds by ether particles. Felt resistance. The ether particles did not seem to be as obedient as before, and seemed to be tilting in another direction during manipulation. It was exactly the direction where Su Ming was. At this time, Thor's shout was heard. Malekith did not doubt it, and his old habit of showing off came back again. He didn't even turn his head, and said proudly with the attitude of a winner, "The darkness has returned, Asgardian warrior. Are you here to bury your universe? I'm here to accept your surrender," facing Malekith, the culprit who brought all the pain to him. Thor didn't want him to take any advantage, even if it was just verbal advantage. As soon as he finished speaking, Thor aimed at the other person's head and threw a space device with all his strength. The long space device with a metallic luster flew towards Malekith, which made the Dark Elves think it was some new move and took it seriously. Snapped. It turned out that the instrument was just an instrument, not a weapon, and Malekith easily grabbed it in his hand. "That's it," Malekith almost laughed. "You want to attack me with a broken iron stick?" The violent vibration triggered the device's induction, and a continuous beeping sound came from the controller in Jane's hand outside the storm. Jane didn't know what was going on inside, so she had no choice but to take a gamble and trust Thor. He gritted his teeth and twisted the button on the controller. With a flash of light, Malekith's right arm and the equipment were suddenly teleported to another location. Before Malekith could figure out what was happening and was staring down at his disappeared arm in a daze, Thor threw another device over similarly. This arm could not escape the fate of leaving its owner and appeared out of thin air on the ground of a planet. Malekith didn't care too much about the disappearance of his arm, because he is now at a critical moment of plunging the 9 realms into darkness. And the trend is unstoppable. When darkness completely descends, he will have his own way to restore his broken arm. The opponent's attack at this moment is just a last-ditch effort. Do you think you can stop it? Ether particles cannot be destroyed, but you can. Thor suddenly rushed towards Malekith, holding the last set of equipment in one hand. The other hand frantically summoned Thor's hammer. Chapter 133, Leave Me Alone. Thor's hammer is lost. In the battle just now, Thor and Malekith's battle crossed one space after another, traveling back and forth between various planets. As a result, Thor's hammer kept changing direction according to Thor's position after it fell out of his hand, and eventually circled in the vast universe. This made Thor's hammer, which was panting and chasing its master, a little confused. Fighting it likes it, but asking a hammer to travel through the universe like a meteor is not professionally appropriate. Meteor hammer, what grade? So it stopped chasing, just hovering somewhere in the universe, quietly sensing Thor. After confirming that Thor had finally stopped changing positions, Mjolnir increased his speed and flew towards Thor's location, tired and a little angry. After Thor successfully removed Malekith's arms using 2 sets of instruments, he decided to use the last set of instruments to teleport Malekith to another world, leaving the spatial aggregation reign. The Dark Elves' plan to bring darkness would naturally fail. The fate of one's good brother can also help him escape from dangerous predicament. Although I can't kill my enemy with my own hands, this seems to be the best solution at the moment. Just do it. With Su Ming helping him attract the energy of the ether particles has put much less pressure on Thor. Thor sped up towards Malekith, leaping high as he got close, while frantically summoning Thor's hammer. Mjolnir finally traveled across half the universe and returned to Thor's hands. At this moment it was extremely violent, with flashes of lightning, which just matched Thor's mood to launch an attack. Bang! Crack! There was a flash of lightning, and Thor aimed the last set of equipment in his hand at Malekith's abdomen and smashed it down with Thor's hammer. The blow, filled with the wrath of Thor and Mjolnir, was too much for Malekith to withstand. Having lost both hands, he was powerless to resist. The violent lightning instantly enveloped Malekith's entire body. Even with the continuous buffering of ether particles, Malekith's hairstyle successfully became abstract. The originally elegant black color on the Dark Elf's body was now charred, giving it a disheveled look. Amid the wailing of the Dark Elves, the last set of equipment was like a huge nail, deeply inserted into Malekith's body. Drip drip. The sensor sent a prompt. Giant followed suit and twisted the controller's knob again. Oh, there was a flash of fire. But the set of equipment nailed to Malekith did not start smoothly like the previous 2. Instead, a puff of smoke came out. It was broken. There was no way. Thor's hateful blow was too powerful. And the instrument was successfully fixed on Melkith's body. However, the violent energy of Thor's hammer destroyed the internal circuit. Okay. Thor originally thought that Melkith would be teleported to some unknown planet. But after the light faded, Thai's guy was still standing there. And the ether particles surrounding him became even more violent. The double torture of pain and paralysis made Melkith extremely angry. Such a thick iron pillar was nailed into his body. Although it did not cause fatal injuries, it made him feel unbearable pain. Not to mention the high-voltage lightning that followed, which made his whole body tremble involuntarily for a long time. And he almost peed 2 drops of urine. The elegance of a ruler that he was so proud of was shattered to pieces, leaving him completely undignified. This is something that the self-proclaimed noble dark elves absolutely cannot tolerate. After the aftermath of the lightning, Melkith regained control of his body, controlled the ether particles through his mind to form 2 energy arms, and reached out to Thor from a distance. Suddenly, a ray of energy emerged from the red storm and formed a big hand, which strangled Thor's neck and slowly lifted him up. Thor's attack failed to completely eliminate the enemy, but was counterattacked. The violent ether particles continued to suppress Thor, making him gradually unable to breathe. His hands and feet kept struggling, but to no avail. Thor's hammer also fell to the ground, creating a big hole. After several unsuccessful attempts to break free from control, Thor felt his strength draining away and his consciousness gradually becoming blurred. Jane, who was outside the storm, looked at the feedback from the controller and knew that the device had not been turned on successfully. She turned the switch again in disbelief. Zai bang. The instrument on Melkith's body flashed a few times again. And after a slight explosion, there was no movement. Completely failed. Melkith controlled the ether particles to suppress Thor while slowly removing the strange things from his body, taking the opportunity to recover from his injuries. Under the call of the ether particles, the 2 arms that were originally located on different planets also vibrated slightly, as if they were about to fly back to their original positions at any time. I won. A victorious smile appeared on his charred face. Suddenly, the entire red storm shook violently, and the tentacles that were rapidly rising and invading various countries stopped. There seemed to be another force within the storm that was opposing Melkith's will, hindering the spread of ether particles. Melkith's expression froze, and he looked up into the air with a look of surprise and doubt. At the same time, increased the driving force. Su Ming was still working at full speed to absorb the energy contained in the ether particles. The energy reading on the panel has now reached an astonishing 170%. And it still seems unwilling to stop. Although it looked a little scary, Su Ming still didn't feel anything unusual. Not only that, he gradually discovered that he could also exercise simple control over the ether particles floating around him. For example, his vision was blocked so he couldn't see what was happening on Thor's side. As soon as the thought came to his mind, the ether particles in front of him rolled and tumbled as if a skylight had been opened on purpose, clearing the space in front of Su Ming. This discovery made Su Ming's eyes light up. It felt like competing with Melkith for the right to use the ether particles. Su Ming then deeply sensed the range within which he could control the ether particles and began to secretly wrestle with Melkith. Melkith didn't know that someone on the other side of the storm was vying with him for control of the ether particles. And he wondered, why are these ether particles becoming increasingly difficult to control? The most direct manifestation is that the big hand that is strangling Thor is no longer as strong as it was at the beginning. And there is even a tendency to dissipate. Cough, cough. This gave Thor, whose face was flushed red, a moment of respite. Thor was a little pessimistic. He had tried everything but still couldn't completely get rid of Melkith. At this time, Su Ming probably didn't know that he had lost, and was still struggling to bear the pressure for himself. Thinking of this, Thor didn't care about his own safety. His mind was full of thoughts of asking Su Ming to take shelter quickly. This is my battle, I cannot hinder fate. Thinking of this, Thor quietly summoned Thor's hammer, intending to fight to the death, at the same time shouting, "Brother, run!" As Su Ming's vision opened up, he saw Thor being severely suppressed by spicy chicken strips. The script doesn't seem to be written like this. He remembered that in the original plot, Thor fell into a coma after teleporting spicy chicken shreds away. When the spacecraft was about to crash down, Eric turned on the device to the extreme and teleported the spacecraft to the location of the spicy chicken shreds. The ending is that spicy chicken and his spaceship perished together. Now it seems that the changes are a bit big. Could it be because of me? Spicy chicken shreds spaceship has been exchanged for money by himself. Could it be that my intervention caused a butterfly effect, causing the original plot to change? If that's the case, isn't it my fault that Thor is in a passive position now? The more Su Ming thought about it, the more he felt it made sense, and his expression gradually turned ugly. He has never been in the habit of causing trouble to his friends. At this time, Thor roared at Su Ming to run faster. Su Ming immediately understood Thor's intention when he heard the voice. This big brother wants to fight Malekith to the death. How can that work? I haven't exerted much strength yet. Don't rush to risk your life. Prince, calm down. Let me do it. Chapter 134, Straight Blade Strike. Malekith no longer dared to be distracted and continue to control Thor, because the other force that is competing with him for the ether particles is becoming stronger and stronger. He desperately issued orders to the ether particles in his mind, trying to speed up the arrival of darkness. But the ether particles that were constantly eroding various spaces slowly retreated. This drove Malekith mad. Is it possible that a plan that has been planned for thousands of years will fail at the most critical moment? Do not, I will never allow it. Who is it? Malekith roared madly, venting his panic and making his final effort. And the ether particles have begun to revive under the mad promotion of the Dark Elves. Thor stretched out his hand with difficulty, veins bulging on his arms, and kept calling for Thor's hammer. Mjolnir seemed to be tired from traveling across half the universe and was slow to respond to Thor's call. Thor's face turned pale instantly. Fuck. You can't even risk your life, I don't believe it. Gritting his teeth, Thor withstood the pressure of Malekith's tight grip on his neck. His eyes widened with anger bloodshot, and his expression gradually became ferocious. Thor's hammer on the ground began to vibrate and bursts of lightning surged, as if trying to respond to Thor's call. Just as Thor's voice was becoming hoarse and he was about to launch a fatal attack, a voice reached Thor's ears. Prince, calm down. Let me do it, it's fate. The frail Thor was startled when he heard the familiar voice. Great, my friend is fine. Not only is everything all right, but it also sounds reassuring, revealing stability and confidence. This instantly dissipated all the worries about Su Ming. The blue veins that were originally bulging on his forehead gradually disappeared, and his spiritual power was overdrawn and his physical strength was exhausted. Thor, who had been fighting until now relying solely on the energy from his dantian, suddenly relaxed and fainted. The Thor's hammer on the ground also fell silent. At this moment, Malekith felt that all the ether particles were vaguely out of control and were rapidly rushing in another direction. Unable to accept the reality, he could no longer remain calm and started yelling hysterically. Who is there? After repeatedly confirming that his body was fine, Su Ming continued to increase the speed of absorbing ether particles. In a blink of an eye, it had gained control of most of the ether particles, and the first action was to order the ether particles to stop spreading to various countries. The energy on the panel has reached an exaggerated 325%. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the wounded Thor faint after hearing his voice. This big brother is a real man. If he really uses his life-threatening moves, the consequences will be very serious. It's amazing to think that even a scene as big as the Battle of New York didn't make Thor so embarrassed. He just sold a spaceship and changed the original plot, forcing Thor to become like this. A nameless anger rose up uncontrollably. If Thor really lost to a strong man, Su Ming would be convinced. But spicy chicken strips is obviously a straw bag. Relying on the special features of ether particles to gain the upper hand in this 5 horses and long spears. Thor was exhausted. But he still wanted to take refuge and fight with the other party. For this reason, Su Ming only wants to say one thing. My friend, it's not worth it, yes. It's really not worth it to fight to this extent for such a rubbish villain. At this time, Su Ming no longer deliberately absorbed energy, but walked slowly towards Malekith with an expressionless face. It's time to put an end to this idiot. A large number of ether particles formed the shape of burning flames behind Su Ming, tightly surrounding and following Su Ming. And his momentum continued to rise, tread step. As he took steps forward, a hint of pressure gradually emerged. The dust around was stirred up by this invisible force and hovered near the red figure. It seemed as if I wouldn't dare land without his permission. After only a few steps, Su Ming was able to get rid of the strong sense of oppression. For a moment, it was difficult to tell who was the villain between Su Ming and Malekith. With a casual wave of his hand, a stream of ether particles wrapped around the unconscious Thor and sent him away from the center of the storm. His vision gradually became clear, and a hysterical dark elf appeared in front of Su Ming. His eyes were as bright as Starshi's gaze, as sharp as a knife. Su Ming showed no emotion at all. Are you looking for me? Malekith, whose mind was on the verge of collapse, finally saw the culprit who was hindering his plan. It's him. His pupils shrank, and the image of Su Ming dominating him instantly filled his mind. But he still refused to admit defeat. I can still control the ether particles. I still have a chance. I won't give up. Malekith's eyes gradually changed from initial shock to resentment and finally to madness. I want you to die, as Malekith roared hoarsely. 2 black shadows quickly passed through the space gate and returned to his body. They were the broken arms that had been teleported away. The severed arm returned, and under the influence of the energy of the ether particles, the wound healed rapidly. Malekith waved his hands vigorously, trying to control all the ether particles to brew his strongest attack. Unlike Malekith, who looked as if he was facing a great enemy, Su Ming just stood there calmly with no expression on his face. His eyes were filled with indifference. It was like watching a clown's clumsy performance. Spicy Chicken Strips was surprised to find that his control over the ether particles was significantly enhanced after his arms returned to normal. This undoubtedly brought him a lot of winning opportunities. He stared at Su Ming with eyes flashing with excitement, and a hint of hope flashed through his heart, because Su Ming still looked like he had no intention of taking action. If this had happened in the past, the Dark Elf King Malekith would have urged the other party to attack with noble elegance. But the situation is different now. If the ether particles are not spread out at the critical moment of space aggregation, his plan will be completely in vain. So no matter what the other party thinks at this time, whether he underestimates the enemy or has some conspiracy, it cannot change Malekith's idea of quickly eliminating him. Soon Malekith's attack was ready. It was a large mass of highly concentrated ether particles, filled with the violent energy of Malekith's hatred. He compressed the ether particles that were nearly 2 stories high into the size of a basketball, which shows its energy density. The dark red ether particles had now turned deep black, and the faint light that was revealed indicated the immense power of this move. Remember, boy, you died because of your arrogance. Spicy Chicken Strips regained his control of the situation at this time. With the killer move in hand, the world is mine. Su Ming remained silent. He looked at the basketball-sized energy ball in Malekith's hand with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Compressing energy, can you be a little more creative? The contempt in Su Ming's eyes completely ignited Malekith's anger. You should be terrified and kneel down to beg for mercy. Why is there such a contemptuous look? There is a way to die. Come and die. Malekith raised his hands high, then threw the energy ball in his hands towards Su Ming with all his strength. The compressed energy ball flew towards Su Ming at a not very fast speed. This made Su Ming even more certain of the idea that Spicy Shredded Chicken was a loser. You can't even pass the ball properly. What a loser. Thinking of this, Su Ming slowly raised his right hand to his left ear. When the energy ball came in front of him, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and Su Ming's whole body suddenly shone with dazzling light. Especially his raised right hand snapped. A backhand shot. The signature move of the national table tennis team, a straight blade horizontal hit. The difference is that Su Ming doesn't have a racket in his hand. Nor does he need one. He slapped the energy ball hard with his backhand, making a crisp sound. After Malekith threw out his ultimate move, he waited for Su Ming to fall to the ground with a sneer on his face. But after a moment his expression became completely dull. There was no explosion. The energy ball was not bounced back either. A ray of sunlight shone on Spicy Chicken's face, and the dazzling feeling made the dark elf feel physically resistant. Hasn't darkness already fallen? Why is there sunshine? What about the ether particle storm? What about the energy ball? Chapter 135. After one move. Fault, looking at the controller in her hand. Jane knew that the several times she had activated the switch just now had not achieved the desired effect. This made her extremely anxious. Thor didn't gain any advantage in the duel with the opponent just now. Let alone the enemy has now summoned an energy storm of such a scale. The careful Jane discovered the solemnity hidden under Thor's calmness. And the only way she could help was to turn on the equipment. But now, even the only means that can help Thor has failed. Jane can't imagine what kind of dangerous situation Thor will face in the storm. This set of machines should be broken. Eric saw the red prompt on the screen and warned, but Jane, whose mind was full of Thor, didn't hear Eric's prompt at all. Or even if she did, she was unwilling to accept it and kept trying to activate the switch. The controller knob keeps making noises. Oh. Cammon God, Jane's prayers were not answered. And the screen still displayed fault. Eric and the others looked at each other as they watched the scene before them, and opened their mouths but didn't know how to comfort Jane, who was confused by her concern at this moment. A figure wrapped in red energy slowly floated out from the storm. The stable appearance formed a sharp contrast with the raging storm behind. It's Thor. The sharp-eyed intern recognized the Thor's cape floating in the energy and subconsciously called out. Jane also noticed the suspicious energy and recognized that it contained her lover. She threw away the controller and ran over. As several people ran to Thor's side one after another, the ball of ether particles supporting him gently put Thor down. Jane held the unconscious Thor in her arms, and her heart was bleeding as she looked at his miserable appearance. Is this still the same Thor who was down and out but still had an aristocratic temperament? Looking at Thor's closed eyes, Jane reached out to tidy up the loose hair on his forehead, and a tear of heartache silently slid down her face. Thor seems to have just fainted, so he shouldn't be in any serious trouble. Eric tries to comfort a heartbroken Jane, but he doesn't seem to be very good at it, The energy that brought out Thor seems to be the same as the one that formed the storm. The intern discovered the problem. This energy obviously belonged to the enemy. How could they have escorted Thor out while he was unconscious? Would the enemy be so kind now that Thor is here? Won't Silver Duke be left alone in the storm? Even someone as powerful as Thor ended up unconscious. So I hope nothing happens to Silver Duke. Thinking of this, the intern looked at the rolling storm with concern. Suddenly the intern's eyes widened unconsciously. His mouth opened subconsciously and his pupils trembled. What the F***? He saw something he had never seen before in his life. The red storm that originally spanned 2 blocks and was 100 meters high disappeared in an instant. Only scattered red particles were left floating in the distant sky. It looked like they had been forcefully beaten apart. As the storm dissipated, the sun shone again, bringing a ray of light to the messy streets at this moment. A strong wind blew from the center of the storm, sweeping away large and small debris and dust on the streets and sweeping them in all directions. Crackling gravel, dust and various building debris were blown by the strong wind, hitting everything they encountered. The quality of various automobile sheet metals has been subjected to a full-scale destructive test, with potholes and dents everywhere. The huge billboard on the building was also uprooted by the strong wind. and the steel bars flew far away with their teeth bared. It all happened so fast. The intern didn't have time to react before a torrential downpour of wind blew over him. He was instantly in despair. God, I just got a girlfriend. Just now. The place where the few people were located was tightly protected by a light red energy shield that suddenly appeared. Various debris hit the energy shield and formed ripples, but had no effect on the people inside. Even a dark elf warrior was blown over, hit the energy shield and was bounced far away, disappearing at the end of the street. The strong wind gradually subsided, and the few survivors looked around in confusion. It's Mr. Silver Jew, he's there. The intern was always looking in the direction of the storm and was the first to discover Su Ming. I saw him standing tall and straight in the sunlight, dressed in a red suit. Su Ming was also a little surprised by the changes before him. His original idea was just to release more energy. On the one hand, he planned to hit back the energy ball thrown by Milkith. On the other hand, the energy in his body was about to reach 400%. Although there's still nothing unusual, this number is too high. Su Ming was really unsure, so he took the opportunity to release a wave. But unexpectedly, I still underestimated the ability of the Black Emperor. The energy absorption is already abnormal, but I didn't expect that the energy release is even more abnormal. I took a look at the energy display on the attribute panel. This seemingly light backhand slap actually consumed more than 200% of his energy at once. No wonder it has such great power. The red storm that Milkith had been guiding for half a day was actually shattered by this attack. Not to mention the ultimate move released by the Dark Elf. But to be honest, the energy ball of Milkith was not compressed in vain. When it was shattered, it still stirred up a strong wind. However, a strong wind of this magnitude could only move Su Ming's hair. At this time, the control of the ether particles has completely fallen into Su Ming's hands. He raised his left hand slightly, and a ball of bright red energy was floating above his palm. Unlike the violent energy when it was on Milkith, the ether particles in Su Ming's hand were like a docile kitten, constantly changing shape, and even the color became brighter and more gorgeous. Su Ming raised his right hand again, brushed off the dust on his shoulders, and looked at the confused, spicy chicken strips across from him. Old dang, did you mess up? Seeing the movement of Su Ming's right hand, Milkith thought he was going to launch another attack. His body shook instinctively, but he just straightened his clothes. A piercing pain reached his head. This elegance originally belonged to me, mine. Looking at the ether particles floating up and down in Su Ming's hand, Milkith summoned again without giving up. But no matter how hard he tried, the ether particles that he had controlled at will not long ago now ignored him as if they didn't recognize him. Instead, it emitted a hint of flattery in Su Ming's hands, changing into various shapes. Like a poor guy who had been dumped, Milkith instinctively stretched out his arm, wanting to try to keep the scumbag ether particle again. But a horrifying scene appeared. Under Milkith's horrified gaze, cracks appeared again at the broken parts of his two arms and gradually widened. Clap! His arms fell off his body one after another and dropped to the ground. His fingers twitching weakly. It's not over yet. The hair of the death rock band's lead singer that was struck by lightning by Milkith is now slowly disintegrating and floating in the air, like a breeze blowing through a burnt cigarette. It can never be gathered into its original shape again. Every part of Milkith's body gradually turned into ashes, losing its vitality and peeling off layer by layer finally. There were only two eyes left in the air, staring closely at the ether particles in Su Ming's hand. It was as if I was having my last sweet dream at this moment. The ether particle somersaulted in Su Ming's hand, looking excited. This caused Milkith's remaining eyes in the air to instantly turn dead gray, then pale, and finally turned into ashes and returned to nothingness. Yes. The entire energy storm was broken up by Su Ming's powerful attack. Not to mention a dark elf who had lost the protection of ether particles. His body had already lost its vitality under the impact of Su Ming's energy exceeding 200%. and it was only due to inertia that it did not collapse in the last few seconds. At this time Thor slowly opened his eyes, Daisy, realizing she had finally overcome the difficulties. And the intern hugged each other again. Chapter 136 The Cheat Comes. The atmosphere at the dinner table was a bit depressing. The way Jane kept stuffing food into her mouth made it hard to think that she was in a good mood. Eric and the intern stared at the food on the table in a daze. "He'll be back." As another girl here, Daisy spoke up to comfort Jane. But it seems that this sentence is not convincing at all. It has been too long since Thor left last time and returned this time. But this time, Daisy wanted to make amends. But Jane seemed to be open-minded and said, "He was only gone 2 days this time, wasn't he?" Eric felt that he should say something. Otherwise, it would be too pitiful for Daisy to face this atmosphere alone. Did he say anything before he left? Yes. He must explain the situation to his father, the king. And it seems he has committed treason for coming here. Eric immediately regretted asking this question. It would be fine to let Daisy comfort Jane herself. The atmosphere became even more awkward. Sol is gone. He returned to Asgard with the ether particles. Odin ordered the Asgardian warriors to hand over the ether particles to the Elder of the Universe, the collector Tanlia Tiven. He believed that storing both Infinity Stones in Asgard would bring endless trouble to the Asgard. So he decided to hand over the Reality Stone to a neutral collector for safekeeping. Later it turned out that this decision was not a wise one. Thor had the merit of saving the 9 realms this time, and it was natural for him to inherit the throne. But he refused through several unusual experiences. Thor realized that he was not a qualified king. He is just a general, not a commander. He can fight in the battlefield, but let him plan and strategize behind the scenes, let him go. So he promised Odin that he would fight to protect the 9 realms throughout his life. But he was always unwilling to inherit the throne. Reluctantly, Odin agreed with Thor's idea, set him free, and did not interfere with his relationship with the Earth Woman. "Thank you, Father." Seeing that Odin no longer interfered with his feelings, Thor felt relieved. Little did they know that after Thor left the Temple of God, a green light flashed. Loki was sitting in Odin's place with the scepter in his hand. The Odin just now was transformed by Loki. He disguised himself as Odin and let Thor go, so that he could continue to transform into Odin and continue to rule Asgard. "So, I want to thank you, brother." Loki also spoke his true feelings to Thor's back. "Where is Su Ming, who always says he wants to come to Asgard?" 2 days ago, my friend. It's thanks to you that we were able to deal with Melkith this time. Didn't you want to go back to Asgard with me? This time you must come back to Asgard with me to meet my father. He will definitely give you a generous reward. I will also introduce you to a bunch of Asgardian warrior brothers. They are all my best brothers. After recovering, Thor put one arm around Su Ming's shoulder and held high a beer mug in the other. He loudly suggested that he follow him back to the divine realm. Hearing Thor's suggestion, Thor pouted quietly. "You don't know, but I do. The one sitting on the throne right now isn't your father, but your troublesome brother at this time. There is no benefit in following Thor to Asgard. Maybe Loki would even think that he was helping Thor to seize the throne. It's inevitable that you will be plotted against again, which is really unnecessary when Ragnarok comes. I can do whatever I want in the whole Asgard, right? Do I still need these 3 melons and 2 dates that you gave me as a reward?" Thinking of this, Su Ming and Thor clinked their glasses and drank the full beer in one gulp, with foam remaining on their mouths. Hiccup. "I won't go this time, but I'll definitely go next time, Seeing Su Ming toast so generously, Thor drank the beer in the glass and burped, asking for another one. Eric in the booth had lost his pants again at some point. At this moment, he is holding the intern's hand and explaining to him the working principles of space instruments. The intern's eyes were always on Daisy, wanting to be by her side. But he was also very interested in what Eric was explaining. The main focus is on a dilemma at this moment. Daisy joined Su Ming and Thor in drinking, and talked like a real man with a glass in hand, which was completely different from her usual taciturn personality. Jane Foster always looked at Thor with passionate eyes. The god of thunder who had appeared in her pillow stories since childhood was the idol of her young heart. I never thought that I would have the opportunity to get close to him when I grow up. And I even became Thor's girlfriend. This is too dreamy. Although Thor is the god of thunder and is said to have the body of a god, he seems to be the one who is not very good at drinking among gods. Even with the bonus of his special physique, Thor drank too much with Jane's support. He staggered back to Jane's residence. Of course, it was through the portal opened by Su Ming. If Jane with her small frame had to carry Thor's large build for a few blocks, neither of them would have been able to hold on. After Daisy had drunk enough, she pulled the intern away from Eric and ran to the hotel across the street. After rejecting Su Ming's offer to open a portal for him to go home, Eric Selvig drank a few beers and let himself go again, taking a walk under the moon. It is said that there are new research ideas, which need to be released to provide broader ideas. Su Ming only found out about this the next day when he saw Eric on the headlines again. After saying goodbye to Eric, Su Ming walked to a dark corner on the street, opened the portal and went directly to the base. Just a few dozen bottles of wine couldn't cause any pressure in his current physical condition. Not even enough to take him to the toilet. So when Su Ming returned to the base at midnight, he was still refreshed. The great hero is willing to come back. Alyssa was wearing cool pajamas and watching TV on the sofa with snacks in her arms. When she saw Su Ming appear in front of her, she smelled the alcohol and rolled her eyes at him. In response, Su Ming smiled mysteriously, took out a box from behind him, and gently placed it in Alyssa's hand. He turned and walked towards the living room, taking off his shirt as he walked, preparing to change into home clothes. "Ah, Mr. Silver Jew. You're back, too." Su Ming's spider sense did not give any warning, and the sudden sound in his ear scared him. Who else could be here at this time? I saw a little black fat man sliding over on a gaming chair. It was Ned Leeds. The little fat boy saw Su Ming's muscular upper body and his eyes showed deep envy. "Sir, how did you get in shape? Can you teach me?" Su Ming first gave Ned a polite smile, then looked at Alyssa on the sofa asking, "When did this little guy come? Who asked him to come?" Alyssa, who was still studying the box and couldn't find the switch, was extremely curious, but she understood Su Ming's eyes. Put on her slippers and walked over casually. "Of course it was our Scarlet Silver Duke who asked him to come, Tilda, and he has been here all day." "Did I ask him to come?" Su Ming was a little confused when he heard this. What was going on? As Alyssa explained, Su Ming slowly understood why Ned was here. It turned out that Ned contacted Alyssa in the morning and wanted to come and play. But Alyssa was helping Su Ming search for Jane's cell phone signal. She also had to help Su Ming monitor changes in the military and other areas. And she was too busy. Just then the little guy came over and gave her a hand. Ned's talent in computers is not exaggerated. Although he has never played with many things before, he understands them quickly and gradually liberates Alyssa. Alyssa was also happy to have some free time. And in the end, it even turned out that Alyssa was watching TV and sleeping over there, while Ned was fully responsible for providing technical support to Su Ming. It was the little fat man who discovered in time that Jane's cell phone signal had been restored. "Boss, this guy is pretty good." It was rare for Alyssa not to dislike Ned. As several people walked into the computer area, the sensor lights gradually lit up. A messy scene appeared in front of them, and Alyssa's mouth twitched. "Oh my god, I really don't like this guy." Chapter 137. You call this a small specialty. The originally clean and tidy technical support area now seems to have turned into a cheap internet cafe room, the kind that has just experienced overnight stay. Melon seed shells were scattered everywhere, and the packaging bags of various snacks such as potato chips and shrimp crackers were thrown next to the trash can. The expensive mechanical keyboard has a layer of oily sheen that reflects a different kind of luster. There's dried cream and pizza cheese on it. The gaps between the keys are also filled with puffed food crumbs, and can only be cleaned by removing all the keyboard caps. The mouse was covered in red oil, and two black circles in the shape of fingers were formed on the buttons. and there were stains inside the black circles. The large LCD screen was covered with fingerprints. In the picture, the anchor is posing in front of the camera. Ned was even more slovenly at this moment. His greasy round face had 2 dark circles under his eyes. His fingertips stained red by spicy strips were rubbing his bloated belly. The front of his t-shirt was stained with cola stains and potato chip crumbs. And the corners of his mouth were stained with snack seasonings. The clean-loving Alyssa almost had a stroke when she saw this scene. Her chest was heaving with anger. She raised her hand and pointed at Ned. Unable to speak for a long time, well. She admitted that she had just woken up and had forgotten to get food for the young man. But I had already told him that he could take whatever he wanted from the refrigerator next to him. But that's how you took it. I'm afraid all the snacks in the refrigerator have been looted. Of course Alyssa wouldn't mind a few snacks. The problem is, the trash can is right there and there isn't much in it. So why is there so much trash on the floor also? As an adolescent boy, wouldn't it be uncomfortable for you to watch this kind of video? Alyssa even had reason to suspect that there were some other strange things in the trash can at this time. My own clean and fragrant computer area is now unbearable to look at. Even though Ned helped Alyssa a lot throughout the day, Alyssa's impression of him improved slightly. But after this series of actions, Alyssa once again felt a strong dislike for the little fat boy Ned. She had never seen such a sloppy person. But Ned acted as if it was a matter of course, completely unaware of the real harm his actions had caused to Alyssa. "What's wrong, teacher? You seem very angry." The young eyes looked at Alyssa, full of innocence and questions. "Don't call me teacher. Boss, look at him." Alyssa was broken by Ned's words and stomped her feet in anger. In desperation, he could only complain to Su Ming. When Su Ming discovered that the fat boy was here, he put on a t-shirt inconspicuously to cover up his 8-pack abs. He's not in the habit of showing his abs to a man yet. Seeing Alyssa's pouting mouth, which was big enough to hold a large bottle of Coke, Su Ming raised his hand and smoothed her smooth back. "Don't be angry, open the box and see." Changing the subject is always a good way to avoid escalating conflicts. At the same time, Su Ming gave the fat boy a look that said, "It's okay, leave it to me." Ned vaguely felt that he seemed to have angered his teacher. This feeling was similar to when he was at home. Every time his mother entered his room, it brought a wave of low pressure, seeing Su Ming coming back. He politely stepped forward to greet him. "I didn't do anything wrong." As a tech geek with zero emotional intelligence, he didn't even realize that it was his own sloppiness that caused his behavior. Seeing Su Ming so kindly helping him resolve the embarrassment, Ned felt grateful and looked around. When he saw the half-eaten bag of potato chips on the ground, his eyes lit up. He lifted his heavy butt from the gaming chair, picked up the bag of potato chips that had been opened for who knows how long, and handed it to Su Ming. "Mr. Silver Jew, would you like some potato chips?" Su Ming's mouth twitched and he shook his head to refuse. "No, I've already eaten, thank you." He could understand if a boy was a bit sloppy. But you being this sloppy was kind of collateral damage. At this time, Alyssa's attention was successfully diverted to the mysterious box. She was curious about what was inside the heavy box. But anything the boss did must be extraordinary. This was the nth time that Su Ming had brought him a gift. From international brands to limited edition luxury goods, Su Ming always brings back 2 bags of soy sauce. With a casual touch, "What good stuff is this time?" Snapped, there was a sound of a mechanism snapping. And Alyssa finally found a way to open the box. You know what, it's quite hidden. The box opened, and a golden light flashed before Alyssa's eyes, leaving her stunned for a moment, followed by a burst of ecstasy. "Oh my god, what? Bullion, such a big gold bar. It should be called BRIC to be exact." At this moment Su Ming's voice sounded. "This little specialty is a little lacking in quality, so just accept it. Greenwich is known as the richest small town, but it seems that this is all they have to offer. Small specialty, what little specialties? Teacher, can you please take it out and have a look?" Ned was also attracted by the topic of the 2 people. He stretched his neck curiously and tried hard to see what was in the box. But Alyssa's tall figure allowed him to only see the bottom of the box. Suddenly, the little fat boy felt that the potato chips in his hand no longer had any flavor. Alyssa stretched out her hand to take the gold brick out of the box. But her hand was not strong enough to lift this big piece of gold. Her hand slipped and the box fell out of her hand. No wonder it's so heavy, it's gold. This piece weighs at least 20 kilograms. Just when Alyssa subconsciously stepped back for fear of being hit, Su Ming caught the falling gold brick steadily. The box fell silently onto the carpet beside it. There was a flash of golden light. Ned felt like his eyes were almost blinded by the light. Thank you so much. You call this a small specialty. When did superheroes become so rich? But why is Peter Parker so poor? His camera is still the most old-fashioned one. If it hadn't been lost during the battle against the Lizardmen, he would still be using it until now. Su Ming and Alyssa's daily life had a great impact on Ned's heart. Staying in the room at Su Ming base, Ned tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. On the one hand, he was indeed shocked by the huge amount of golden little specialties. And on the other hand, he kept wondering how a superhero like Su Ming could become so rich. Aren't superheroes generally quite financially strapped? Except Tony Stark, this problem troubled Ned all night, causing the dark circles under his eyes, which were already caused by staying up late, to become even darker the next morning. When Su Ming came back from the portal and put a lot of breakfast on the table, Ned came out with 2 black eyes. What about the teacher? Compared to Su Ming, Ned and Alyssa are more familiar. She's tired and needs more sleep. Let's eat first. This was the first time that Alyssa had seen such a large piece of gold in her life. And it was a little specialty specially given to her. This also aroused the excitement in her bones. So I acted extra aggressively later on, and ended up being exhausted. Su Ming felt that the little fat boy had come all the way to help him a lot. And it was not a big deal that he hadn't even had a proper meal. So it was not a big deal if the house was a little messy. So I went to a few reputable stores early in the morning and bought a lot of breakfast of various types, especially to reward the little fat guy. Ned looked at the table full of delicious food, but he had no appetite. The question that troubled him all night remained unanswered. Why can't superheroes be rich? He believes that superheroes have helped so many people and should not continue to suffer from poverty. Peter Parker knew how difficult his life was. Thinking of this, Ned looked at Su Ming, who was sitting opposite him. He is also a superhero and he is very rich. What's the principle behind this? I couldn't help but ask. Mr. Silver Jew, how can a superhero become rich? Haha, poor superheroes will never be rich. Chapter 138. Tony PTSD. Clap. Ned, who had just picked up a fried dough stick and was about to put it in his mouth, was startled by Su Ming's shocking remarks. The fried dough sticks just fell on the table. Why are superheroes who are so majestical miserable? Why are superheroes never rich? Why isn't Scarlet Silver a superhero? Treating gold bricks as souvenirs is clearly a way of showing off wealth. So why would someone say such a thing? Wait, Mr. Silver Jew, aren't you a superhero? And that's not the case, Ned. Su Ming knew what Ned wanted to say and interrupted him. This young man probably thinks he is a superhero and also very rich, which is somewhat contradictory to what he just said. To be exact, I'm not a superhero but a bounty hunter. So what does my wealth have to do with being a superhero? Bounty hunter, Ned pondered Su Ming's words, feeling that they made some sense. But he still couldn't quite wrap his head around them. Sir, what about Tony Stark? Thinking of that arrogant little mustache. Su Ming smiled slightly. Tony was originally a capitalist, and then he became Iron Man. What does his wealth have to do with his superhero identity? Ned finally came to his senses and asked the question. Sir, why do you say superheroes can never be rich? Looking at Ned, who was asking him for advice seriously, Su Ming felt a little relieved, because the young man in front of him had the same question in his mind as he did back then, which was, why can't superheroes be rich? Not only superheroes, but also in the real world where superheroes don't exist. Those scientists who work for the country's progress. Those technicians who plunge into the sea of patents. and those ordinary people who force themselves to work hard for family responsibilities. There are also various people who play a role in different positions. Are they superheroes, doctors, nurses, police, soldiers, firefighters, and even food delivery drivers? Apart from top doctors who have strong earning power, who else dares to say that he or she is rich? So the question is, are these people superheroes at some point? Yes. Anyone who has been helped by them will readily acknowledge it. What is the difference between these people and the superheroes in Marvel? If Stan Lee were here, he would say, wealth is only a tool, not an answer. True heroism lies not in how much wealth one possesses, but in how one safeguards greater justice. Su Ming wanted to say, why shouldn't those who risk their lives and carry heavy burdens for others have wealth? There's no contradiction. It doesn't necessarily mean they will become rich, but at least it can make their lives better. What's wrong with that? Even if it's to allow them to better perform their duties as superheroes. But the reality is often that these superheroes can often save others but cannot save themselves. Wealth, which was supposed to be a reward or a byproduct of exercising justice, has now become something completely unrelated to justice. Aha, isn't it interesting? Thinking of this, Su Ming patiently answered, superheroes' moral standards are too high. Or they have been held hostage to morality for too long. They even forgot the simple truth that hard work should be rewarded. In this case, how do they become rich then again? If being a superhero means giving everything without asking for anything in return. Sorry, whoever wants to do it can do it. After saying this, Su Ming looked at Ned with a smile and said nothing more. Yes, Tilda. If they themselves don't even mention the issue of compensation, who else would take the initiative to give them money? Selfless dedication is great. But if you continue to contribute even when life is difficult, wouldn't that be a bit silly? As Ned digested Su Ming's words, his eyes gradually became clear. Is this why Mr. Silver has both the title of superhero and wealth? It doesn't seem too much, it's even a bit enviable. Isn't it just to get some compensation? It makes sense, Tilda. No wonder the gentleman said that superheroes are all miserable. It's true when I think about it, no matter who they save. They never ask for anything in return. But they don't realize that if this continues, superheroes will become less and less valuable. It's okay for poor people to accept it. But it's not illegal to accept the gratitude of those wealthy players. So why not accept it, Mr. Yinju is indeed a clear-headed person. The answer to the question that has been bothering me all night is so simple. He is worthy of being Peter's idol. Starting today, I'm also getting into it, goo tilde tilde. A strong sense of dissatisfaction came from my stomach. Ned, who had figured things out, regained his appetite and gave Su Ming a big smile. Then he looked at the sumptuous breakfast in front of him. His appetite aroused and he devoured it in no time. Little did he know that Su Ming's simple words changed Ned Leeds' values. From then on, Ned Leeds had an additional step in discussing compensation when helping everyone solve various technical problems. This made the superheroes see the shadow of a money grubber in this young man. At this time, Alyssa, with messy hair and unsteady steps, walked out of the bedroom rubbing her eyes. Holding on to the wall, Alyssa was very sleepy. Boss Ms. Pepper wants to see you. She said there's something important. After saying that, he walked to the dining table and sat down slowly, experimentally. He secretly glared at Su Ming and tried hard to eat. Seeing that Alyssa ignored him, Ned took the initiative to greet her. Good morning, teacher Tilda, call me sister, eat. Alyssa gave the fat boy a hoarse look. And she was the one who disliked everyone. Su Ming then remembered that his phone was left in the bedroom. And it was Alyssa who answered the call for him. Back in the bedroom, I called back, good morning, Ms. Pepper, haha, Mr. Inju slept well. It's almost noon now, he must have been very busy last night. Su Ming laughed. This little hot pepper must have heard something from Alyssa's voice. But it doesn't matter. Don't you also make love with Tony every day? What can I do for you, ma'am? Su Ming has no habit of talking nonsense with married women. Mr. Silver Jew, I heard you're a bounty hunter. I have a commission and would like to discuss it with you. Pepper's deliberately lowered voice came from the phone. Oh, when Su Ming heard that there was a commission. His eyes lit up as usual, but Ms. Pepper is with Tony every day, what can she entrust me with? His Tony is rich and has a mecha. Su Ming couldn't figure out what Ms. Pepper meant. It's Tony, I suspect he has PTSD. But he insists he has no problem and refuses to receive treatment. His symptoms have been getting worse recently. It was Tony indeed. Su Ming couldn't think of anything else that would make Ms. Pepper find him, so what can I do to help? Wait a moment. The sound of high heels rang out over the phone for a while. And Ms. Pepper seemed to have come to a quiet place. After a few seconds, the voice started again. You are one of the few people he recognizes. I hope you can help him get out of the shadows. I know your rule's 80 billion, how many? Su Ming couldn't believe his ears when he heard that. The price I got from Tony before was never so high. But when it came to Ms. Pepper, she asked for 80 billion. Could it be that Tony had a hidden trick up his sleeve when he gave me the quote? Thinking of this, Su Ming was a little dissatisfied. And his tone became cold, ma'am. Regardless of whether you can decide to pay the 80 billion commission, I still suggest you see a doctor for Tony's condition. Pepper had been in the business world for many years and immediately heard the dissatisfaction in Su Ming's tone, thinking that the price was too low. But in order for her lover to recover as soon as possible, she did not hesitate to add another price, 90 billion, sir. I'm sincere, why me? Su Ming heard the determination in Pepper's words and was very confused. Ms. Pepper would never tell Su Ming that she had asked around and no one was willing to take the job. When asked about SHIELD, Nick Fury suggested asking Mr. Fate, and his tone was so certain. Chapter 139, Just Wait for Me. Tony Stark was later asked in an interview. Among your many excellent mechas, which one are you most dissatisfied with? Tony narrowed his eyes and fell into reminiscence. The most unsatisfactory thing, not really. After all, these are all works that I am proud of, however. There was one set of armor that really made me want to destroy it myself. That is Mark 42. The Prodigal Son, also known as the Anti-Tony armor. The Prodigal Son is an engineering prototype. With the iteration of the Mark armor, the ways of arming and transforming have become more diverse with Tony Stark's genius ideas. This engineering prototype was specially developed by Tony in order to experiment with a new type of wearable device, human implant. The free fall from the roof of Stark Tower that almost killed him put too much pressure on Tony's no longer young heart. He was nearly frightened to death from then on. Falling from a high place without protection became a shadow in Tony's midnight dreams. In order to eliminate this hidden danger, he implanted a micro-sensing chip into his body. This way, he can remotely control the mecha for assembly. Since this technology is currently unstable, various problems will occur every time you wear the Prodigal Son. For example, the mecha module flying towards Tony cannot adjust its posture properly, so it cannot fit perfectly. He couldn't even control the speed at which he flew towards Tony. Tony's vitals were hit hard for several days. He could still feel the pain in his lower body. After the Battle of New York, Tony saw real alien technology. This made him feel an unprecedented sense of urgency, and he began to frantically manufacture various types of steel armor. At the same time, Stark Industries' business projects have successfully transformed from arms to clean energy, and no longer eat bloody buns. Although he made considerable progress at work, Tony suffered from severe anxiety due to his long period of self-isolation due to his immersion in research and development. When he wasn't wearing armor, he would feel an inexplicable fear. Even facing young fans who come to ask for autographs makes Tony uncomfortable. Rather than an anxiety disorder, it is more like post-traumatic stress disorder, abbreviated as PTSD. This is a psychological disorder caused by experiencing or witnessing extreme traumatic events, characterized by intrusive symptoms, avoidance behavior, negative changes in cognition and mood, and hypervigilance. Tony currently meets at least 3 of the core symptoms. Only when he puts on the armor will he return to normal. Even when sleeping, he needs the mecha to protect him once. Tony summoned a mecha in a nightmare and almost hurt Ms. Pepper, who was lying next to him. Pepper Potts takes her lover's unusual behavior very seriously. Considering Tony's pride, Pepper has no choice but to find a solution in private. After making inquiries from many parties, Pepper called Su Ming, mainly because the respected director of SHIELD, Nick Fury, once said to him, "As long as you pay, fate can solve any of your problems." Ms. Pepper was skeptical at first, but Nick Fury's tone didn't sound like a joke. Considering Tony's personality, finding someone else might have a worse effect. So he finally decided to bet on Su Ming. In fact, there is another reason that is Tony is not popular. Although everyone expressed their condolences and concern for Tony when they spoke to Ms. Pepper, no one was willing to actually help. Mr. Fate, you know Tony's character anyway, please help. When Su Ming heard Ms. Pepper's starting offer of 80 billion, he re-examined Stark Industries in his mind. Before, the commissions Tony gave him were all worth hundreds of millions, and he looked like he was in pain. Unexpectedly, Pepper asked for nearly 10 billion without blinking an eye, just to help Tony cure a small psychological trauma. Although Su Ming recognized Ms. Pepper's determination to treat Tony, the difference between before and after made Su Ming feel a little unbalanced. So the richer you are, the more stingy you become. Thinking of this, Su Ming's smile faded a little. 100 billion. This is just for the sake of our old friendship, Ms. Pepper's breath hitched on the other end of the line. She didn't expect that this usually harmless Mr. Fatalism would change his expression when money was mentioned. And she was a little angry at this moment. She instantly understood the subtle gloating tone in Nick Fury's words. 9 billion is clearly a sky-high price. Yet you're still not satisfied. Stark Industries is equipped with a world-class medical team. But Tony Stark is a stubborn person who refuses to admit that he has a mental illness and refuses treatment. His abnormality has clearly affected his daily life. A minor ailment that could be easily cured with the patient's cooperation has turned into a thorny issue that cannot be solved even with money. Pepper was also helpless, never mind for Tony. Silver teeth bite, okay, 100 billion. But you have to make sure Tony is free from that pain, Ms. Pepper seemed to be busy meeting someone else and was silent for only a few seconds on the phone before making the decision. She has been Stark's CEO for some time. Although she is gentle and considerate in daily life, she is decisive and ruthless in the business world and never drags her feet. Yo-ho, Su Ming was amused when he heard the distrust in Ms. Pepper's words. My rule has always been that I never refund money. So when did I start providing after-sales service? If you don't believe me, don't come, stop talking nonsense. After going through so much, Su Ming is no longer the rookie who was easily tricked by others. I can't guarantee that. Besides, there are no refunds after the transfer. What the F **K? Little Lagio's face turned red with anger at Su Ming's self-righteous attitude. You're just a third-party seller. Who gave you the capital to be so arrogant? Why don't you provide after-sales service? But considering that this is the only way to help Tony at the moment, Ms. Pepper said, I can endure this wave, just wait and see. At the same time, Hai's impression of Su Ming was extremely bad. I hope you can be as awesome as Nick Fury said. Drip drip drip, oh this is. The negotiation broke down. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Su Ming didn't understand whether the deal was done or not. As soon as I sat down at the dining table, I heard the system prompt sound in my head, plus 100 billion. Account balance, $12,686 billion, another order. Su Ming was in a good mood. He couldn't help but smile when he saw Ned looking at Alyssa timidly across from him. In fact, Su Ming now doesn't lack her 10 billion or 8 million. He is just venting his anger for his past self. Thinking about how Tony bought his life from him for a mere 50 million. Su Ming wanted to complain about himself back then, what a country bumpkin. At the same time, some can't wait to visit the system mall again. With more than 1.2 trillion yuan, Su Ming's account balance has reached the highest number in history, which also makes Su Ming full of expectations for his next improvement. After breakfast, Alyssa went back to her room for a nap. According to Ned's description, Su Ming opened a portal that led directly to Ned's room. "Oh my god, sir, this trick of yours is so convenient. Doesn't it mean you can go anywhere, originally?" It was just Ned's emotion caused by the scene. But it reminded Su Ming, that's right. After the portal is upgraded, I can go anywhere. All I need is some simple information. Hydra's laboratory Wakanda. And even Professor X's university. Just go wherever you want, right? Ned's unintentional words opened Su Ming's mind. He even forgot to respond when the fat boy who walked through the portal waved goodbye to him. There's so much to do, I need to plan it out carefully. Muttering to himself, Su Ming returned to his room. System Mall, here I come. Chapter 140, Salary Increase of 2,000. Su Ming now had a slight understanding of the reason why people were constantly pursuing wealth. Because there are so many things to choose from. The so-called financial freedom is also a kind of freedom of choice. For example, he can now choose to upgrade the talents on the panel. You can also choose to redeem new abilities in the system store. You can also choose to upgrade and redeem at the same time. There is only one known attack that is incredibly powerful: Heat Vision LV4 Planetary Destruction. The power to destroy planets is exciting just by hearing about it. But Su Ming, who had some understanding of the system, was not in a hurry to upgrade. Because he thought of a question. Planetary destruction, although it does sound grand. But the size of this planet is uncertain. If it's an asteroid not much bigger than a meteorite, wouldn't that be smaller than a mountain on Earth? Thinking of this, Su Ming called Ned. Ned, help me look up information about asteroids. Ned was honored to accept the task. He didn't hang up the phone and sent back the information a few seconds later. Surth IAUR, the International Astronomical Union, does not have a strict definition of the minimum size of a planet. However, it is generally believed that celestial bodies with a diameter greater than 1 meter can be called asteroids, while those smaller are classified as meteoroids. For example, 2008 TC3, with a diameter of about 4 meters. It was the first asteroid to be tracked before entering the Earth's atmosphere, and it eventually exploded over Sudan. After receiving Ned's feedback, Su Ming's guess was confirmed. Sure enough. Even if its diameter is only 4 meters, it can still be called a planet. I just don't know what the maximum scale of planetary destruction will be after the system upgrades to thermal vision. This concerns the fate of 1 trillion yuan. So we must be cautious, so no rush. Since there is no rush for thermal vision, there is no rush for other abilities, after all. There is no bottleneck that needs to be broken through at present. Therefore, Su Ming plans to acquire a new ability. After browsing the system mall for so long, Su Ming has long been fascinated by the abilities of the causal series. In Su Ming's mind, this kind of thing that touches the essence of how the world works is considered truly advanced. I just don't know if the side effects are serious, after all. This kind of supernatural ability has some explanation. Turn to this page in the system mall which shows Law of Cause and Effect. Right arrow words follow the law. LV1 Elementary Word Spirit 500 billion. Range small inanimate objects. Effect temporarily changes the form of an object movement. Deformation lasting no more than 10 seconds. Limitations, instructions must be clearly stated. And the object must be within visual range. Backlash loss of physical strength. It was the first time Su Ming had seen so many explanations for a talent. And he delved into studying it. Stark Tower Ms. Pepper Potts hung up the phone, took a few deep breaths, and tried to calm herself down. There was no way. She had never seen such a strong party before. And she was a little uncomfortable for a while at this time. Happy came in and reported that a scientist had been waiting for her for a long time. After briefly tidying up her instruments, Ms. Pepper received the scientist named Aldridge Killian. Killian said he had a project and hoped to cooperate with Stark Industries. As he spoke, he unfolded a holographic stereoscopic image connected to his brain, and claimed that this technology could use gene editing to enable receptors to carry renewable genes. It can even stimulate the undeveloped parts of the human brain. making humans unprecedentedly powerful. Killian spoke politely and behaved modestly, as if he were not a scientist but a successful businessman. In this regard, Ms. Pepper said, "Have you seen Fate? This is a qualified party B, damn it," at this time. Happy felt that the person in front of him looked familiar. After remembering who he was, he quietly contacted Tony. He thought Tony should cherish the woman in front of him more instead of throwing her into the company to share her brain with another elegant man. Even Happy could tell that Ms. Pepper was having a great time with Killian at the moment. He showed Pepper his brain. "Oh. Turn the camera over and let me see," tilted Tony. With an ice pack on his wrist, was about to get a bottle of champagne from the freezer. The adjustment of the prodigal son just now caused a new injury to his wrist. "Shit, I'm not a genius like you. I don't know how to turn this damn camera around." Happy tried to lift the tablet, but all Tony saw was Happy's big forehead. 13 years ago, Tony was still a real playboy and was dating a girl named Maya. It was also in this year that he met a Chinese doctor. That's when Killian showed up. And he wasn't as composed as he is now. His curly hair, big framed glasses and greasy face make it obvious at a glance that he is a tech geek. At that time he was an avid fan of Tony. He said he had a new research and hoped that Tony would invest in his company. But Tony was already horny at this time. And Killian pressed the button for Tony to go to the elevator of the guest room department upstairs to talk about investment. In order to get rid of him as quickly as possible, Tony casually said, "See you on the rooftop later." He immediately put this tech geek behind him and spent the night with Maya. Maya is a biologist who is studying something called the extremis virus. It is said that it can be used on the human body to stimulate the brain and regenerate severed limbs. The pot of plants behind them was injected with the desperate virus, which allowed it to grow so lush and fast. Happy impulsively pulled off a branch of the plant, but he didn't expect that it would miraculously recover to its original appearance. Unexpectedly, just as Happy was about to leave the room, the plant exploded. Obviously, the technology of the extremis virus is not yet mature. Tony then had a systematic discussion with Maya about length and depth. Poor Killian was ignored by Tony and waited on the rooftop in the cold wind for a long time. Imagine if you could hack into the hard drive of any living thing and reassemble its DNA. Killian described the prospects of his project to Ms. Pepper. "It's truly amazing. But unfortunately, this technology also sounds promising for weaponization, such as transforming soldiers and private armies." And Tony, Killian tried one last try. 13 years ago I invited Tony to join AIM. But he refused. "I never expected that the person in charge now would be a genius like you. She doesn't have to report to Tony. And she wouldn't be so conceited. Pepper is no longer a little girl. She can easily change her mind after hearing a few nice words. My answer is no, as much as I want to help you." Killian didn't seem very disappointed by Pepper's rejection. Before leaving, he even gave Ms. Pepper a light kiss on the cheek. This made Ms. Pepper distracted for a moment, and she unconsciously looked at Killian's back. And a broad shoulder appeared in front of her at this moment. "Oh, Happy." Ms. Pepper looked away awkwardly. "The car is ready. Are you ready to go?" "Yes. I mean, I forgot something and I have to go." To hide her embarrassment, Ms. Pepper turned back into the building. Happy turned to look at the Range Rover Killian was riding in. Raised his phone and took a picture. That's it. Exchange $500 billion. Talent exchange successful. Account balance $12,186 billion. Yes, that's what it feels like. It's that feeling of not feeling anything. After coughing twice, Su Ming suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of solemnity. From today on, all leaders just a few words will automatically become, speak in 2 minutes and get a 2.0 yuan salary increase. Chapter 141, a word that breaks the clouds. As Su Ming spoke solemnly, a colorless ripple appeared in the air, and then, just like the lake returning to calm, nothing happened. Why? Su Ming clearly felt that what he said now had a tendency to have an impact on the world. But the power of this influence seems not enough. Far from enough. An indescribable feeling made Su Ming sure that what he had just said was still a good idea. That was what he said on behalf of countless workers. Even if the salary increase was deliberately lowered, it still did not shake the rules that govern the world. Yes, the talent level of words become laws is too low. It would be strange if a declaration that can influence tens of millions of people could take effect. Realizing this, Su Ming switched his target and saw the water cup on the table not far away. An idea came to his mind, cup flying. Then he raised his hand and waited for the cup to come to him. As soon as he finished speaking, a vibration came from his body that only he could feel. The water cup on the table moved slightly and then floated up. The cup slowly rose into the air, as if held steadily by an invisible hand. Without a drop of water spilling, Su Ming, who had just experienced failure, felt that this wave should not be a big problem after all. The target has been switched to small objects such as water cups. If we fail again, the 500 billion will be a joke, brush. Suddenly, without any warning, the water cup accelerated straight towards Su Ming's old face. Fuck paw crash, he blocked it instinctively. And the cup hit his arm and shattered into pieces all over the bed, spilling all the water on his body. The new talent did not disappoint Su Ming, and its poor performance was completely worthy of its level. But it has been verified that this ability can indeed have an impact on reality. Must upgrade after wiping the water off his face. Su Ming opened the upgrade interface. Words follow the law level 2, concrete interference 2000 billion. Range affects medium-sized objects such as cars, buildings or simple life forms insect splinsec. Effect can change physical properties, hardness, temperature for several minutes. Limitations, the language must be precise. Vague instructions will not work. Backlash, temporary loss of voice or muscle soreness. Words follow the law LV3, law disturbance 1 trillion. Scope, manipulate natural phenomena, weather, water flow or group emotions, panic excitement. Covering the scale of a small town. Effect, modify local natural laws such as making rain flow backwards or affect individual behavior. The effect lasts for several hours. Limitations, requires high concentration and determination. Backlash, consumes the body's original energy. My goodness! The balance of more than 1 trillion in the account is only enough for 2 upgrades. But looking at the effect of level 3, Su Ming felt that it was basically enough. It's not because Su Ming doesn't want to continue upgrading. On the contrary, wants it too much. Because the keyword for level 4 is rule reconstruction. And level 5, reaching the exaggerated level of original domination. It's simply God. It can be said that only when you reach level 4 or above can you truly make your words come true. Which is extremely powerful. Not to mention that the price of upgrading to level 4 is so high that it makes Su Ming stunned. Just looking at the backlash, I'm afraid that Su Ming cannot bear it. The existence of an anchor point that consumes itself in the plane. This sounds too fucking horrible at this time. Just having an immortal body as a backup is no longer enough. Immortality is immortality. But if even one's own existence is consumed or erased, what is the point of being immortal otherwise? Why do people say that this kind of causal talent is weird but really awesome tilde? This has probably surpassed the ordinary people's understanding of life and death. Fortunately, after being charged by ether particles, he still has 178% of his energy left, which can be used for a while to deal with the backlash of level 3. Speak. As for muscle pain and internal organ pressure, the body of steel is enough to handle it. Only when I strengthen my body to the point where it can withstand any kind of damage in all directions will I have the courage to compete with the causal skills after level 4. But then again, Su Ming felt that the money was not wasted since he could dominate an entire small town. He had never experienced the feeling of being able to control everything. Although Magneto's control over magnetism has reached a certain level, he can only control metal, which is far from satisfying Su Ming. Upgrade. $12,000 trillion, talent upgrade successful. Account balance $186 billion. In an instant, a strange phenomenon occurred. Layers of thunderclouds quickly gathered in the sky within a 10-kilometer radius of Su Ming's base. What followed was a burst of lightning thunder and torrential rain. It seems to be welcoming the special existence that can control this world. Su Ming didn't know that the strange phenomenon outside was caused by his upgraded talent. Looking out the window in surprise. It was clearly a sunny day. Why did it change so suddenly? The thunder crackling. I didn't know and thought Thor had visited Earth again. Pulling up the front of his wet clothes and shaking them. Su Ming walked to the window. He first admired the violent storm outside. Then suddenly noticed a bright sunshine in the distance. His expression changed slightly. What do you mean? Just chop me right here. After several battles alongside Thor, the god of thunder, Su Ming had long become immune to the powerful thunder and even found it a bit noisy. It's a good time to try out the talent that I just upgraded. Just like that, Su Ming didn't even open the window. Staring at the dark clouds that seemed to be pressing down on his head, he narrowed his eyes and said impatiently, "Piss off." A transparent ripple appeared around Su Ming's body, refracting light in the air and flying quickly into the distance. In an instant, the dark clouds lightened. The sunlight penetrated through the rapidly dissipating clouds, forming columns of white light. That's right, the Tyndall effect. The thunder also stopped abruptly and disappeared visibly along with the dark clouds. A rainbow stretched across the entire city above the streets after the rain, which was very beautiful. When has our words ever been so effective? Su Ming looked at the scene in front of him in surprise and could hardly believe that all this was caused by just one sentence of his. Suddenly, a sense of lack came over me. This feeling is exactly the same as releasing 200% energy instantly when fighting spicy chicken shreds. Open the Properties panel. Name, Su Ming. Age 29. Physical fitness, 22,255. Energy, 172%. Current account, $186 trillion. Chinese letter, 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 LV to Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. LV to Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. LV to Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. LV5 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. LV5 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, LV3. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, LV to Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. LV4 Chinese letter, 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 LV3. Really? Dispersing the thunderclouds with just one sentence actually consumed 6% of Su Ming's energy. In terms of energy ratio, it is roughly equivalent to launching dozens of missiles. The energy consumption is not small, but it is handsome. Isn't it so handsome? Su Ming stared at the rainbow in the sky with his bright eyes. The new talent brought him more surprises than just his ability. It's more about visual impact. Who can change extreme weather with just one sentence? Storm Lady, the reading time is too long, look at us. In one word, it's done. Not bad, very good, humming a song. Su Ming turned around and saw the water cup that had just died heroically in the experiment, as well as a large water stain on the bed. The coldness on his chest reminded him that he looked a bit messy now. He frowned slightly, then smiled confidently. The water cup is back to normal, Faintly visible ripples passed by, and glass fragments all over the ground flew up automatically, pieced together in the air to restore their original shape, and returned to the table. What was even more exaggerated was that the water droplets that had originally spilled on the bed and Su Ming's clothes automatically separated and gathered into the water cup, and returned to their original position on the table along with the water cup. It's as if the experiment with the water cup never happened. There wasn't even a sway in the liquid in the cup. Touching the dry clothes on his chest, Su Ming murmured, "Thinking of Miss Pepper's commission? Or let Tony dance first next time we meet." Chapter 142, You Come Empty-Handed at Night. The streets are bustling with people coming and going. A furtive fat man was trying on sunglasses in front of an eyewear stall. But his eyes were always fixed on two people not far behind him through the mirror in front of him. This fat man is happy. The bodyguard's professional sensitivity told him that Killian and his gang were very suspicious and he had to keep a close eye on them. Mainly to keep an eye on it for his good friend Tony. Any man could understand the way Killian looked at Ms. Pepper, and Happy certainly understood when he saw it. But Tony didn't see it. He probably didn't realize the seriousness of the matter yet. I don't know what's wrong with Tony recently, and he hasn't been in public much. So as a good brother, Happy decided to investigate for himself what these guys were up to. One of the two people behind him happened to be Killian's bodyguard. Or to be more precise, Happy's colleague. But Happy's bodyguard also serves as a driver. While Killian's bodyguard seems to be engaged in some mysterious deal. Could it be drugs? Either way, it was definitely contraband. Didn't you see how sneaky they were? Happy silently labeled Killian and his group as bad guys in his mind. Little did they know that the most suspicious person on this street was Happy. His disguise was so good that anyone could spot him. Happy decided to take the initiative. He pretended to be a hurried passerby and deliberately bumped into the man, knocking over the suitcase in his hand. A strange metal object fell to the ground, and Happy took advantage of the situation to pick one up. As a result, Happy's flawless action was immediately discovered by the other party. "Hey man, what are you doing here so late? I'm waiting to see a movie starring you and your stoned girlfriend. And this is the ticket." Happy obviously didn't know what it meant to be low-key, and showed off the metal bottle in his hand. When the other person saw that Happy had indeed stolen his things, he reached out to grab them. But Happy held them tightly and he couldn't get them back for a while. Happy now threw a confident punch. Throwing a left jab at his opponent dodged it swiftly. Happy looked dissatisfied and swung his arm to deliver another powerful punch from behind. Oh, right in the cheek. Brothers who are good at street fighting know that under normal circumstances, this kind of swung-heavy punch can basically kill the opponent instantly as long as it hits the cheek or chin. But Happy didn't see the other person fall to the ground. He just twisted his body slightly after being hit hard. And when he stood up again, a red light on his face flowed faintly under his skin. The cuts on his face healed instantly. What the F***? Happy's eyes widened when he saw this. When did his fists become so soft? But he didn't have time to think. He had to deal with the other party. He threw another punch, but the opponent grabbed his arm and threw him away. Boom! Happy's huge body flew up 3 to 5 meters on the spot, and then smashed the roadside stall heavily. At this time, the man who was trading with the bodyguard held the metal bottle in both hands. Put it to his nose and took a deep breath. Red energy instantly surged beneath the skin of his face. But he seemed to have overdosed, and his body was unable to adapt to such a large dose. The red glow on his face and eyes grew stronger, and his body became hotter. Savin, save me. Savin was Killian's bodyguard. He turned around and ran away. What a joke. This thing can strengthen your body if you use it less. If you inhale too much, you will explode on the spot and no one can save you. Boom. He was just one person without any C4 or TNT. But the effect of the explosion was no less than that of a small missile. A huge fireball engulfed a corner of the street. Happy, lying on the ground, had no time to dodge and was hit in the face by the residual force of the explosion. He ended up seriously injured when the smoke cleared. Savin, who should have been seriously injured, stood up slowly as if nothing had happened. The wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He left the scene in style. Only his tattered suit proved that he had indeed just been bathed in the center of the explosion. The next day, while Su Ming was constantly experimenting with his new abilities, the phone rang again. Mr. Fate, Happy was attacked and Tony went there. I'm worried he's in danger. It's time to fulfill our promise, Ms. Pepper briefly described Happy's situation and hoped that Su Ming could come over immediately. She is tied to the company and has no ability. Even though Tony had questioned her about Killian in person before, which made her think that Tony was monitoring her, and she felt a little unhappy. But the incident happened suddenly, and Pepper still hoped that Tony could provide an extra layer of protection. Happy was already seriously injured and dying, and she didn't want to see Tony in danger. Su Ming expressed his great pleasure in this regard. After hanging up the phone, Su Ming said softly, "Give me a change of clothes, It was still that familiar faint vibration. The scarlet suit in Su Ming's wardrobe disappeared from the hanger and was put on Su Ming neatly in the blink of an eye. Although it is true that he changed his clothes, he did not seem to make it clear what kind of clothes he changed into. The effect of his words coming true was that his red dress was directly changed. Never mind, bring the mask, swoosh bang. With a flash of silver light, the exquisite half-face mask flew towards Su Ming's face at such a fast speed that it made a crisp sound of slapping his face. Fortunately, Su Ming had a body of steel and felt no pain or redness or swelling. I will never let anyone know that I was bitten by my own mask. Thinking of this, Su Ming waved his hand and opened a portal. And the scene of a ward appeared in front of him. The TV volume is not low. This quarter's terrorist attacks are drawing to a close. Don't worry, the best is yet to come. The screen showed the arrogant declarations of Mandarin, the leader of the terrorist organization 10 Rings. The nurse walked over to Happy, observed his condition, and adjusted the IV switch. He frowned, picked up the remote control, and was about to turn off the TV. Don't close. Suddenly I was startled by a voice in the corner. Tony Stark was in the corner at this time, and the nurse didn't notice him. Downton Abbey is a regular show on Sunday nights. He loves watching it the most and thinks it's elegant. Tony instructed the nurse about Happy's TV watching habits, even though he couldn't watch any at the moment. His tone revealed worry and hidden anger. Also, have everyone bring their door cards. He's very stubborn about this kind of thing. With that, Tony slowly backed away, preparing to leave the ward. At this moment, a circle of fire suddenly appeared on the wall where the TV was hung, and a red figure stepped through the portal and came to Happy's ward. "Mr. Silver Jew, why are you here?" Tony, who was about to leave, was slightly stunned when he saw Su Ming coming over. The nurse was lucky enough to see Scarlet Silver Duke and Iron Man appear in front of her at the same time. She was so excited that she covered her mouth and dared not make a sound. It can be seen that the professional quality is very high. He first gave the nurse a look, and, after the nurse understood, she quickly left the ward. Then he looked at Tony. "Happy is injured, I came to see." Tony subconsciously looked at Su Ming's empty hands and said, "I thank you on Happy's behalf, but you came empty-handed." After saying that, he looked Su Ming up and down with an unsatisfied look, which matched his unhappy mood very well. Su Ming glanced at Happy, who was wrapped up like a mummy on the bed, and laughed. "I think Happy only suffered some minor injuries. It's not a big deal, it's not like he's dying." After saying that, a circle of invisible ripples gently spread out. Happy's internal organs, which were severely injured by the explosion, recovered instantly, but the scratches on the surface of his body still looked serious. The unconscious eyes trembled slightly and were about to open. When Tony heard Su Ming's words, his breath was choked and a surge of anger rose up. "My brother was just lying there looking so miserable. You come to me and say all this at this time. Are you asking for a beating? If I could win, I would have picked up my weapons long ago." Just as Tony was staring at Su Ming's smiling face and feeling unhappy, Happy's voice came from the bed full of energy. "Boss, you look even more dead than me. Who has been in the intensive care unit for 3 days? Have you locked yourself in the lab to cultivate again?" Chapter 143. You should be angry, okay? Tony looked at Happy, whose eyes were wide open on the bed with some disbelief. "Brother, aren't you seriously injured and dying? Why did you wake up so suddenly? The doctor just said you might not survive the night, and it almost made me cry secretly. And now you look just as fate has said, with only superficial injuries. Did Happy awaken some supernatural power? Or is it that this kid, Fate, does what he says?" Tony was almost driven crazy by his condition recently, and Happy's attack made him even more anxious. So now Tony's expression wasn't much better than Happy's. If something really happened to Happy, Tony couldn't guarantee what he could do. To be honest, he almost thought Happy was going to die. This bodyguard and driver who has followed him for many years has long become like a family member to Tony. Especially after the successful development of the armor. Happy has become a mascot. Apart from driving and talking nonsense, he can't do anything else. But he was just used to having such a guy around. Tony came to Happy's bedside with a strange look on his face. Looking at the thick gauze on his body, he was a little confused about Happy's condition. Could it be a last gasp of glory that would mean? Thinking of this, Tony suppressed his grief. Happy, do you have anything else to say? Happy Hogan didn't realize the other meaning in Tony's tone for a moment, and swallowed his saliva. Can I have some peanut butter sandwiches? I'm starving. Okay, I'll fulfill your wish. Oh shit, what did you say? Tony, who thought Happy's time was numbered, was thinking about how to make up for Happy's regrets in this life. I didn't expect that the old friend would ask for food as soon as he opened his mouth. What's going on? The ward fell into a moment of silence. Goo at this moment. The sound coming from Happy's stomach was as deafening as thunder in Tony and Su Ming's ears. Happy looked at Tony with an innocent expression as if to say, "Look, I've become so skinny." Combined with the various medical treatments he has, he looks cute and silly. Tony unconsciously looked at Happy's belly. A dying person wouldn't react like this, right? Could it be a miracle? Is this scientific? The fact that his old friend recovered instantly left Tony, who was a big believer in science, stunned for a moment. Tony, your good friend's condition has improved. You should be dancing for joy. Why are you just standing there? At this time, Su Ming's voice sounded from the side. Faint ripples covered Tony's entire body. Haha. That's right. Happy is fine. What could be happier than this? Let's go, Tilda. Tony's mind was filled with Su Ming's voice, and this sentence seemed to have powerful magic. The mood that had been suppressed for a long time seemed to be released in an instant. This is certainly the best news in some time. And congratulations. Tony laughed loudly and actually started dancing, doing old age disco like a psychopath. That man is back. Happy was happy for Tony seeing this, because he could feel that Tony was in very bad condition recently. Not only is the domineering aura gone, but the joy that once swept through nightclubs is also nowhere to be found. This is something Happy doesn't want to see. You know, back then, Tony was the king of the amusement park. Seeing Tony so excited because his injury had improved, Happy's eyes suddenly became wet. The bombing I took for helping Tony spy on the enemy was worth it. A few minutes later, there was something wrong with the way Happy looked at Tony. The excitement should have passed long ago, but Tony was still dancing with ecstasy, even doing pole dancing around the IV stand. He hummed an unrecognizable melody, a bit eye-catching. This is not a big problem. They have done things 1,000 times more brutal than this in nightclubs back then. But can we choose different occasions? Also, even though you're dancing, my arm is bleeding. Didn't you see it? Who is the patient after all? Fake. It turned out that Tony's passionate dancing had pulled the IV stand to the center of the room. There is only an IV stand in the ward. Guess what it is doing? That's right. The needle in Happy's arm was ruthlessly pulled out, and bright red blood flowed down and dripped onto the ground. The syringe from which the medicine was continuously flowing out was still swinging in the air along with the IV stand. This medicine is so bitter. I have to ask Happy how he knew that. Because it was all thrown into his mouth, okay. No one cares. Su Ming watched Tony's performance from the side with great interest. The idea of having Tony dance was accomplished. I told you to cry poor when you were doing business with me, and I'm going to punish you this time without any negotiation. At the same time, I have a deeper understanding of the application of words come true. I just wanted to make Happy recover. And now it seems that this level of change is completely possible. Su Ming had previously considered whether to exchange for a medical skill. Agent Coulson nearly died in my arms to save him. I carried a grown man across half the mothership before I found a doctor. At least I won't have to work so hard on this in the future. Su Ming secretly observed the energy consumed by healing Happy, less than 1%. No pressure. This means that the energy consumed to restore cell tissue to health is negligible. It's far less energy-intensive than dispersing dark clouds and changing the weather. Not to mention controlling a person's behavior. Look how vigorously Tony jumps. As expected of the little prince of nightclubs. He does have some skills, nice dance but no tips, boss. Tony, hey Iron Man, Tony, who was immersed in his own world at the moment, was awakened by Happy's call and stopped. Just now he seemed to hear the whispers of the devil. All the unhappiness in my heart was released all at once through the joy of knowing that Happy was fine. It was cool. But it was still missing some dynamic music and beautiful girls. You know what, I feel a little bit unsatisfied. The depression that has accumulated for a period of time has dissipated a lot. But Tony calmed down and felt that he had had too much fun. Which was not good, cough cough. He coughed awkwardly twice and adjusted his glasses. He glanced at Su Ming awkwardly. And seeing that he didn't react, felt secretly relieved. Back to Happy's bedside. Oh tilde Happy, I'm so happy to know you're okay. A dry explanation. So you're just going to pull out my needle to help out. Happy's health has basically recovered. And his ability to talk big has returned. He glanced at Tony with a sidelong smile. Tony was so ashamed that he wanted to find a chance to escape from this Shura field. By the way, I still have to avenge you, just wait. After saying, Thish was about to leave the ward. With a look of relief on his face from having just vented. Wait a moment, Su Ming called Tony and, seeing his relaxed expression, reminded him. You should be furious that your friend was seriously injured. Don't forget. There are many media friends waiting for you down below. With a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Su Ming now likes this feeling more and more. For no other reason than to have fun. As soon as the words fell, Tony's eyebrows suddenly raised. And his aura was fully released. That's right. If anyone dares to touch my people, I'll kill them right now, damn it. After saying that, he left the ward, walking with a breeze. Happy just watched as Tony's expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. Looking completely bewildered. He looked at Su Ming for help. Hey, Mr. Silver Jew. Thank you for coming to see me. And could you please call a nurse for me? The blood on his hands was almost scabby. Su Ming looked at the cute Happy, smiled and shook his head. No need to go through so much trouble, just hang on and heal. Under Happy's devilish gaze. The blood on his arm slowly disappeared. And the IV stand automatically returned to the bedside. The retention needle was reattached to his arm. As if nothing had happened after that. Su Ming gave Happy a keep-it-secret look and followed Tony out of the ward. Could it be Silver Jew is God? Oh my God tilde no my mister. Silver Jew, Chapter 144 The Obedient Reporter. We are awaiting Tony Stark's arrival. Hoping he can give us some response to the attack that just took place. At the entrance of the hospital. After learning that Tony had come to the hospital, groups of media reporters gathered here, wanting to get first-hand interview materials about Tony. At this time, Tony walked out of the hospital gate with his sunglasses and a serious face. I don't know why, just know after Su Ming's reminder. Tony fell from happiness to boundless anger in an instant. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. And he didn't find anything wrong at all. I, Tony Stark, am Iron Man, and this is something the whole world knows. Do you understand the value of the Avengers team? But despite this, there are still some blind guys who set their sights on my people, causing Happy to suffer so much. The fact that he survived such a disaster can only mean that he was lucky. Such a miracle cannot happen to everyone. As a business tycoon, a top scientific researcher, a superhero and a boss, I cannot let anyone trample on my dignity. Su Ming's words completely ignited Tony's anger. As he walked downstairs, he became angrier and angrier. By the time he walked out of the hospital, his anger had reached its peak, as if he had really lost Happy. Little did they know that all this was controlled by Su Ming with just a few words. The effect of saying what you mean and doing what you say is not exaggerated. Say happy, dance without care. Speaking of being angry, Now Tony is so mad that he wants to kill someone. Su Ming just said a few words lightly as the situation developed. This kind of going with the flow is the least energy consuming. Mr. Stark, seeing Tony coming out. The media who had been lifeless just now suddenly became excited. This is another attack by the Mandarin, what do you say? Tony walked to the front of the car under the microphones of many media outlets and did not say a word until he opened the door. Mr. Stark, when will someone kill these terrorists? A young man's unofficial question resonated with Tony. My name is Tony Stark and I'm not afraid of you. I know you're a coward, so I decided, you're already a dead man. Man, I'll collect the body myself. Nothing political, just good old-fashioned revenge. It's not about the Pentagon, it's just you and me. If you're still a man. Remember my home address, 10,880 Malibu Harbor. Tony angrily took off his glasses and confronted the Mandarin in front of all the media. Little did he know that this action would plant hidden dangers for him in the future. All the reporters were so irritated by Tony's tough attitude that their hair stood on end. How dare he? Well, he's Iron Man. Su Ming was standing behind the crowd. Even though he was wearing a striking red outfit, he was not as attractive as Tony, who was radiating his aura at the moment. Watching Tony shouting at the Ten Rings gang like an angry King Kong, Su Ming wanted to say, brother, I know you're angry. But you'd better not be angry first. The Bay Villa is trembling. Until Tony smashed the young man's cell phone and promised to get a better one. Then drove away in his luxury car. The reporters put down their microphones in disappointment. His body was still reeling from the aftershocks of the situation. No one had ever dared to confront Lord Man in front of the entire world. Even if they really deserved to die, oh God. The Crimson Silver Duke is here too. The reporter with good eyesight noticed Su Ming and screamed subconsciously. She is a fan of Su Ming, coax. The atmosphere was ignited again. This is the first time that Scarlet Silver Duke has faced an interview. No matter what just happened, Silver Duke's screen debut must be mine. All the reporters thought so and swarmed over to surround Su Ming. Calm down, take it one at a time, Su Ming spoke to comfort everyone. And as soon as he finished speaking, the crazy reporters instantly turned into obedient babies in kindergarten. The scene suddenly became eerily quiet. Pairs of eager eyes stared at Su Ming. But no one scrambled for an interview. He just looked at the female reporter who first discovered Su Ming with murderous eyes. As if to say, hurry up. As for why they lined up voluntarily, they couldn't figure it out until everything was over. Seeing this, Su Ming sighed inwardly. This kind of thing is too scary. Whatever you say is the truth. Wouldn't it be less fun in the future? Moreover, I will never dare to joke around again. What if I say something wrong and someone does it? And kills a few more people, guilty sin also. Does it mean that every time I say something in the future, I will be shocked? I'm almost numb from the shock, aren't I? The talent of the law of causality is so terrifying. With all sorts of things in his mind, Su Ming looked at the female reporter with encouragement. The female reporter was so excited that she was trembling all over when she got close to her idol for the first time. What? He looked at me, how to do so nervous. What should I ask? Damn brain, why don't you say something? Brain, you got the wrong person, ask your mouth. She is already confused. A few seconds later, amidst the agonizing gazes of her colleagues, the female reporter finally regained her professionalism. Mystery and Jew, do you have a girlfriend? A brainless question blurted out, coax. The scene instantly fell into chaos again. Male reporter and photographer, what the hell are you asking? Is this your first day on the job? Female reporter, perfect. I want to know. Seeing this, Su Ming stopped talking and raised his hand to suppress him. This is in stark contrast to Tony's behavior just now, where he was the only one to challenge everyone. The noisy crowd gradually quieted down. It's rare to see a superhero so cooperative with media interviews. To be honest, they prefer superheroes like Su Ming who know how to respect journalists. Although not all journalists deserve respect. It's inconvenient to answer personal questions, cut. After all this time, the reporters were not happy with the result. My turn, Mr. Silver Jew, why are you here? What have you been up to since the Battle of New York? What do you think of this attack cheating? Is there anyone who can take care of this? How come he asked 3 questions in one breath? The reporter's eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent. The reporter who asked the question endured the cold wind blowing on his back and looked at Su Ming expectantly. Waiting for his answer, Happy is also my friend. I went to Greenwich a while ago. And the local specialties there are pretty good and… Su Ming now turned his gaze towards the largest camera in the arena. Tony is also my friend since he said he wants to fuck you. Mandarin or someone else, sorry. I can't help you either. After saying that, he waved his hands and said, "That's all for today, I have something else to do, The words come true again, the reporter, who had been as persistent as a fly actually just stood there, letting Su Ming pass through the crowd and slowly disappear at the end of the street. It's just the lingering look in his eyes that is heartbreaking. Tony returned home and analyzed the cause of the explosion with the help of Jarvis. Strangely, the temperature at the explosion site exceeded 3,000 degrees Celsius. But no broken shrapnel was found, Jarvis. When Tony was beginning to understand something, a portal flashing with fire suddenly appeared beside him. Silver Jew, Tony knew that this was Su Ming's method. But he didn't understand why he came to his house at this time. Tony drove back to the company and put on the mecha to fly home. It took him a long time. But he was still not as efficient as Su Ming, who just waved his hand. How convenient. Looking at Su Ming's extremely convenient ability, even someone as proud as Tony had to admit that he was envious. Don't bother in Tennessee. Su Ming saw that several locations including Tennessee had been screened out by Tony and pointed them out directly. After giving Su Ming a blank look, Tony continued his analysis and soon discovered that Tennessee was indeed the most suspicious. Okay, you guessed it right, what can I do for you? Visiting the sick. Tony looked at Su Ming's empty hands again and said in a teasing tone, "Are you kidding me?" Chapter 145. Come Tony, dance again. Su Ming just looked at Tony without saying a word. But the meaning in his eyes was very clear. What's so strange about that? The patient is talking about you, but Tony Stark, who always lacked tacit understanding with others, didn't understand Su Ming's meaning at all. Well, you're not such a boring person. Tell me what happened. I knew something was wrong when you showed up in Happy's ward. A few seconds later, Tony, feeling frightened by Su Ming's gaze, spoke first. Although he can make bold statements in front of the world's media, he also dares to criticize senior military officials like General Ross. But in front of Su Ming, his aura was obviously weaker. It's not just because we can't beat them, after all. If Su Ming hadn't been there, he would probably have become a piece of garbage floating in the vast space. Moreover, Su Ming's performance as a comrade on the battlefield is absolutely impeccable. Su Ming couldn't help but shook his head, as expected of a science and engineering guy so straight. I have no problem making eye contact with the alien Thor. But I can't get any signal from you. Looking at Tony's suspicious face, Su Ming had no choice but to tell the truth, MS. Pepper asked me to come here, who Pepper Potts? Tony was speechless for a moment. He was already annoyed by Killian's flirting with Pepper in the company. At least Happy told me that. But how is Pepper also connected to fate? When did this happen? What else is there that I don't know? Thinking of this, Tony felt very unhappy. For a moment he even felt a little itchy on his head, as if some colored plants were about to break through the skin. The look he gave Su Ming became increasingly unfriendly. Su Ming didn't know what Tony was thinking at the moment. Although he could see that something was wrong with him, he didn't care at all. It was his rule to do things for money, no matter who the client is. This is only because we are old acquaintances. Are there any house prices that are so high that they make you vomit blood? Isn't the treasure map cool? There are still so many good things in Wakanda waiting for me to liberate Tilda. But thinking about the famous scene in the near future where he would be able to see all of Tony's mechas deployed, Su Ming felt a little bit of anticipation. Yes. Your girlfriend said you seem to be suffering from PTSD and refused to seek medical treatment. So she asked me to help you. After hearing Su Ming's explanation, Tony's unhappiness instantly disappeared, so that's it. Indeed, when he was sleeping before, he summoned No. 42 in a nightmare and almost hurt Pepper. It also annoyed her, and she refused to continue sleeping with me. After that, Pepper had hinted several times that I should see a doctor. But I always turned her down. It turns out all this is because they are worried about me. Hee, but what the heck is PTSD? Do I have it? Impossible. How could the knowledgeable Tony not know what PTSD means? Post-traumatic stress disorder bullshit. Pepper, that self-willed guy. I've just been not in good shape lately. Tony complained about Pepper. But a smile appeared on his face at the same time. He decided to find an opportunity to give Pepper a surprise. Seeing Su Ming looking at him with a half-smile, Tony leaned back in his chair and changed the subject. How much is the commission? You know the relationship between Pepper and me. This doesn't count as leaking business secrets. $100 million. Su Ming replied calmly that $10 billion was just that to him now. The light tone seemed to be saying something insignificant. What 10 billion, spendthrift? The ion accelerator we purchased to create the new element was top-notch. Right, it was only worth 100 billion now. Just saying to help me and spending 10 billion without even seeing anything. Okay, Pepper, you know how to spend money. Tony, who had just relaxed in his chair, suddenly jumped up and looked at Su Ming in surprise. I hope that this time Su Ming is really teasing me. But looking at Su Ming's calm expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. No, Stark is rich, but is he going to spend it like this? Don't you know how precious destiny is? Is it necessary to entrust this guy with such a small matter? How can he help me also? It's true that Su Ming is a bounty hunter. He dares to take any order from you. My situation obviously can't be solved by simply increasing my combat power. Absurd. Tony, who had just complained about Pepper verbally, was a little dissatisfied with Pepper's impulsive spending behavior after learning the price. Little did he know that this was all caused by his own bad temper and refusal to receive treatment. Looking at Tony's expression, Su Ming knew that he did not agree with Pepper's request for him to come here. And it was obvious that he was questioning his ability. Is this okay? Let me ask you, did you enjoy dancing in Happy's ward? Cool. Are you angry about the thought of Mandarin injuring Happy? Gas, but what does all this have to do with you? Tony was rarely questioned, so he instinctively retorted after answering honestly. What does it matter? Snort. Come on, Tony, one more dance. Su Ming snorted coldly. Now let me show you what the hell this has to do with me. After a brief buzzing sound, a transparent ripple visible only to Su Ming floated towards Tony. Without any warning, Tony suddenly started breakdancing on the spot and couldn't stop. Oh shit, what did you do? Stop it now, Fate. Tony, who was dancing passively, was still clear-headed. At this moment, he felt for the first time what it meant to be out of one's control. Different from the natural dance inspired by his previous mood. This time the movement clearly went against Tony's wishes. The inconsistency between his thoughts and actions makes his dancing look particularly awkward and devoid of aesthetic appeal. Less than half a minute, Tony realized that no matter how happy he was in the hospital, he couldn't dance like that in front of the bruised Happy. It seems that he even broke his needle. What's more, there is an outsider named Fate, also. I was obviously very happy at that time. But I fell into anger because of a word about Fate. This is also very unreasonable. Happy is seriously injured and dying. So I might say that in front of all the media. But after learning that he wasn't as dangerous as he looked, and he gets mad, that's a real problem. And now the means Su Ming has demonstrated have explained everything. Tony was horrified. When did Fate master this devilish method? Every time this person appears, he seems to be much stronger than before. This time it is even more outrageous. He is simply beyond belief. It seems that my development of the Mark armor is still too slow. The stark reality forced Tony to admit that Fate did have the ability to help him. His constantly dancing body made him wish he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment from the floor. There is a little man in my heart crying out, oh please. This dance was popular when I was in school. How many years has it been? It's already outdated, okay. The embarrassing thing is that the dance steps are not fashionable enough when it comes to personality. It has to be Tony Stark. Tony, who had learned a lesson from Su Ming, was in awe of Su Ming's methods. But he refused to admit defeat. As long as I don't want to dance, there's no soul in it, no fun. Su Ming almost laughed. Why was he sweating so much when he was so bored? Your lower back is soaked. Are you so weak? Stop. Your dancing is really not that good. Tony finally escaped the fate of being a puppet. He sat back in his chair, panting slightly, and wiped the sweat off his face. He picked up the water cup and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Then he looked up at Su Ming. Not knowing what to say for a moment, ding dong. At this time the doorbell rang. Tony had something to do and asked Jarvis loudly. Are visitors still allowed now? We should be on high alert now. Come on, I just threatened a terrorist, okay, who is coming? Jarvis followed Tony's habit of speaking his mind and responded. There's nothing I can do about it, sir. It was you who gave the address to journalists all over the world. The scene changes. Several helicopters appeared in the sky above Tony's Bay Villa, slowly adjusting their angles as if they were taking aim. The person is not good. Chapter 146. The internet is down. Silver Duke, please make yourself at your leisure. If you have any questions, ask Jarvis. I'll go see who's here. After saying that, Tony went upstairs, and with him went various armor modules. It's really handsome. Su Ming watched as pieces of armor components flew past him, blazing with flames. Catching up to the walking Tony and arming him, he exclaimed in admiration. Then he walked around Tony's laboratory. Jarvis, can you let me see Tony's suit? Su Ming had no interest in the world-class scientific research equipment in Tony's laboratory. Now he just wanted to admire Tony's armor. Considering Tony's personality, I asked Jarvis with a triad attitude, Mr. Silver Jew, I'm also surprised that Mr. Stark didn't deny you this permission. So my answer is, of course I'd be happy to help. Just as Jarvis finished speaking, an underground mechanism in another area of the laboratory was activated. As the sound of the mechanism resounded, a device displaying dozens of sets of armor slowly rose from under the floor. In an instant, various high-tech armors of different styles and colors appeared in front of Su Ming. He was overwhelmed. Jarvis, please explain the characteristics of these armors to me, Su Ming said casually, without the need for his words to be followed by his words. Jarvis immediately responded politely. At your service, Mr. Crimson Silver. Before leaving, Tony had ordered Jarvis to treat Su Ming well. He didn't expect that the authority given to Su Ming would be so high that even Jarvis found it novel. Following the explanation with a bit of mechanical sound, Su Ming was amazed. That is Su Ming. Tony has never let anyone get close to all his armors. This shows the position Su Ming holds in Tony's heart. With a sigh, Su Ming had to admit, Tony Stark is indeed a one-in-a-million genius in mechanical manufacturing. Villa entrance. A woman walked in through the bulletproof glass door that opened automatically. She is Tony's ex-girlfriend, whom he hasn't seen for a long time, botanist Maya, as mentioned above. The project developed by Maya was the Extremis virus, but the technology was not mature at the time. Of course, the current technology is not mature yet. Among the many experimental subjects using the desperate virus, only a few lucky ones can survive. She saw Tony's declaration and wanted Tony to support her research in the field of scientific research. This is exactly the same as Killian. That's right, they are in the same group. But Maya has no intention of harming others and is only loyal to her research. I need your help. I saw the news and I'm worried you won't make it through the week. Ms. Maya's words sounded very touching. But Tony suspected that the sudden visit from his ex-girlfriend, whom he hadn't seen for more than a decade, was not simply because she was worried about his safety. Don't tell me there's a 12-year-old. Sure enough, when the playboy saw his ex-girlfriend suddenly coming to his house, he was worried about the same thing. Now he just wanted this ancestor to leave quickly, for no other reason than that his real girlfriend, Ms. Pepper, was upstairs. Even Tony, who has low emotional intelligence, can predict what kind of Shura scene will appear in the next second. Oh, it's over with the appearance of Ms. Pepper. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. Happy is in the hospital. And I didn't know we'd have any more visitors, not a guest. Tony felt guilty. That's the old flame, Ms. Pepper hit the nail on the head. To be exact, it was a one-night stand. Maya is interested in watching the fun and is not afraid of any trouble. That's really your style, Ms. Pepper looked at Tony with a big smile on her face. But there was great terror behind that smile. She hated Tony for revealing the address in anger, and planned to pack up and leave here with Tony immediately. Not coming back in the short term. But Tony obviously had no such intention. Are you kidding? I gave out my address and then ran away secretly. How can I survive in the future if people find out? So he took off his armor and planned to have a good talk with Pepper. The two started arguing about this matter. And the topic gradually shifted to gifts. And finally to Su Ming. What's the matter with the fateful commission? How did you know? Please, he's downstairs now. When did he come? At this moment Maya, who was left aside, saw the picture on the wall monitor and interrupted the two of them. Should we worry about this? Following the direction Maya pointed, Tony and Pepper looked at the monitor at the same time. A missile with a long tail was seen approaching the Bay Villa. Where they were. Tony was shocked and had no time to react before the missile hit the building and caused a violent explosion. Boom! The violent impact instantly blew several people into the sky. A minute ago, Su Ming, who was still studying the functions of various armors, suddenly found that all the armors in front of him automatically lowered again. Radar detected an abnormal intrusion. Emergency mode activated. Jarvis's notification sounded at the right moment. Immediately afterwards, Su Ming's spider sense sent a strong warning. Something is approaching rapidly. That sounds like a missile. Frog fun. Boom. This reflects one thing. The detection range of Tony's family's security radar is far greater than the range of Su Ming's spider sense. Just a missile. If Su Ming had been prepared, there would be 10,000 ways to deal with it, but Su Ming, who was still concentrating on the structure of the armor a moment ago, received an early warning from the spider sense. The missile had flown into the balcony window of the villa. Moreover, missiles are flying faster and faster. When it approaches the target, its speed reaches its peak. Su Ming didn't have any time to react. The entire villa was shaking in the explosion, and countless broken building fragments seemed to be burying Su Ming on the spot. The floor shook violently, and Su Ming experienced what an artificial earthquake was. Since you can't stand still, just fly. Looking at the ceiling crashing down at him, Su Ming rose a few inches into the air and released energy for defense. As soon as the broken ceiling and various shattered building materials approached Su Ming's body, they were instantly turned into powder by the violent energy. Su Ming flew towards Tony and his friends despite the rain of stones in the house. Tony, who was falling backwards in the air, immediately made a very cool gesture. Iron Man's most handsome transformation has appeared. At Tony's call, pieces of armor modules were quickly pieced together on Ms. Pepper's body. He successfully protected Pepper from the rapid attack of countless rocks. But he and Maya crashed into the wall due to inertia. Fortunately, the decoration material on this wall is not particularly hard. Otherwise, Tony might not be able to get up after just this collision. Even so, Tony's head was buzzing after the collision and the fall to the ground. At this time, a helicopter modified from a mecha flew towards the villa loaded with weapons. That missile just now was just an appetizer. Tony struggled to sit up and glanced at his ex-girlfriend who was in a coma not far away. I felt some sand and gravel falling on me. Cracks in the ceiling directly above were spreading rapidly. Visible to the naked eye, Tony thought to himself, pills. But as soon as he moved, a large concrete block from the ceiling fell down. Boom. At this moment, a steel figure appeared in front of Tony in time and blocked the falling boulder. The mask was opened and Ms. Pepper looked calmly into Tony's eyes and said, "I'll protect you, the boyfriend is super strong." But how could Tony, who is always so good at arguing with people. Let his girl act so pretentiously in front of him. I'll protect you first, I told you we can't stay here. At this time, 3 helicopters launched a formal attack. Missiles bombarded Tony's house one after another. The explosion destroyed the foundation of the house, causing the entire villa to collapse and tilt toward the sea. Take her away first, I'll find a way. Tony shouted instructions to Pepper. But he himself slipped and leaned against a pillar that was about to fall into the sea. Just now, Tony was surprised to find that everything in front of him was frozen. It's like time has been paused, the internet is down. Chapter 147: The Fall of Genius. The feeling that kept Tony Stark awake at night was back. Even more serious. Because his home was being bombarded by missiles. But the armor was on someone else's body. He was unprotected in a building that was about to collapse. And no one knew better than him how high the cliff below was. He had stood on the balcony countless times, looking into the distance with a glass of whiskey in his hand. Unexpectedly, the balcony steel column that he had never taken seriously has now become his life-saving harbor. Although he was temporarily safe, he was still breathing rapidly, and waves of panic kept coming over him. I broke out in a cold sweat uncontrollably. Hurry, 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 Jarvis. Tell me Pepper and the others are safe, hurry. Without the protection of the armor, Tony's old problem came back. His heart seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible big hand. Getting tighter and tighter. In this extremely painful moment, something magic happened. A transparent ripple floated quickly from the direction of the laboratory and was vaguely visible. As the ripples passed, time seemed to be paused. Everything in front of Tony's eyes froze in an instant. Even a missile that just passed by Tony was frozen in midair. It was less than 3 meters away from him. The debris in the air and even the flames behind the missiles were motionless at this moment. It feels like watching a movie, and suddenly the network card freezes. But Tony can move and think and even comment on the missile. Can something this crude be called a missile? If it weren't for Stark, I wouldn't have approved it for production. On second thought, if it was really made by Stark, the house would have collapsed long ago. I no longer dislike this missile. Looking at the unscientific changes around him, Tony's eyes rolled and he thought of his other guest. He had just demonstrated incredible skills on himself. If this isn't a miracle, then it's him. The tension eased a little. But he still felt uneasy without the mecha on him. With the appearance of Su Ming's familiar figure, Tony finally felt relieved. Tony, are you okay? Floating in the air, Su Ming arrived in front of Tony in the blink of an eye. It was the first time he saw Tony Stark without his armor in the midst of all the chaos. You know what? He's really no different from an ordinary person. In such an environment, it is inevitable to end up in a disgraceful state. Seeing that the building was about to collapse, Su Ming spoke in time. And the abnormal effect of his words taking effect instantly controlled the situation. You might ask why the villa isn't restored to its original state, or the enemy isn't eliminated directly. This time the mission is just to help Tony solve his psychological problems. As for building buildings and killing people, that is another price. Oh Yinju, you came at the right time. I was just about to deal with those guys outside. Tony struggled to stand up, but his foot slipped and he almost fell into the sea. Su Ming was a little impressed. It was already such a long time. If those helicopter gunships outside knew what Tony was doing, they would definitely use their big, thick missiles to point at his face and say, "Still pretending I'm here to kill you, if I wasn't here. You would have been in a terrible situation, Todd, you know. Stop bragging. You're not even wearing your battle uniform. What are you going to do? Your fists, yes, battle suit. My baby, no one missed his suit more than Tony. Especially at this moment. Sir, Miss Potts has left safely." At this moment, Jarvis' voice sounded at the right time. Su Ming only stopped the missiles and landslides, and Tony and Jarvis were not affected at all. It is worth mentioning that the energy consumption of this sentence alone is comparable to that of dispelling thunderstorms before. Tony's eyes flashed with ruthlessness when he heard this. Hold your hands together and stretch them forward. Then pull them back suddenly. The Mark 42 prodigal mechas still worn by Ms. Pepper fell off her body piece by piece and flew towards Tony. Tony crawled towards the direction where the armor was flying. At the same time, the body was constantly covered by armor. When the mask was closed, Tony looked at the familiar system screen that appeared in front of him again and breathed a long sigh of relief. Turning to look at Su Ming, he was full of confidence. "Yinju, you can rest now, it's my turn now." Su Ming was relieved to see Tony put on his armor again and ready for a big fight. But Tony remembered that this battle was not easy. So he kindly reminded him, "Are you sure you don't need me anymore?" Tony is now wearing armor and has survived the Battle of New York with only a few terrorists and a few attack helicopters. "Piss off is awesome," waving his hands he said proudly. "These guys dared to come to my house. So they must be prepared to pay the price, just stop. Just wait and see how I deal with them." The light emitted from the reactor on the chest of the suit, and the eyes penetrated the dust, adding a cyberpunk filter to Tony at this moment, making him look very handsome. Seeing that Tony was determined not to let him help, Su Ming had no choice but to let him do it, finally asked, "Are you sure I don't need to take action? They're just a few planes. I can crush them in a matter of minutes, tilde." "Tony, stop talking nonsense, I'll do it." "Well, this is your own fault. Don't regret it later when you suffer a loss." Su Ming thought he had done his best and said softly, "Untie." As soon as the words fell, everything that had been frozen continued to move along the predetermined trajectory. The entire building continued to tilt toward the sea. Su Ming just floated quietly in the air, not caring about anything, since Tony invited him to watch a show and even put his own family on the line. He had to give him face, but there was a hint of pity in the look he gave Tony. The building continued to collapse, the floor tilting at an increasingly steep angle. Tony, wearing armor, slid down in an instant. Tony, who didn't fly, kept his balance and asked, "Jarvis, where's my flying energy?" At the same time, I had a bad feeling in my heart. "Working on it, sir. This is just an engineering prototype." Aye. Bullets from the heavy machine gun rained down like raindrops. Tony turned around and ran, after grabbing a wall. He raised his other hand and aimed at the plane in the distance. "I'll show you a real missile now, let's go," drop. As a result, the screen showed that the weapon system had not been debugged and the range was insufficient. The missile just couldn't be fired from the arm bay. And he had installed it himself. Tony was stunned. "It's just a few helicopters, is it that powerful? If you're not careful, your body will slide quickly along the tilted floor." Suddenly Tony saw the piano under his feet, and an idea came to him and he activated the palm cannon. Boom! The piano that was knocked away spun and rushed towards an enemy plane, completing a single kill. But this also exposed Tony's own position, suddenly. Locked on by the thermal imaging equipment, the enemy's heavy machine guns opened fire at full power. Tony had no choice but to transform into a runner and dodge with all his might, while taking the opportunity to get closer to the enemy. When it was almost time, Tony simply pried open the arm hatch and took out the missile. Throw it at the nearest fighter plane. Followed by a palm cannon detonation, boom. Another fighter was also destroyed, making a double kill. "Haha, tilde, it's not that difficult, tilde." The falling plane hit Tony, and the runner had no skill, so he just ran away. But the floor beneath his feet collapsed along with the entire building, and Tony fell into the sea. At the moment of falling, Tony was a little confused. Not letting Silver Jew take action just now. Wasn't that a bit hasty? But reality did not give him time to react. A thick cable hooked his body and quickly took him to the deep seabed. Sadly, Tanihu had just broken free from the cable, watched helplessly as a huge rock fell on him. I don't know if it was caused by a stone or if it was a quality issue. Water started to seep into Tony's armor, and it was about to reach his mouth and nose. Feeling the coldness of the sea water and looking at the dark seabed, Tony's eyes were a little blank. The only hand that could move knocked on the mecha. "Jarvis, censor my current stupid look and upload it to YouTube. The title will be The Fall of a Genius, when I chose the Mark 42. Chapter 148. Are you sure he is still awake? originally the most eye-catching mansion on the Marbury coastline. Tony Stark's home. At this moment, only a large gap remains on the cliff. The entire building had broken into pieces and sunk into the sea. And Tony was also submerged with it. There was only a red figure floating in the empty space, Ms. Pepper ran to the edge of the cliff regardless of the danger. Looking at the huge waves stirred up by her former home, she realized that Tony was still inside and her heart was broken. Tony, the voice was high-pitched and shrill. The last helicopter circled over the sea, looking for an opportunity to finish off the enemy, fate. Damn it, is this how you complete a commission? When the excited Ms. Pepper saw Su Ming, her eyes widened and she instantly became angry. Su Ming was originally waiting to watch Iron Man display his might and powerfully defeat various enemies. But what he ended up seeing was Tony being taught a lesson by his own mecha. Although they managed to shoot down 2 enemy planes, it didn't seem easy at all. The main focus is on embarrassment. This set can't even catch up to the Mark 7. Tony can only blame it on bad luck. There are so many powerful armors in the warehouse that are far more powerful than Mark 7. But they are not used. He is really keen on researching remote control wearable devices. The result was that at the critical moment, the chain fell to the ground. Apart from looking very cool when worn, its other functions are simply unbearable. People also fell into the sea. Seeing Tony being hooked by a black cable and falling into the sea along with the building debris, Su Ming felt that it was time to bring Tony's performance, which was full of frequent incidents, to an end. Suddenly, Miss Pepper's screaming question was heard. Su Ming felt a little wronged. Didn't you see Tony's expression just now? He would have gotten angry if I had taken action, but Ms. Pepper was so angry at the moment that she wouldn't listen to any reason. Su Ming didn't intend to explain. If you want to know the reason, ask Tony yourself. But Tony couldn't just ignore it. Su Ming waved his hand to calm the furious little Pepper, while raising his hand to activate magnetic control and sense the seabed. Until I sensed a human-shaped metal figure. I guessed it must be Tony with a sudden force, wow. On the sea surface, which had just become somewhat calm, a figure emerged from the water, dang dang. It landed at Ms. Pepper's feet. It was Tony who had fainted. Su Ming then returned to the edge of the cliff, looking at Ms. Pepper. She was at a loss as to how to activate the armor that kept leaking water. He opened his mouth to comfort her. Don't panic, it's not a big deal, at most you'll just faint. Ms. Pepper was obviously very dissatisfied with Su Ming's behavior of standing idly by. Considering that he rescued Tony in time, he just rolled his eyes at Su Ming. Su Ming didn't intend to explain anything. But the atmosphere was really awkward. I was just about to ask Tony to wake up and explain to Pepper in person. Suddenly, the spider sense sent another warning. Turning around, the last helicopter spotted Su Ming and his companions on the shore, turned its guns around, and fired bullets and missiles at once, aiming to wipe them out completely. Pepper also discovered the problem, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch the shadow of the missile rapidly magnify in his eyes. Just as despair appeared in Ms. Pepper's eyes, Su Ming moved, roll. He shouted angrily without even looking back. He waved his arm impatiently and clenched his palm tightly, as if he was chasing away and squeezing an annoying fly to death. Magnetic control is activated instantly. All bullets and missiles stopped instantly and slowly reversed their attack direction. It's not over yet. The helicopter in the distance seemed to be stuffed into a hydraulic press, the kind that can rotate 360 degrees in an instant. It changed from the shape of a helicopter to the size of a suitcase, like a piece of tinfoil that has been squeezed into a ball. It is round but extremely dense in the cockpit. The team leader, who was chewing gum and wearing sunglasses a second ago and looked so arrogant, instantly turned into the meat filling in the steel Yuang Sao, and lost his human form, ding dang dang boom. Immediately afterwards, amidst a burst of sparks and explosions, the big dumpling floating in the air was hit by the returning bullets and missiles, turning into fragments all over the sky. Thank you so much. Little Pepper kept staring at the direction of the helicopter and witnessed the whole process of how an armed helicopter turned into a dumpling and was blown away. Stunned. This was followed by a period of breast unobstructedness. "You deserve it, you destroyed my home," Ms. Pepper, who had already prepared herself for death, was shaken when she saw Su Ming's thundering methods. She had to admit that the visual impact was too strong. As someone who has always been protected, this is her first time to come into close contact with other superheroes. This made her yearn for this magical power. Having just protected Tony while wearing the Mark 42, she experienced for the first time the feeling of protecting someone else. But what really shocked Pepper was the godlike means of fate. If I also had this ability, would the enemy not dare to destroy my home so easily? I realized that my thoughts were going a bit far. Pepper immediately sorted out her thoughts and looked at Su Ming with gratitude. "Fate, thank you for saving our lives." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he remembered that he had asked Tony privately, "Who is more powerful, Iron Man or Scarlet Silver?" Pepper still remembers how reluctant Tony was to answer. "Well, fate is still very strong. It should be just a little bit worse than me. A little bit of God, can Tony die if he doesn't pretend? If the method that fate just used to crush the helicopter was used on your armor. That picture, I don't even dare to think about it. But you really dare to brag thinking of this." Pepper quickly fell into reflection. Did I speak too loudly just now? Su Ming didn't know that his ordinary move to kill the enemy successfully brought the furious Ms. Pepper back to consciousness. Hearing Pepper's thanks, Tony sighed that he was lucky. It's rare to find a woman like Pepper who cares about him wholeheartedly and is also reasonable. What's more, she also manages the company for Tony. It's not easy for her to deal with someone like Tony. "You're welcome, Miss Pepper. This is what I'm supposed to do." Besides, there was a reason for that just now. The relaxed atmosphere made Su Ming feel less awkward. My goodness, when Ms. Pepper gets angry, her aura is much stronger than Tony's. At this moment, Pepper no longer had any doubt about Su Ming's fighting ability. He doesn't look like the kind of person who would just stand by and watch someone die. Why did you just stand there and not take action? The answer is obvious, it must be Tony. I can guess whatever he said. After thinking everything through, Ms. Pepper felt a little ashamed for having just lost her temper at Su Ming. I was just thinking about how to make amends. But it would be wrong to wrongly accuse a good person. Suddenly, the Mark 42 lying on the ground started up. Flames spewed from his hands and feet, and he quickly rose into the air, turning into a black dot in the sky in the blink of an eye. Tony, Pepper wanted to call out to him immediately, but got no response. Su Ming and Pepper watched Tony fly away. Where did he go? Could it be that he thought of something important? That should be the case whenever Tony thinks of something. He basically just leaves without saying a word, Ms. Pepper, now trusting greatly in fate, muttered to herself. I know where he's going, Su Ming said softly. Oh. Su Ming's words attracted Miss Pepper's inquiring gaze. Just, are you sure he's still awake? From Su Ming's perception, Tony, who was wearing armor, was breathing shallowly and evenly. And it was obvious that he had not woken up yet. Su Ming's perception was correct. Tony fell into a coma before being fished out and had no idea what was happening. Flying away silently was the result of Jarvis's spontaneous action after integrating Tony's previous two orders. One is to activate the flight energy. One is the Tennessee flight plan. So the destination that Jarvis is driving the Mark 42 to at this moment is Tennessee. Sir, sorry. Jarvis's voice gradually became clearer in Tony's ears. Turn off the alarms. Tony thought he had just woken up in bed. That's the emergency alarm, sir. It's triggered because the power has dropped below 5%. After seeing the scene clearly, Tony realized that things were serious. He was flying very fast at this moment, and his altitude was getting lower and lower. The painful memory of the Mark 1 crashing just seconds after takeoff suddenly came back to me. What? A pig-slaughtering scream streaked across the night sky. Chapter 149, It's a disease, it needs to be treated. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the coastline, reflecting a quiet and peaceful scene. But the place where the Bay Villa originally stood has become a ruin, which is out of tune with the surrounding environment. Tennessee, how cold is that? What's he doing there? Pepper heard what Su Ming said. She was busy with the company first and then busy packing up to escape. She didn't know that Tony was planning to have a good fight with Mandarin. And some clues have been found. Su Ming was too lazy to explain, after all. He had just arrived, and knowing too much would cause unnecessary trouble. He casually said maybe there are friends there, MS. Pepper felt that Tony's trip must be more than that. I'm afraid there will still be danger. My house had just been bombed. How could I possibly be in the mood to see any friends? It is obvious that fate is dealing with me. But after seeing how powerful Su Ming was, her attitude towards him changed. She rolled her eyes. Mr. Fates, thank you for your hard work in finding Tony. Don't let anything happen to him. You two are friends, aren't you? I'm really worried about him, and it seems the commission has not been completed yet. Of course, Su Ming understood what little lad Jiao meant, and thought to himself that she was such a smart guy, worthy of being able to manage such a big company. This is so reasonable that I can't refuse it. When Su Ming mentioned the commission, he thought, ma'am, regarding Tony's commission, in your opinion, when will it be considered completed? Pepper was worried about Tony at the moment, and she had not yet recovered from the huge change she had just experienced. He shook his head and said, to be honest, I don't know either. But if Tony gets better, we'll all know, right? 10 billion is not that easy to earn, huh? Su Ming was thoughtful. It seemed that he had to completely help Tony get rid of the psychological shadow. And this kind of thing is not something he can handle with just a few words. Even if you have the power to say what you want, you cannot completely remove the haze hidden deep in people's hearts. I really have to continue following Tony and make sure he is completely recovered before this order can be considered completed. Thinking of this, Su Ming mobilized his mental power to concentrate on sensing Tony's position, and soon received feedback that the target was moving at high speed. In this case, the portal is useless. It takes time to open that thing, and when it can be opened, Tony flew away to who knows where. After saying goodbye to Pepper, Su Ming jumped high and flew in the direction of Tony, and soon disappeared into the dusk sky. Ms. Pepper stared blankly at Su Ming, who could fly freely without any help, and complained about Tony again in her heart. At this moment, Maya woke up from the ground looking dusty, with messy hair and sleepy eyes. What time is it? That's right, I have something to ask you, Ms. Pepper instantly regained her aura of a strong woman, without even looking at Maya, and walked towards her car in high heels. The Mark 42 armor ran out of power and fell from a high altitude, hitting the ground and causing dust and snowflakes to fill the sky. Tani, whose voice was almost hoarse from shouting, finally let go of his worries. Achievement of not falling to death N+1 times achieved. He turned over with difficulty and lay flat on the ground. Sparks occasionally flashed across the joints of the armor, indicating severe damage. Tony struggled to raise his hand and take off the mask, seeing the dark night sky and falling snowflakes. Confused, is it snowing? Where are we? Upstate. We're 5 miles outside of Rose Hill, Tennessee. Jarvis answered the questions faithfully, but there was something wrong with his voice. Tony was even more confused. Why, Jarvis? I didn't say I was coming here. Why are we here? 1,000 miles away. Okay. I have to find Pepper. I have to. It's time to make a flight plan. At this time, Jarvis played Tony's previous recording. Tony fell silent when he heard that. Let me out. I seem to be malfunctioning, sir. Eject open. The mecha opened from the chest to both sides according to Tony's instructions. And Tony sat up suddenly, taking deep breaths of cold air. That's cool. After the effect of adrenaline wears off, the sensory nerves also sober up and start transmitting signals frantically. Tony was still wearing a short-sleeved shirt. The biting cold attacked Tony's whole body. After rubbing his numb hands from the cold, Tony picked up the snow on the ground and wiped the wound on his left arm. The more he wiped, the colder it became. He almost couldn't hold his urine, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. It was like putting another layer of armor on him. He looked back at the Mark 42 under his buttocks, his eyes clear. Or I'd better go back and stay for a while. I think I need to go to bed now, sir. Jarvis's voice became deeper and more eerie due to the lack of energy. Jarvis, Jarvis, don't leave me, man. In the wilderness with no one around. Snowflakes drifted by him, and Tony realized that he might have to face a wave of wilderness survival. The kind with hellish difficulty, dragging his armor, which had run out of power and was turned off. With a rope he found from somewhere, Tony moved forward in the snow, leaving one footprint after another. The armor behind him dragged a long groove, and in the darkness, only the reactor on his chest emitted a glimmer of light. Soon Tony found a family. Looking at the dusty cape on the Indian chief statue, Tony seemed to see his closest person. He took off the blanket tremblingly, shook it and was about to put it on. He is too cold. Hey Tilda, how can this tattered blanket catch the eye of you? Tony Stark. At this moment, a familiar voice came from not far away. It's Su Ming. He easily found Tony, who was very stealthy. By following the traces on the snow, stop talking nonsense. I'm about to piss myself, but I can't bear to pee. Anyone who has experienced the cold will understand. When Tony saw Su Ming coming, his loneliness was relieved. But the cold was still his biggest opponent. Su Ming instantly understood Tony's situation. His physique had been transformed in various ways, so he was now unconcerned about the low temperature and jokingly said, "Is Iron Man also cold?" Tony sniffed a big mouthful of snot, pointed at the reactor on his chest and looked at Su Ming. "Look carefully, this is a reactor, not a hot pack. It's colder than Loki's joke right now." There was a tremor in his voice. Looking at Tony, who was freezing like a dog, Su Ming felt that given their relationship, it should not be a problem to save him from the cold. "No, you're not cold, The effect of putting your words into practice is immediate." Tony's eyes gradually widened as he looked at Su Ming. The cold that had tortured him along the way now quickly dissipated like thin snow under the scorching sun. For a moment Tony felt as if he was in a warm fireplace room. And his body, which had just experienced the fatigue of the battle, immediately felt sleepy. "What?" Tony yawned, unconsciously glanced at the cape in his hand, and casually hung it back on the statue. "Also pretend to organize it. I think the pattern on it is quite nice, It looks like a lost needlework technique." Tony, who had long known that Su Ming was extraordinary, could not help but sigh again. What a cheating fellow. Su Ming was already accustomed to Tony's stubbornness, and reminded Tony that Ms. Pepper, who was thousands of miles away, was still worried. Ah yes, Tony then found a roadside telephone booth, decrypted the code and left a message for Pepper. After a brief apology, he added in a low voice, "I just nearly stole a cape from an Indian chief. Your commission doesn't seem impulsive." Su Ming looked at the Mark 42 mech sitting casually on the ground outside the phone booth, which was covered with traces of battle damage. An idea crossed his mind: valuation. Mark 42 prodigal armor, depreciated, right arrow $40 billion valuation. His A prototype, without any powerful features and in a tattered state. Can it still be worth $40 billion? Is this mecha so valuable? Mechas have always belonged to Tony, and Su Ming has never thought about taking them. But it's different now. It won't be long before Tony summons all of his mechas and blasts them all out. Recalling the scene of all the mechas exploding at the same time, Su Ming thought with heartache, "To pretend to be this bad, it's a disease. It needs to be treated." Tony has such a deep psychological shadow because he has no ability but loves to show off. This time I will make sure he correct this bad habit. By the way, Chapter 150, the mastermind behind the scenes. The more Su Ming thought about it, the more he felt that the day Tony confidently destroyed all the mechas would be the day he was fully recovered. But how could he watch Tony do such an impulsive thing? Those are all the results of Tony's cultivation in seclusion in the laboratory. It's fine if you don't cherish it, but don't bring disaster to it, Tilda. If you don't want something anymore, you can give it to someone else like me. It would be a shame to blow it up. No, we have to save these innocent armors. But how can we keep the armor and heal Tony at the same time? The more Su Ming thought about it, the deeper his thoughts became. Tony's psychological problems are probably related to his obsession with armor. While he enjoys the glory of being a superhero, he is also aware that he is just an ordinary person when he takes off his armor, facing an enemy as powerful as the Chitauri army. Even with Iron Man's strength, it was almost glorious. What about Tony himself? Tony must have asked himself. Who is Tony Stark without his armor or Iron Man? Can you still save the world? His psychological problems became more and more serious with repeated self-doubt. Yes, that must be the case. Why does it feel like I'm helping a teenager addicted to the internet escape his misery? Thinking of this, Su Ming's thoughts gradually became clear. The plan to cure Tony is gradually taking shape to help him regain confidence in himself. When this self-confidence exceeds his obsession with the armor, Tony will find himself again. The first step is to get rid of the armor and let him return to his identity as Tony to face the problem. At this, help if you can, and force Tony to solve the problem independently. Then, as he takes action, it secretly reinforces Tony's self-identity and helps him build confidence. Finally, it's the battle to defend the armor. Su Ming, who understood the crux of the matter, decided to choose between completing the commission and obtaining the armor. All of them, he liked Tony's armor very much. After Jarvis' introduction, he could even easily call out the name and characteristics of each armor. If all these outstanding inventions were to be blown to pieces by Tony's impulsiveness, it's simply a sin. Su Ming would never allow this to happen. So he made up his mind to focus on protecting the armor in the next operation. By the way, help Tony quit his internet addiction. At this moment, he missed his big brother Thor a little bit. It is said that Professor Yang's electrotherapy is very effective for this symptom. If it were Thor, the effect would surely be even better. Hey Yanju, there are no reporters waiting for you to pose here, let's go. Tony's voice came over. He had already walked some distance and found that Su Ming was still standing there in a daze. At this moment, Tanihu was no longer afraid of the cold, wore his short-sleeved t-shirt and stood with his head held high on the snowy street. He looked like a completely different person from the one who was frozen like a dog before. Don't you want your Mark 42 anymore? Su Ming saw that Tony left in a cool manner and had no intention of taking his armor with him. I know what you're capable of. Why don't we just let it fly and follow us? Tony looked matter-of-fact, facing Tony's suggestion. Su Ming put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, do your own thing. What does it have to do with you that the person who commissioned me is Ms. Pepper? Capitalists are used to ordering people around, right? I'm not a happy person and I don't have the habit of doing chores for you. Su Ming left as soon as he said he would own Tony, who didn't expect to be rejected. Looked at his armor, which was now no different from a pile of scrap metal. Thinking back to its weight, I felt troubled. Don't go. The price is negotiable. Oh, what do you say? When the price was mentioned, Su Ming was no longer sleepy. Tony raised a finger but said nothing. Perhaps too embarrassed to speak. Billion. Su Ming started to guess. 1. Tony had a look on his face that said, are you dreaming? What a joke, just moving a set of armor and it costs 1 million. What the hell are you thinking about? When Su Ming heard Tony's offer, he immediately lost interest. Move it yourself. So stingy. Tony is not actually stingy here. But Su Ming simply doesn't care about that little bit of money. It even feels a bit insulting, and Tony was scolding him because he had fallen into the sea before. But he didn't even offer to help. He watched helplessly as he got into trouble without any brotherly feelings. Took out the rope and walked towards Mark 42. We can't keep going like this, Tana dragging his arm. Didn't walk far before suggesting finding a place to stay. You might ask why Su Ming didn't just open a portal back to the base. Are you kidding? We are treating Tony here. How can he recover if we don't let him suffer a little? So, Tony pried open a nearby garage, put the Mark 42 on the sofa, and worked up a sweat again. Fate, good boy, just wait for me. In order to help Tony recover as soon as possible, Su Ming was very considerate and did not help at all. The main purpose is to accompany, or in other words, to watch the fun. Even though the proud Tony was exhausted, he didn't ask Su Ming for help. But just because I didn't say anything doesn't mean I'm unwilling to accept your help. So Tony looked at Su Ming with some dissatisfaction at this moment. When Tony sat at the table and wanted to treat the wound on his arm with the help of the light. Do not move suddenly. The little boy's childish warning came from the other side. He aimed his toy gun at Tony and looked at the two intruders with a wary look. The little boy's name was Harry Keener, and he was a mechanical prodigy. It is worth mentioning that Harry, who grew up in Avengers 4, also attended Tony's funeral. What is that? Harry was very interested in the reactor on Tony's chest when he asked how it generated electricity. Tony shone the lamp on the Mark 42 on the sofa. Only then did Harry realize that the person in front of him was his idol, Iron Man, and he also knew the person next to him. How did these two people come to my house? Before he could think, the boy looked excited to see his idol and handed Tony a newspaper in which he was dead. The photo in the newspaper was exactly the photo of Tony answering the questions at the hearing. The headline read, "Mandarin attacks Stark presumed dead." Pepper Potts picked up a mecha helmet scattered on the ground and heard the message Tony left for him inside. Relieved and helpless. It's gratifying that Tony finally gave in, which is a good sign. But it's frustrating that he still insists on doing what he decided to do. Anyway, it's good news that no one is hurt. She then asked Maya what important thing she wanted to tell Tony. Maya replied that she suspected her boss Killian was working for Mandarin. And if she wanted to know more, she would have to go to a safer place to talk in detail. Obviously this is a trap, and Ms. Pepper just fell into it without any preparation. At this time, Killian was arranging the next filming of the Mandarin who appeared on TV. This Mandarin who often appears on TV and threatens the world is actually an actor hired by Killian. He is just a cover. Killian is the mastermind behind everything at this time. Tony formed an alliance with his little fans and came to the place where the explosion occurred with Su Ming and the other two. Harry compares the crater created by the explosion to the wormhole from the Battle of New York, which triggers Tony's discomfort again. The little boy looked at Tony's distressed expression and looked at Su Ming innocently. "What's up with him?" Su Ming smiled and said. "He's fine. If you have any questions, just ask." The little boy's eyes lit up when he heard that. 6 people died in the explosion, but the high temperature instantly burned their bodies, leaving only 5 shadows on the wall. The little boy had no father since he was a child, and he rarely shared his words with others. People say these shadows are the marks of the soul entering heaven. The bomber was pitiful, went to hell, so his shadow went with him. So there are only 5 shadows of the 6 victims. 5 went to heaven and only 1 went to hell. This was Tony's deepest fear. He thought about how his suicide mission with a nuclear bomb would result in the deaths of all 6 Avengers. And he was trapped in a hell of his own making. Under the boy's constant questioning, Tony broke down and ran away, looking at Tony, who was powerless to resist being questioned by Harry. Su Ming thought to himself, "It seems that there is still a long way to go before recovery." Chapter 151, Secret Protection. Leaving the ruins of the explosion, Tony walked towards a bar under Harry's guidance. Ms. Davis, the mother of the soldier who blew himself up earlier, always drinks here to relieve her sorrow. While Tony was looking for a bar, Su Ming took the opportunity to go back home and change his clothes. He also asked Alyssa to help him keep an eye on it and report any unusual movements at any time. Another commission. Alyssa's eyes flashed with excitement when she heard this. "I'm in a hurry, anyway, you keep an eye on it. If you're too busy, you can ask Ned to help." Su Ming put on a windbreaker while opening the portal. The next action needs to be low-key. And the scarlet suit has nothing to do with being low-key. "Ned, spare me," thinking of the sloppy little fat boy. Alyssa's expression instantly collapsed. When Su Ming returned to the window of the Tennessee bar, he saw a woman with a scar on her face pressing Tony on the table and thoughtfully giving him a pair of metal bracelets. The kind that's handcuffed behind the back. "Oh. Is it starting so soon?" She pulled out a badge and declared herself an agent of Homeland Security. At this time, Tony had already communicated with Ms. Davis and saw a document. It contains AIM's ciphertext. The reason why Ms. Davis was waiting here with the document prepared was because someone had called her before to retrieve the document. The person who called was the woman who held Tony down. She is actually Killian's minion and one of the experimental subjects who survived the injection of the extremis virus. Tony didn't expect that the woman who had just praised his watch outside the bar would suddenly pin him down. He was a little confused for a moment. "You're mistaken, right? I'm the victim, MS." Davis quietly kicked the file away just now. The man with a mustache said that her son did not commit suicide, but was exploited by someone. This gave the heartbroken mother a glimmer of hope, and she knew her child would not commit a terrorist attack. At this time, a local sheriff stood up and questioned the woman's behavior, saying that it was okay to arrest people, but it had to follow procedures. The woman seemed to have little patience and a bad temper, and had no time to waste talking to the sheriff. The hand holding the badge continued to heat up and turn red. A major characteristic of the desperate virus effect is the rapid high temperature. I wanted to resolve it peacefully, but a playful approach seems to be more effective. Seeing that the sheriff was not giving it, the woman pressed the red-hot badge against his face, Chinese letter. "What?" The aroma of barbecue immediately filled the room, overpowering the smell of the bar. The woman's eyes and body also glowed red because she activated the desperate virus. The body's surface temperature instantly rises to an incredible height. Strangely enough, her clothes did not catch fire due to the high temperature. The woman was ruthless. Before the sheriff fell to the ground, she pierced his abdomen with her arm and grabbed the pistol of another agent behind him. After several gunshots, the sheriff fell to the street. It all happened quickly, and the bar was in chaos until the gunshots rang out. How cruel! Su Ming watched everything that happened in the bar and felt that the woman's 3 fatal attacks were very clean and neat. Then Tony took advantage of the chaos and ran out. The scene was chaotic and Su Ming changed his clothes again. Tony didn't recognize him at first, but he recognized the woman's accomplice Killian's bodyguard Savin. Tony didn't recognize him at first, but he saw the red light flashing on his neck and the movement of raising his hand to hold the gun. I noticed something was wrong at first glance. Savin had already aimed at Tony, but was hit by a steel ball and his body tilted. It turned out that it was Harry who was hiding in the dark and used the toy gun in his hand to help Tony buy a precious second. Harry is a grateful person. He had previously broken off a finger of Mark 42 to keep as a souvenir, but was firmly rejected by Tony. But he got another gift, an exquisite flash bomb. Tony also enthusiastically gave suggestions on how to modify the toy gun. The modified toy gun has increased its power by more than 1 level and can no longer be called a toy. It faintly exudes the aura of controlled substances. Tony didn't have time to thank him. His hands were still cuffed behind his back. He stared at the glass window in front of him, thinking, 1, 2, go, wow, in one quick move. He smashed the glass and jumped into the restaurant next door. It was very cool, but he was covered in broken glass. Don't mention it, he's quite skilled despite his age. Su Ming walked outside the restaurant and continued to observe by the window, always ready to cover for Tony. Tony hid behind the bar and tried to avoid being chased. But when he turned around, he found himself close to the woman. After a few ambiguous wallbangs, the woman pinched Tony, and the red light on her hand became more and more intense, as if she was going to melt Tony on the spot. Tony felt as if he were trapped with a red-hot iron, his beard growing and curling. Just as he was frantically thinking of a countermeasure, Su Ming outside the window moved. If you say you are going to give Tony a safety net, it will be impossible for him to really fall into death. He locked his eyes on the kitchenware, activated magnetic control and shouted softly, "Go with." Suddenly, a frying pan flew into the air and hit the woman on the head. When the woman felt pain and the strength in her hands suddenly loosened, Tony seized the opportunity to flip over to the outside of the bar and tighten the handcuffs around the woman's neck. At this moment, the woman leaned back with her whole body. Her eyes were red, and she had no other choice but to frantically activate the desperate virus. Card busy then hot. Tony gritted his teeth and endured the scorching heat from the handcuffs. He used all his strength to strangle the woman, and at the same time wanted to use the woman's heat to melt the handcuffs. Thump. After a few seconds, the handcuffs broke and Tony fell against the wall behind him due to inertia. He took advantage of the situation and kicked an oil barrel towards the woman. The oil drum slid past, spilling butter all over the floor. Tony stood up and kicked the red-hot fragments of handcuffs over. Coke's a raging fire instantly broke out in the bar. "You're not my type, I've dated hotter girls." Tony felt that this woman seemed to be interested in him, so he politely declined. The reaction was pretty good. Outside the window, Su Ming looked relieved as he watched Tony's response. "My actions to help Tony cannot be too obvious. Otherwise it will not have any effect." Tony did not let Su Ming down for his secret help and seized the opportunity to get out of the predicament. Unexpectedly, the woman slowly stood up in the flames. The flames posed no threat to her. Her body quickly recovered and she looked excited. "Is this all you can do, playing tricks and telling jokes?" By this time, Tony had unplugged the restaurant's natural gas hose, and at that moment microwave oven lit up. Inside was a Special Forces nameplate that had been heated for a while. Of course it was also put there by Tony, really. That could be the title of an autobiography. Seeing that the situation was not good, Tony ran and hid in the kitchen. Boom. The woman heard the noise of the microwave and was blown away before she could react to what was happening. Although Tony blocked most of the impact of the explosion by holding up the iron door of the oven, he was still dizzy and had tinnitus from the shock wave. He walked to the street in a daze and looked up to find that the woman he had just confronted was hanging high on the electric wire in the air, with sparks coming out from time to time. It should be back to the spring. Just when Tony breathed a sigh of relief, Savin melted the steel columns of the water tower, and the huge water tank tilted and collapsed. After a wave of flood, Tony's legs were pressed under the steel frame and he could not move. To make matters worse, Harry was captured by Savin and brought to Tony. "What do you want for Christmas, kid?" Savin asked very arrogantly. "Mr. Stark, I'm sorry." Harry was very brave. Although he was scared at this moment, he felt deeply guilty for holding Iron Man back. Tony, who was soaked like a drowned rat, heard Harry's apology and instantly realized Harry's bravery. And his nose felt sore. What a good kid. He comforted her with a tone that had never been so gentle before. "It's not your fault, kid." Su Ming, who was not far away, nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, it has a bit of a daddy vibe." "It's a good sign." Chapter 152. This is the first. Su Ming was relieved to see Tony showing his gentle side to Harry, even in such special circumstances. After all, when Tony first met this little boy, he had confronted him more than once. But the little boy showed greater tolerance, always chasing Tony to ask this and that. Perhaps due to his special family background, Harry is very independent and always unwilling to cause trouble to others. This is especially true when being held hostage. If it were an ordinary New York citizen, he might keep begging Iron Man to save him. But Harry's apology touched the soft spot in Tony's heart. At this time, Su Ming felt that Harry's appearance would greatly shorten the time it took Tony to heal himself. Thinking of this, Su Ming also looked at the little boy Harry with a different eye. It seems that among the group portraits in Marvel, children have more shining points. At the same time, there was a dangerous glint in his eyes as he looked at Savin. "Holding a child hostage, very good, you wait. Remember what I said about what to do if you're being bullied." Tony reminded Harry with a voice and a meaningful look. The clever Harry understood Tony's meaning instantly. He pulled a flashbang out of his pocket and hit Savin hard in the face. Oh, a violent white light flash. Savin fell to the ground, and Harry took the opportunity to escape. "Do you like it, country bumpkin?" Seeing Harry successfully escape, Tony celebrated with venom and mocked Savin mercilessly, completely ignoring the fact that he was still unable to move. Smart people are like that. They always find a way to protect themselves. Tony saw Savin standing up again with a red glow all over his body. He raised his hand and activated the simple energy cannon, which hit Savin directly in the face. Savin fell to the ground again, his face covered with hideous wounds and smoking. The red light in the body keeps surging. Defeat the enemy with one move. Tony searched around and found an iron rod. He struggled to pry up the steel frame that was pressing down on his body and was about to pull his legs out. Savin flew over again, yelling, "Now this smart guy is going to die here." His body was glowing bright red, and his clothes were set on fire by the high temperature. He looked like he was going to tear Tony into pieces. Tony has used up his last means of saving his life. Facing Savin, whose figure is getting bigger and bigger in his eyes. His clever brain goes blank, looking at Savin's knife that was emitting deadly heat. Tony subconsciously thought, if the action is quick and the beheading is immediate, will it be painless? Even though he was about to be judged by fate, Tony's stubborn eyes remained open, staring at the villain in front of him. "Damn it, I'll glare at you to death," Harry, who was standing by, saw that Tony was about to die tragically on the spot and shouted in despair, "Do not." Savin had already come in front of Tony and swung his knife mercilessly. He couldn't wait to see the world-famous Iron Man being beheaded by him. "So what if you have a smart brain? Didn't I take it off easily?" Thinking of this, the smile on Savin's face looked even more hideous due to the wound that had not yet healed. At this critical moment, a big hand appeared in front of Tony and grabbed Savin's wrist. Savin's arm, which had turned bright red due to the activation of the desperate virus, was firmly controlled and could not move forward at all. Tony's eye switch had been filled with despair, suddenly lit up and sneered, "What? Are you willing to leave the land of comfort?" Tony was excited when he recognized Su Ming in front of him. But what came out of his mouth was a sarcastic remark. He just saw Su Ming walk into an alley. The pink lights and faintly flickering figures inside indicate that it must be full of stories. Su Ming pretended not to understand. He just wanted to find a corner to open the door and go home. But accidentally walked into a magical place. It opened his eyes. It was indeed passionate. But he didn't stop because he thought it was dirty. "What are you talking about? I just went to change my clothes." Ignoring the furious Savin in front of him, Su Ming retorted, "Yes, you have to take off all your clothes before you can change into another one." "I understand." Tony knew that his life was no longer in danger, so he continued to tease. And his eyes were full of different meanings when he looked at Su Ming. At this time Savin was anxious. "I'm still here, why are you two still chatting? Is that polite?" Then he roared and raised his body temperature again, turning into a bright light in the dark night. At the same time, the other hand punched Su Ming hard. "Take care of this first, then take out Tony." "But why isn't he afraid of my high temperature?" "Yes." Su Ming's hand, which was tightly gripping Savin's wrist, showed no signs of burns. "If you look closely, you can see that the air near your palm is vibrating slightly. That is the ability of the Black Emperor. Heat is also a kind of energy and it is absorbable for Su Ming." Su Ming felt the energy flowing into his palm. To be honest, it was not much better than touching an electric switch. It simply couldn't reach the level that would cause any changes in his energy display. Seeing Savin attacking, he first glanced at Tony and told him to shut up. Then he grabbed the fist that was heading towards his face and finally looked at the angry Savin. "Hey, you know what a sounder is, huh? 3 what?" Savin saw that his fist that could destroy everything was easily caught. Confused, "Look at you, you're really angry." His tone was cordial, but he acted without hesitation. Su Ming stood up straight and Savin, who was under his control, lifted his feet off the ground and kept struggling with a look of surprise on his face. "That thing can relieve internal heat, which is exactly what you're experiencing. Come, let me show you how to feel it." After saying that, Su Ming gradually increased the power of absorbing energy. The air around the two people's bodies suddenly twisted, and the heat in Savin's body continued to flow into Su Ming's body. The red light emitted from its body slowly faded. Not only that, the heat that originally maintained body temperature was also sucked away crazily. Savin only felt that the strength in his body was rapidly dissipating, and in the blink of an eye he returned to the state of an ordinary person. But the man in front of him had not stopped yet. The sound of teeth chattering due to the cold could be heard. Savin never thought that as an athlete who excels in high temperatures, he would one day feel cold. It was an extreme experience that felt as if the heat in one's bones was being drained away. His face turned increasingly blue, and his lips became increasingly purple. My whole body began to tremble unconsciously. He is so cold. Just when Savin felt he was going to freeze to death, Su Ming stopped. He observed Savin's appearance and felt that it was about time. So he stopped absorbing energy. If he continues to inhale, he will no longer feel the coolness, and may even become confused. And the effect will not be achieved. Don't worry, boy. We've only just begun. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming released energy in the reverse direction and injected the pure energy into Savin's body again through his hands. Oh, with the influx of energy, Savin seemed to have instantly arrived in heaven from the icy hell. It made him cry out in comfort. What's the saying? Don't mention it, it's really cool. Su Ming released a lot of energy, and Savin was getting hotter and hotter. Although he had already adapted to the high temperature of thousands of degrees brought by the desperate virus, Savin gradually couldn't stand the current heat. It was like diving into lava, and the feeling was so intense that it almost made Savin's soul leave his body. Savin felt like he was about to die. This change from extreme cold to extreme heat only gave him a momentary sense of pleasure, but was mostly filled with endless pain. What? When Savin felt that his body was on the verge of collapse and would explode at any time. Su Ming stopped again. How's it going? Do you feel good? Savin now shone like a filament, dispelling the darkness that surrounded him. Hearing Su Ming's words, deep fear appeared in his eyes. Stop, you devil, you must be a devil from hell. Ah, I curse you, this kind of punishment only occurs in hell. How could a living person like him suffer from it? Seeing this, Su Ming's smile became even more cordial. Don't be impatient, Tilda, this is just the first one. We agreed on a sauna. Chapter 153, Rub Hands at 3000 degrees. Tony was blessed by Su Ming's mantra, so he didn't feel cold at all even though he was soaked. However, he felt a chill in his spine when he saw Su Ming's method of dealing with the enemy. Looking at Su Ming with hesitation. This is clearly a form of torture. What makes you so angry, Fate? And this arrogant thug who had just kidnapped Harry was now frozen to death and then scorched to death in the hands of Fate. When it's cold, it looks like frozen meat just taken out of the refrigerator. Pale and bloodless when it was hot. It was like a light bulb with a power of over 300 watts. Tony, who was several meters away, could feel the water in his body disappearing rapidly. The most terrifying thing is that no matter how he struggles and resists, he cannot escape the control of Fate. I could only let it do what it wanted and wail from time to time. And Fate seemed to be very good at exploring the opponent's limits, always stopping just before he was about to faint. In short, Tony finally got to see up close what it meant to be unable to live or die. To be honest, I'm not quite used to it. I didn't expect. Besides being greedy for money, this Silver Duke actually likes this kind of tune. Tony came to Harry and found that there was a hint of fear in Harry's eyes when he looked at Su Ming. She was obviously frightened by his way of torturing others with a smile. The more miserable the other party screams, the happier Fate laughs like a pervert, pulling Harry to his side and patting him. Tony comforted the little boy. I guess Fate dealt with you like this because that man scared you just now. By the way, that shot you just made was crucial, is it? The little boy's attention was instantly diverted by Tony, and he looked at Tony with shining eyes. Yes, you saved my life. Tony hadn't realized yet that his attitude towards Harry had changed from indifference at first to concern. And he even tried to make Harry happy. This has never happened before. Great, I took your advice. And this gun has really become more powerful. By the way, is Mr. Inju's name Destiny? Have you ever been into a wormhole? What do aliens look like? The little boy got Tony's approval, forget his fear, and started asking deadly questions again. After dealing with Harry, Tony looked at Su Ming again and answered Harry's questions in a disjointed manner, quietly turning her body, letting the still wet part face Savin. The feeling of panic did not come back. Kill me. Otherwise, at this moment, Savin in Su Ming's hand could not bear the heat all over his body that felt like it was about to explode. The explosion limit of the desperate virus is 3,000 degrees. And he feels that his temperature has now reached over 2,900 degrees. This was the second time he had been on the verge of exploding. God knew what he had just been through. The first switch between hot and cold brought him a moment of comfort. But the second wave of switches that followed made him feel worse than death. He felt that most of the tissues in his body had died, even though the desperate virus was constantly healing him. The speed of healing is far less than the intensity of the damage. Savin felt that the string in his heart was about to break. Su Ming looked at Savin in his hand without any pity in his eyes. While he was in school, his neighbor's child was abducted by human traffickers and never returned. The child was Harry's own age. The neighbor aunt who always greeted him with a smile lost her smile forever from that day on. Until one day she hanged herself. Su Ming can still clearly recall the corpse spots on the body of the aunt who had a beautiful smile and the wailing of her family. Therefore, Su Ming deeply detested Savin's behavior of kidnapping children. He inadvertently led Savin into the role of a human trafficker and acted ruthlessly. "You shouldn't have touched that child." The smile on Su Ming's face gradually faded, and he spoke softly, as if he was talking to the human traffickers from a distance. At the same time, he turned on the energy absorption again, and this time he increased the power a lot more. Savin only felt a moment and his body, which was about to vaporize, instantly fell into the ice cave. Due to the sudden change in temperature, cracks began to appear in the body, and the blood-red dermis was exposed to the air. Ugh. The extreme cold made Savin lose his sense of pain. Looking at the huge crack on his arm, Savin's eyes were instantly filled with horror. He knew very well that his fate was now in the hands of the man in front of him. "Let me go, please." The tough guy's disguise was instantly shattered, and the tears that unconsciously flowed from his eyes slowly froze in the low temperature. "Have you ever thought about letting that child go?" Su Ming snorted coldly when he heard Thishi's eyes fixed, and he released energy again. This time he didn't hold back. Savin's lifeless skin instantly surged with red energy, and his whole body glowed with dazzling light. That child is obviously fine." Savin tried to defend himself one last time but soon fell silent. At this moment, many familiar or unfamiliar faces appeared in front of him, people who died from the desperate virus. They just watched Savin suffer motionless with numb eyes. The energy in Savin's body exceeded the threshold in an instant, and his body's surface temperature instantly exceeded 3,000. Bam! After a muffled sound, the life of Savin's accomplice was completely shattered in a high-energy flash. However, Su Ming, who was clearly at the center of the explosion, did not move at all. He put his palms together, with veins bulging on the backs of his hands, and suppressed Savin's exploding fireball between his hands. At the same time, with Black Emperor's talent, coupled with his energized physiques at full power, Su Ming's two hands seemed to turn into countless hands, compressing the energy that was eager to explode from all directions. Energy flows into the body continuously: 180%, 181%, 182%. The energy displayed on the panel slowly increased, and Su Ming, who seemed to be holding the sun in his hands, was like a god in the eyes of Tony and Harry, who see. Suppressing the explosion with your bare hands, rubbing your hands at 3,000 degrees. When Tony sensed that Savin was about to explode, he pulled Harry behind a bunker. But the imagined explosion was just a muffled sound, without any shock wave. Tony only showed his two eyes to observe the changes in the field. After seeing clearly, his expression became dull. Harry was already standing there in shock, his mouth wide open. The surrounding streets were illuminated once again. Not long after, the energy was absorbed and the light on Su Ming's hand gradually disappeared. The energy progress on the panel has reached 185% at this time. In the invisible world, those who died from the desperate virus bowed to Su Ming from afar, and then disappeared after exhaling a breath of foul air. Su Ming felt much calmer. What did he just say? thinking about what this guy seemed to have said just now. Never mind when he took Harry as a hostage. He was doomed to die. I recalled Savin's arrogant look when he held Harry hostage. And those hateful human traffickers. Su Ming suddenly had an idea. Don't ask me to max out the law of causality, otherwise I will turn you human traffickers into bean paste. Red bean paste. At this time, Tony brought Harry back to Su Ming. Looking at his slightly burnt clothes, he was shocked beyond words. He casually introduced Harry. Child, don't make a fuss. This is standard procedure for the Avengers, who was searching for Savin everywhere. Looked at Tony with a puzzled look on his face. When did I? Never mind, Tony waved his hand to interrupt Harry. Turned to look at Su Ming and said dissatisfiedly. You've reduced everything to dust, how can we borrow his car? Who says you can't drive a car without a key? Su Ming's matter-of-fact look made Tony waver a little. The phone rang. And under Tony's incredulous gaze, Su Ming took out the phone. It turned out that when Tony wanted to let Pepper know that he was safe, he borrowed Su Ming's phone. But got the 2 words, "I didn't take it," smiling at Tony. Su Ming answered the phone. And Alyssa's angry voice came over. Boss, this Mandarin is too arrogant. Chapter 154, The Arrogant Mandarin. It turned out that a few minutes ago, Killian's hacker team took control of television screens across the entire East Coast. The scene on TV that was originally showing Christmas celebrations suddenly turned into the logo of the Ten Rings Gang. It's worth mentioning that the Ten Rings Gang here is not the same gang that conspired with Obadiah to kidnap Tony. Killian is just using their name as terrorists. The White House conference room and the president's plane also received the signal of unknown origin. In the picture, Mandarin is extremely crazy. He threatened the life of a senior official and ordered the president to call him within 30 seconds. The entire East Coast waited with bated breath for the president's response. In order to protect the hostages, the president did not accept the vice president's proposal to refuse to negotiate with the terrorists and chose to make a phone call. But the phone in the picture rang for a long time, and Mandarin pretended not to hear it. Still shot and killed the hostage lying at his feet. The bloody live footage was shown to people across the United States. For a time, people panic. The effect achieved by this fake terrorist is even more terrifying than that of a real terrorist. Mandarin arrogantly declared, "This is not over yet. The president will be taught a final lesson on Christmas." This action undoubtedly angered the entire U.S. government. The president immediately ordered Rhodes to find the madman. And at this time, they happened to track down the source of the signal. The original war machine, the Iron Patriot, is ready to go. Rhodes quickly arrived at the location in his repainted armor. The Iron Patriot is an upgraded suit worn by James Rhodes, whose appearance incorporates distinct patriotic elements. The main colors are red, white, and blue, imitating the tones of the national flag, making it visually recognizable. The breastplate and helmet are decorated with star-spangled patterns, and the overall outline is thick and tough, continuing the militarized style of War Machine, but with smoother lines and a strong metallic texture. The helmet design is similar to Iron Man's classic mask, but the color scheme and star and stripes elements strengthen its symbolic meaning. The entire set of armor is essentially a recolored version of War Machine, but through adjustments to color and patterns, it is packaged by the government as a symbol of national hero to boost public morale. The main reason is that they can't even win over the real Iron Man. Rhodes burst through the door, weapons poised, and his entire entrance was a beautiful sight. At this time, Tony was blaming Su Ming for the lack of a suitable car. He just noticed that when Savin came, he drove an Audi A8, which had good configuration but was barely enough to accommodate people. I set my sights on this car. But Su Ming didn't care and wiped out the person and the key, leaving not even a speck of dust. Although he saved me once, Aganet was Pepper's commission, and he thanked her. So how do you drive this car? When the 2 adults and a child returned to the bar and found the documents in the corner, they came to the Audi. Tony pulled the handle and sure enough it was locked. Even if it's unlocked, it can't be opened without a key. Look, I told you to stop trying to look cool and consider the overall situation. Okay. This is the only car on the street that can barely be driven. And you even destroyed the key. Is there anything wrong with me saying a few words to you? Harry nodded in agreement. Su Ming looked at the kid. Although he recognized his courage, what good could he learn from Tony? With a child like this around, wouldn't the workload be doubled? Why don't you hurry home? Yes, you should go home. Tony echoed. It was rare for him to agree with someone as much as he did now. But for Harry's safety, going home was obviously the best option. Harry immediately looked at Tony with innocent eyes. Are you going to abandon me now like my dad did? Tony's mouth twitched and he glanced at Su Ming. I didn't even take the car, what did I lose, yo-ho? There are kids here trying to give you some face. But you just play like this, right? What if I'm bragging to you? Seeing this, Su Ming did not explain and said to the Audi car. Open the door, start, The special energy was activated instantly. The lights flashed, and the 4 doors of the Audi opened automatically at the same time. Then there was the sound of an engine starting, and the car in front was ready to go. Su Ming gave Tony a look that said, you are a country bumpkin, and sat in the passenger seat. Frog fun, how come this car is more obedient than Jarvis? Wasn't it locked just now? Even though Tony's heart was churning, he didn't dare to show too much surprise. Because Su Ming was right next to him, he decided to consciously control his reaction. After all, making a fuss out of nothing is just a loss of class. Now that you have a car, you can run away. He sat in the driver's seat, closed the door and said to Harry. Exactly, wait, are you playing pathetic? I'm so cold. Harry's acting is a bit heavy. Do you know why I saw through it? Because we're so in tune with each other, hee tilde. Tony tilted his head, gave Harry a nasty look, and then disappeared into the air, bang bang. The 2 rear doors also closed due to inertia. Harry looked at the taillights getting farther and farther away. Regained his composure and murmured, it's worth a try. He actually didn't hold out much hope of following Tony just now. He was still too young, and the car Tony, who had just been happy about successfully protecting Harry, suddenly felt something was wrong. Why did fate make me his driver? That's right. The car can be driven, so I should be the one driving it, right? A little unhappy at the moment. Destiny, do you know what we're going to do next? Su Ming shrugged without comment upon hearing this. Why don't you just come over and drive the car so I can study that damn document? Tony acted as if it was a matter of course. As if Su Ming's behavior was very ignorant. Are you waiting for me here? Do you feel wronged for driving for me? Looking at Tony, who looked righteous but actually acted childishly. Su Ming smiled, open it yourself, Energy ripples gently. And the Audi car seemed to have turned on automatic driving. But it obviously did not have this function at this stage. Tony suddenly felt that the steering wheel in his hand was out of control. And a trace of fear suddenly appeared on his face. Fuck. Weird, fake, get ready to jump out of the car. After saying that, he was about to open the door lock. Su Ming quickly grabbed Tony's shoulders, calm damn. If I hadn't reacted quickly, Tony would have really flown down. How long have you been training without armor? Is the effect so obvious? Just because you have resolved some crises, you think you can be compared to Jackie Chan? Stop it, you'll die, be afraid. Now you can study the documents with peace of mind. Tony understood what Su Ming meant. So this is also the work of fate. Okay, I overreacted a bit. But the guy's quick wit was pretty cool, be afraid. Hi. Who do you think you are talking to? Some renewable system that needs a placebo. Coming. My fear value was just marked as non-essential by Jarvis yesterday. Seeing Tony's face, which was not convinced but was obviously relieved, Su Ming said, pretend, keep pretending, Tony. Feeling relieved, looked at the document in his hand. And 3 big letters caught his eye, aim. It was Killian's company. No, if I want to find out more, I need an account. Muttering his next plan, Tony operated the car system. Don't move. The Iron Patriot raised his weapon and shouted at a group of people. Suddenly the phone rang. Please wait a moment. Road instantly became more polite. He picked up the phone and was bombarded with questions before he could even open his mouth. Have you ever been riding a girl and you looked up and she suddenly glowed from the inside out and turned bright orange? Chapter 155 Single-Player Copy. I tried. Who are you? Rhodes was shameless and answered Tony's question without even hearing it clearly. At the same time, he couldn't hear who was calling. Brother. Remember you came looking for me the last time I disappeared. Rhodes realized that the person on the other end of the phone was his arrogant and sharp-tongued good brother. And a smile appeared on his face, revealing a row of big white teeth. He had long said that those newspapers were unreliable and were just eye-catching gimmicks. Tony assured him that everything was fine. Let's see. Tony suddenly remembered something and asked, "Did AIM redesign your armor for you?" "Yes, what's the matter?" Tony's expression instantly turned serious. The AIM company logo also appeared in the documents of the terrorist attack. Which must be something serious if you want to find out. You must use a large communication satellite. Then he asked Rhodes for his account password. The ID is War Machine 68, where's the password? Seeing that Rhodes was hesitant at the critical moment, Tony urged him. Rhodes took the opportunity to complain. "Every time you hack into my account, I have to change my password. Camming, it's not the 80s anymore. The word black is outdated, hurry up." Su Ming beside Tony and the civilians in front of Rhodes were all very polite and waited quietly for the two to talk. "War Machine is the best," capital letters. Rhodes mumbled out the code, causing a nearby civilian to burst into laughter. But the Gatling gun aimed at him stopped the laughter abruptly. But Gatling couldn't threaten Tony. After hearing the password, he laughed happily. "This sounds much better than Patriot, hey, stop it." At this time, the vehicle had just passed the venue of a beauty pageant, which was a memorial hall in Hamilton County. Tony realized that he could use the media's broadcasting equipment to log in to the satellite for investigation, and loudly reminded Su Ming to turn around. Seeing this, Su Ming raised a finger and turned it gently. The odd is still speeding. Instantly rose a few inches into the air, turned on the spot, and landed again heading towards the beauty pageant venue. Tony disguised himself as a cowboy, boarded the media broadcast vehicle, switched the broadcast signal and operated it. Su Ming was right beside him on the screen. An old man wearing sunglasses gave the sexy contestant a perfect score of 10 with a pig-like face. And then the screen went black. The old man's appearance is very recognizable. It seems to have appeared several times. Tony quickly hacked into AIM's backend via satellite. Discovered a shocking secret. The woman who had been chasing him was actually a one-armed disabled person. After being injected with the extremis virus, her body mutated. The broken arm regenerated and gained extraordinary abilities. But not everyone can withstand such pain. Once the energy exceeds the individual's tolerance limit, an explosion will occur. The mastermind behind all this was Killian, whom Happy had mentioned to him. If he sold this technology to Mandarin, the consequences would be disastrous. So the question is how to find Mandarin. Seeing Tony was stumped, Su Ming knew that this problem would eventually be solved. But staying here was undoubtedly a waste of time. "My people can try," then he called Alyssa. The equipment at Su Ming's base was no worse than that at Tony's home. Through remote technology, Alyssa quickly locked onto Mandarin's location and sent it over. "Located in Miami, it's worthy of the equipment I provided." Tony looked proud when he got the result. "You are worthy of being mine," Su Ming, who couldn't stand Tony taking the opportunity to show off, reminded him at the same time. Harry successfully recharged the energy of the Mark 42 armor according to Tony's instructions and awakened Jarvis. However, the armor has not been fully repaired and cannot fly, Mr. Stark. How can I help you? The first thing Jarvis did when he woke up was to ask Tony via an online message if he needed help. "No need, Jarvis, you're a step too slow." Tony canceled the connection and looked at Su Ming eagerly. "Let's have a big fight," looking at Tony, who was full of fighting spirit. Su Ming said that it was a good thing to have confidence. "How are you supposed to do it without a suit?" "What am I supposed to do, okay?" Tony blurted out. "Just kidding, I didn't seize the opportunity before." Which led to me almost failing at my own doorstep this time. It would be better if I could let Fateth Golden Finger take the lead. You wish, unless. Of course, Su Ming would not let Tony pass so easily. Even though his symptoms have improved, that doesn't work. Miss Pepper's commission was only to help Tony, not to settle everything for Tony. Tony had expected this when he saw Fate's rejection was so straightforward. Seeing that he seemed to have something else to say, I asked curiously, unless what? Unless you give me all the armor in the warehouse. Su Ming started to test it out to see what Tony could do. Thinking beautifully. This time it was Tony's turn to refuse. Although he could also just wave his hand and spend a considerable amount of money to entrust Fate with the full responsibility of handling it. At the same time, he was also sure that Yin Ju would do the job cleanly and beautifully. But the armor is definitely not acceptable. It is his hard work. During the time when the Mark 42 was damaged, Tony experienced many adventures and gradually began to like this exciting feeling. This is a completely different experience from fighting bravely in armor. Finding the truth personally allows Tony to feel himself more clearly. Things that seemed confusing gradually became clear in front of his top brain, making Tony more and more confident. He now even has the confidence that he can penetrate into the heart of the enemy without relying on armor. Just do it. The two of them went to a hardware store and bought 2 whole carts of various supplies. And Su Ming paid the bill. These were then transformed into deadly weapons. Su Ming watched as ordinary objects that could be seen in daily life gradually turned into weapons with extraordinary aura in Tony's hands. Sigh again. In a sense, this guy is also a supernatural player. The sun is high in the sky, looking at the wall in front of him. Tony, who was fully armed and wearing a hood, looked at Su Ming. Together, I suddenly remembered something. You go first. Su Ming refused to fight alongside Tony. Otherwise, how could he protect him secretly? So here's your single-player copy of Tony Stark. You'll learn the hard way, at most. I'm following you in stealth mode with my main character to prevent you from crashing. Is the scenery in the alley so fascinating? It's only noon now, seeing Su Ming's hesitation. Tony remembered the pink light that night, and a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. At the same time, questions were raised about their business hours. What a dedicated person, I'll see him if I get a chance. Su Ming didn't want to waste time talking to Tony. So he pointed at the wall in front of him and tried to provoke him. Let's not talk about me for now. I don't think you can easily climb over this wall. Otherwise, wait until the armor is repaired before coming back. He instantly realized that Su Ming was provoking him. But there was nothing he could do. Tony just fell for it. Did you see what's on me? Oh. I built them, and the suit was also made by me. To put it in perspective, these are my current suits. Tony explained coolly, then shifted his gaze to the wall not far away. With a gleam in his eyes, he took 2 running steps and jumped with all his might and successfully climbed to the top of the wall. Tony, wearing a hood, turned his head slightly and gave Su Ming a side profile. I am Iron Man, go. He leaped up and disappeared in front of Su Ming. Su Ming looked at Tony breaking into the terrorist's lair alone and nodded with relief. But his super hearing told him that Tony had been standing by the wall for quite some time without moving. At this time, Tony was kneeling on the grass, rubbing his sprained waist. His face flushed red. I didn't dare to make any sound. Destiny is not far away, I can't bear it. Chapter 156. Tony is suffocated after a long while. Tony felt that he was not in so much pain anymore. Okay, what just happened doesn't count, let's start now. Tony now wants to prove that he is not a coward who can only hide in armor. He approached quietly, hiding in the guard's blind spot and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Brush. The weighted lead rope slipped out of his hand, and the huge guard lost his balance, hitting his head on the steps and falling asleep. Tony simultaneously raised his simple pistol and shot the guard in the cheek. The guard leaned against the wall in pain, legs spread apart. The knee strike hit the Kiwi directly, causing the guard's body to violently shake. The guard's body instantly turned into a ball, rolling on the ground. A battle between technology and ruthlessness has officially begun. The simple electric shock gun made the other guard convulse all over and feel like he was dying. Tony easily dealt with the 3 guards and knew that this was just the beginning. Anyone who has played a dungeon knows that when you encounter 2 elite monsters guarding the gate, you have to stun one first or use the other as a sheep. This tactic works every time. So Tony threw out a small round ball first. When one of the guards picked it up out of curiosity, the ball suddenly exploded. Countless tiny pieces of glass were blown all over his face, and he fell to the ground screaming. Su Ming, who was sitting on a tree in the distance, saw Tony's enhanced blinding skill and secretly praised. This control skill also adds true damage. Awesome. At the same time, Tony fired a burst of nail gun, knocking another guard into the pool, and then threw a balloon. Inside the balloon is an explosive substance he carefully prepared, which will explode when it comes into contact with water. The guard in the pool stopped moving in an instant. Facing the last guard, he swung the electric blood dropper made of wire gloves, also known as Professor Yang's caress, and covered his head. There was a flash of lightning, and the guard's hair was almost blown off. Smoking, he fell to the ground. Tony successfully seized a real weapon, a pistol. In this way, Tony successfully sneaked into the enemy's lair. But what surprised Tony was that this place was more like a theater dressing room than a terrorist's lair. What's even more strange is that the Mandarin who shows off on TV looks so disgusting. After questioning, Tony learned the truth. All the terrorist attacks were planned by Killian, mainly to cover up the self-destruction problems caused by his research on the extremis virus. The Mandarin is just a hired actor, Su Ming, who was in the distance, looked at the cars driving into the yard one after another and thought to himself that something was wrong. Enemy reinforcements are arriving, without saying a word. Su Ming jumped down from the tree and stood in front of everyone alone. He knew that Tony was going over the plot in the room at this moment and really wanted to let these people in. How could that stubborn little guy with a mustache still be alive? Greg. All the guards loaded their guns and pointed them at Su Ming. The leading guard was wearing sunglasses and chewing gum, looking incredibly handsome with his arrogant look. Su Ming had no habit of raising his hands when a gun was pointed at him, and his indifferent look made the guards angry and embarrassed. Kill him! Bang bang, intensive gunfire rang out. But the guards saw a scene that made their hair stand on end. All the bullets stopped in front of Su Ming, reflecting the yellow light of the sun, and accumulating more and more. The guards quickly emptied their magazines, but were so shocked they forgot to replace them. Pat pat. A pistol with an empty chamber can no longer spray flames. Who else? Su Ming spoke lightly, as if waiting for them to use up all the bullets in their guns. Whoosh! At this time a rocket flew over. Su Ming instantly remembered the thugs carrying bazookas who chased him for several blocks when he first arrived. He raised his brows and raised his hand to catch the rocket. Boom! The explosion came as expected, but it seemed as if it encountered an invisible wall in Su Ming's hands. The air around the explosion suddenly distorted. The energy carried by the originally scorching fireball and shock wave was quickly absorbed by Su Ming. In a blink of an eye, only a pile of shrapnel fell to the ground from the location of the bomb, making a metallic sound. It's gone this time. Shaking his right hand that was blackened by gunpowder smoke, Su Ming asked again. It was not until this moment that all the guards realized that the person in front of them was not someone who could be dealt with by ordinary weapons. It's a monster! Run! Some clever fellow yelled, and the guards began to flee in all directions. The leading guard's shoes had all run away, in stark contrast to his previous appearance. It's my turn. Seeing that no one continued to attack him, Su Ming waved his hand, and all the bullets that were stagnant in front of him quickly changed direction and went their separate ways. There was a chaotic sound of people falling to the ground, and only Su Ming was left on the field. He casually walked up to the nearest guard, taking in his fearful eyes and the way he was unable to move due to being shot.